Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET. Appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. And we're right back at it, guys. All right, guys, we're going to get right into Trump's gaggle with the press, and then we're going to get into a media analysis, guys. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way, and let's get right into it.
I think we had a great tribute to a great man, a great, wonderful guy. So I hope you liked it. You know, Doug, if you have any energy questions, we're ready.
At the end of the ceremony, Mr. President, you and Erica shared a moment. If you don't mind me asking, what words did you have for her?
I've gotten to know her over the years. She's great. You know, Charlie always used to say she's very smart. He would always say that. You don't necessarily say that about a lot of people, but he always felt she was. And she's got a good heart, and you know, she's got a shot at making it even more special if you think about it. She's going to do good. I think she's going to do a good job. That's a hard thing to do. You know, it's one thing to make a speech, but with that, for her to make that speech,
and end it with basically forgiving the killer of her husband. I mean, man, you know what? Shout out to Erica Trump. And the funny thing is that people were calling for, I guess, us on the right to, you know, turn down the temperature. You know what? Erica Trump did it. No, so liberals, lefties, it's your turn.
They had a really good relationship.
Mr. President, I'm with Turning Point USA. We just want to say thank you for being there. Thank you for speaking. And we offer our deepest condolences because I know Charlie was a friend of yours.
Well, that gentleman right there was pointing at you, and I like his question. So that means he thought you would or make a statement just like you. Are you married?
Yes.
Congratulations. When did the ceremony take place?
I was just wondering. He is. He's the best. I was just wondering because there are a number of spots in and around the White House that are named after specific people. I was wondering if you would be considering naming something after Charlie to honor his life.
Yeah, there are different little areas. Yeah, I like that idea. But we're giving him, I think, even more importantly, the presidential.
My bad. Erica Kirk. Did I say Erica Trump? Doesn't Trump have a daughter? No, never mind. But anyway, though, yes, Erica Kirk. I'm sorry, guys.
Of freedom.
Shout out to Erica Kirk for, well, like I said, publicly stating that she forgives the killer of her husband, Tyler Robinson. And I mean, man, hey, she better than a lot of us.
Which is the highest civilian. It's, I guess they say, you know, if you think Congressional Medal of Honor is for military, and this is for the civilian. So that's a great tribute to him. Great guy.
Any details around that upcoming event that you can share with us? Any further details about that event?
I think the event was just a flawless event. It was beautiful. I thought the last song was incredible, the way it was as we were leaving. In fact, I think I said, who is singing that song? And I think what I'll do is I'll grab it and I'll use it at rallies. We have rallies to get people elected, and I'll use it at some of the rallies. Wasn't that beautiful? That was the best rendition I've ever heard.
Mr. President, what can you and your staff do to make sure that over the next 3 years that you carry forth the vision and the faith of Charlie in a way that honors him? What can you guys do over the next 3 years?
I think it's going to be automatic, actually. And I think Turning Point is going to be a very big factor. I mean, you see the people. Now, the press reported 200,000 because they're, different areas, different stadiums and everything. There are a lot of people. That's an NFL stadium. I think it's going to be automatic. I really do. I think it's automatic.
Shoot, people came from all over to see Kirk. I know our guy Monty. I think Monty's in Washington, I believe, and he drove all the way down there to Arizona to be at that. Well, to be at Kirk's remembrance. So once again, shout out to our man Monty. But yeah, but it's not just Monty who took that travel to go see Kirk or to go to that remembrance.
They're great people. He had a good staff, and they're great people.
Mr. President, everyone.
How did your husband do with that question? I thought quite good.
Mr. President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. He came over, we had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there, the great Dana White. The big question is having the UFC fight as I know you won't accept tickets because you're with the fake news. You're not allowed to accept tickets, but we're going to have a UFC fight right at the White House. And we're going to have probably 6,000 people in front of the White House, and then on the ellipse we're going to have 80 or 90,000. It's going to be an unbelievable event, but a lot of people are talking about it.
An energy question for you, an energy question. You've been calling.
You have the right man. Go ahead.
I got the experts. You've been calling on Europe to stop buying Russian oil. The U.S. has imported $755 million worth of Russian uranium and plutonium so far just this year. That's up from the Biden administration last year, about $100 million. Can you ask Europe to cut off purchasing those kinds of products?
Doug, do you know anything about that?
Well, yeah, absolutely, but this goes back not only drill, baby, drill, but we've got a mine, baby, mine. We allowed ourselves to fall into interdependence of both China and Russia for critical minerals.
Which was a mistake.
Buying uranium from Russia is not acceptable. And so we're working very hard. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, myself.
Actually, we're actually trying to get some uranium out of the Congo. Yeah, out of our Congo peace deal with Rwanda, we was working out a trade deal with, a rare earth mineral deal with their uranium. And then, of course, we got the tungsten mines. So shout out to American Tungsten, but we got the tungsten mines that are supposed to be opening up as well. So we are working on manufacturing our own rare earth minerals, and we're also working on waning off of China and finding other countries to buy from.
To make sure that we've got a plan so that the United States can get back into domestic enriched uranium production as quickly as possible.
Sir, on Venezuela, you said that, let me quote your tweet here.
No boats in the water anymore.
Yes, you said...
No boats. You don't even find a fishing boat. You don't even find cruise liners anymore. There's nothing in the water near Venezuela. It's actually strange. You know what that means? That means there are no drugs coming in.
You said that the price they'll pay will be incalculable if they don't take people back. What does that mean?
Well, you're going to have to figure that out.
Mr. President,
That was
on your autism announcement tomorrow, multiple news outlets are reporting that you plan to tie Tylenol to increased risk of autism. Can you confirm that?
Well, you're going to see tomorrow. We're going to do it tomorrow, but I think it's a very big factor. I think you'll see what it is tomorrow. We have various things, but you'll see what it is tomorrow. I think it's going to be a very important news conference. And we want things to take effect immediately. If there's a question, even if there's a question, you just do it, right? But great research has been done. when you think, if you think that, let's say 15 years ago, they had 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. And now it's, think of it, 1 in 12, 1 in 10. Boys, 1 in 10 or 12. Two different studies. Girls, it's 1 in 20. Can you imagine 1 in 20? And let's see, 22 years ago, it was 1 in 20,000. But it got down to 1 in 10,000.
The way RFK explained it, RFK Jr., he pretty much explained it as after the certain release of certain vaccines, or after we started getting a certain vaccine to children, there was a spike in autism in children. That's pretty much the main argument. And, there might, and here's the thing, he might be wrong. There could be other things like, hey, Tylenol could have been one. Children take Tylenol at a young age for fevers, toothaches or whatever. So, hey, it's not outside of the realm of possibility.
17 years ago, and now it's 1 in 12. Actually, boys are 1 in 12 and 1 in 10. Can you imagine 1 in 10? And it was 1 in 20,000? So there's obviously something artificial that's really wrong. And we think we know what that is.
Are you planning to announce any link between vaccines and autism?
Tomorrow. Vaccines are very interesting. They can be great, but when you put the wrong stuff in them, and children get these massive vaccines like you'd give to a horse. And I've said for a long time, this is no secret, spread them out over 5 years. Get 5 shots, small ones. And you ever see what they give? They give, for a little baby to be injected with that much fluid, even beyond the actual ingredients. They have sometimes 80 different vaccines in them. It's crazy. It's that's a common sense thing too. It's like you're shooting up a horse. Damn. You have a little body, a little baby, and you're pumping this big thing. It's a horrible thing. So I've always felt that. But we'll be having a big discussion tomorrow about autism.
All right. Hopefully we hear more. And guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. And you know what? Look, I do understand that. Hey, yeah, I do understand that. Oh, well, I had all my vaccines and I didn't get autism. Good for you, bro. But that wasn't the case for everybody. Thank God, though. Thank God you came out good. Thank God, because so did I. And shout out to my man Sid. He's like, could it be that we've gotten better at noticing and diagnosing autism over the years? I don't know. You're right, Sid. We probably could have gotten better at diagnosing autism over the years, or it could be due to lazy. I'll be real with you. Let's be real. The way we've been dying, if there's an increase in diagnosing of autism, I would have to think about it like this. It would have to be, they would actually have to show the numbers on that. All right, so what are you guys doing that made it easier for you guys to detect autism? I don't think that study has been released. And if it has, please inform me that what have they done to, better track autism? Because what we do have is that, these certain vaccines came out, these kids were taking them then, and now we got a huge spike in autism. That's the numbers we're working with now. Now, if you have a different theory that you have the numbers for, or at least a paper on or an article, I'd be happy to engage it. But if not, then hey, you're speculating, my friend.
Sam had a very welcoming message today, welcoming people to the Republican Party. Love of country, love of family, love of God. So I ask you, what did the Democrats stand for at this point?
I think chaos, confusion, anger. They're losers. They don't even want to extend the opening. We have a very successful country. If we gave them everything they wanted, they're deranged. If we gave them everything they wanted, they wouldn't extend, in my opinion. They say, they want to meet with me. It's nonsense, but I'll meet with them. But no, they're angry, and they took a big loss, and they're doing worse now than they were during the election. So they're doing very badly. I don't think, actually, I think they stand for chaos. They stand for nothing.
Mr. President, I'm with the Daily Wire, and we've been doing a lot of investigating up with these transgender shooters. We reported on Friday that the Kavanaugh attempted assassin actually identifies as transgender. We just wanted to get your reaction to that and see if you had heard.
Well, it's too bad.
That's
It's a
very
very
bad.
sad thing going on with that, and I'll have to take a look at it. We have to protect our Supreme Court judges and justices, and Justice Kavanaugh's a great guy. I mean, it's horrible. He's been through a lot with this. All of them have in a way. They didn't give him the proper protection, and we are giving. You saw what, numerous bills, but we just passed another one. We have to protect the Supreme Court. We have to.
And on that same note, there's been so many different shooters who either Charlie's killer lives with a guy who's transgender, the Annunciation shooter was transgender, the Covenant shooter was transgender. Should the FBI be investigating transgender extremism?
We're looking at that, and it seems like, is that just a, what's the reason for it? Yeah.
All right, then. So I actually was looking it up and to see, if we have a better way of tracking autism. And not really. We just have a different way of looking at it. So, and this is going into Sid's super chat of our understanding of what autism has expanded a lot since the 40s. And you're right, because then autism was thought to be a very rare and mostly affecting children in severe ways. Now, research shows autism is relatively common, affecting about 1 to 2% of the population worldwide. So here's the thing, Sid, is not that we've honestly expanded what autism is, or honestly, we just seen that it's affecting more people, just like RFK Jr. said, pretty much. So back in the day, it was seen as a rare thing. Now they're trying to say, oh, well, it's more common than we know. And now is this just because we've expanded it to, we've now seeing autism as, I don't know, the many characteristics that it is? Because there's many characteristics that can make you autistic. And remember, it's on a spectrum. So when something's on a spectrum, I mean, it's also really confusing on who can you say is autistic. But once now you put it on a spectrum, you can have one autistic trait and now you're autistic versus somebody who's on the far end of it who has like 4 or 5 artistic traits. Now do you see the confusion in it? And then just like it said, research shows that it's now affecting about 1 to 2% of the population worldwide. So there's been an increase in cases for some strange reason. Could this be due to the vaccines? Maybe. It could be. Could it be something else? Also possible. We'll see.
There seems to be something, but we're looking at it very strongly. Something seems to be going on, but you can't make that statement yet. We're looking at it very closely.
Mr. President, back in 2020, 2021, you were banned from Twitter, Facebook, basically every single platform on God's green earth, sir. And now, many people on the left want to throw out cries about First Amendment claims after Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled. Do you find it hypocritical, sir, after what they did to you?
I did his show before I ran for politics. I did his show many times, and he was never one of the top people. Do you remember during the Academy Awards when he read my truth just before giving out the Best Picture Award? And I said, and what he read was that he's the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. Look, Jimmy Kimmel suffers from 2 things. First of all, he said a terrible thing about Charlie.
Yep.
But he also suffers from the fact that he's got no talent.
The problem with Jimmy Kimmel is that nobody's really getting the argument right. Here's the thing. The problem with Jimmy Kimmel is that, one, he stated that the shooter, Tyler Robinson, was MAGA. He said that, MAGA is trying to pass this guy off as a liberal when he's obviously MAGA. And then he made an insensitive joke about how Trump is mourning, his dead friend. Yeah, I mean, the first thing's okay, but the second thing can be considered news distortion, which is, well, you're violating FCC guidelines and you're also violating community standards for, well, whatever media company you're working for, aka ABC affiliates.
And he's got no ratings. A deadly combination. That's deadly.
Be like that.
When's the National Guard going to be arriving in Memphis? He said they'd be coming soon.
Yeah, very soon. And we're going to straighten that up, just like we straightened out Washington. And we're not letting Washington go, by the way. We're not letting. If we didn't go there, Washington right now would be leading the nation in crime. I mean, D.C. leading the nation in crime. And we have it down. I mean, it is a beautiful thing. And everybody in
Yeah, I mean, Sid, you're pretty well. I mean, honestly, Kimmel didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk or who he was. I'm pretty sure we can search through Kimmel's catalog. We can find some stuff about Charlie Kirk he said. But if you're talking about that show that he got suspended for, yeah, you're right. He didn't say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. He just pretty much just mocked the president's reaction to his death and pretty much just said that his killer was, one of his own, MAGA. And that's not marking Charlie Kirk. Like I said, that's just news distortion and one insensitive comment. Now, the insensitive comment could get him in trouble with the community standards of his ABC affiliates. The distortion of news is what gets him in trouble with the FCC.
The person I meet is saying, thank you, sir. They don't care whether it's a National Guard. They don't care what it is. They're not being raped, mugged, shot. Washington, D.C. is now a very safe city. And you know what? I drove through it yesterday. You probably saw. Everything was nice. The grass was. I thought I'd replace the grass. Much of it just has to be. It looks so beautiful. It was so well maintained, and that's by us.
We're getting ready to go to the UN this week, where there's going to be a major push for a two-state solution. Obviously, the U.S. and Israel have not signed on to that. Is there still a possibility in your mind that there could be a diplomatic solution to this conflict?
So I'd like to see a diplomatic solution. There's a lot of anger and a lot of hatred, you know that. And there has been for a lot of...
Like I said, after bombing Qatar, which I believe was a terrible mistake to even let Israel do, because it makes our air defense look bad, makes our diplomacy look bad. It kind of makes us look like we just let Israel do whatever they want to do. And, well, we kind of do. But yeah, after that, honestly, all diplomacy was off the table. Trust me, they were trying to kill the guys to make the peace negotiation with, to make the hostage deal with. So to be honest, Israel kind of exposed how they really don't care about the hostages, or they wouldn't be trying to bomb Hamas leadership in Qatar. Y'all could at least wait till they left a ally country.
Years. This is not something new, but hopefully we'll get something done. But look at that. We're studying Gaza and dealing with Gaza very strongly. That's a real mess.
Is still ongoing into Charlie Kirk's killer and whether he had ties to groups. But do you have a sense now of whether
you look at what they've seen a lot for an investigation that's ongoing? I think they've done an incredible job.
Have they found
the shells, so many different things. What's to say?
Have they found direct links to?
You mean about other
people? And does that affect your decision about how to proceed in terms of pursuing these?
I think, as far as I'm concerned, but they're going to do a final report. Whether other people involved is what you're asking. It would look to me like not. Now, he did have a friend, but I don't. The friend seemed to be a little bit surprised.
Mr. President, in regards to Pam Bondi, who should she focus on as far as bringing accountability?
Everybody, really. It's a big office. She's doing a good job, but focus on everybody. There are a lot of crooked people that were here before me. There are people that almost destroyed our country. If I didn't win this election, our country would be destroyed. We wouldn't have a country right now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into a speaking engagement earlier today. Well, no, I think this was on his way to Kirk's remembrance.
Celebrate the life of a great man today. Really a great man. He's a young man, but a great man, and we look forward to it. It really is. We want to look at it as a time of healing, a time of whatever. That something like this could have happened is not even believable. So we'll be going to have a very interesting day, very tough day.
Bondi, if Patricia James is not indicted?
No, she's doing a great job. Pam Bondi is doing a great job. I think Pam Bondi is going to go down as one of the best.
I don't agree with that, but hey, I honestly don't agree that Pam Bondi is doing the best job. Her or Kash Patel. Yeah, those are two right now that I have high criticisms of, that I honestly think they should resign, especially Kash Patel. He's just completely effing up. But hey, he did pretty good with the Kirk shooter. So all right, he gets some points for that. But the Epstein file mess up, boy.
Best attorney generals of the
hard to fix that one.
Have you ever threatened DOJ leadership if they don't prosecute Letitia James?
No, I don't do that. I look at the facts like everybody else. You read the facts, and to me, she looks terrible. She looks like she's very guilty, but that's going to be up to the DOJ.
Are you concerned with this? hearing that and the rest of the family?
Well, I'm going to just give him my love. There's nothing much you can say. You talk about the great things he's done. I mean, he's been amazing. He's had a tremendous influence for a young man that did a great job. He did a tremendous job, and he had a hold on youth because they loved him, they respected him. And if you go back 10 years, those colleges were dangerous places for conservative, and now they're hot. They're very hot, just like this country is hot. This country is doing so well. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world now.
He wrote a letter to you asking to help it. Did you get the letter?
And shout out S.E.T. He says, man, the Kirk shooter turned himself in. The fuck did Kash do? And that's actually a good question. Well, think about it. The FBI were the ones that released the photos and all that good stuff. Yes, they're the ones who released the photos that put pressure on the public. I mean, that's why they put out all that stuff so soon, so people can start helping out the FBI. Remember, the FBI runs off tips as well. So when they was putting out the photos of the killer and all that, and the father, how did the father find out? Because the killer just ain't walk up to his dad and was like, "Dad, I did it." The dad had to watch TV and was like, "Shit, that looks like Junior. Junior, get over here. Is that you?" And he's like, "Yeah, Dad, I did." And I'm like, God damn it. And that's pretty much how it went down in a, well, I guess in a parodies type of way.
And what is your response?
Well, I don't want to say, but we'll see what happens with Venezuela. I don't want to say, but yeah.
Will you help defend Poland and the Baltic states from Russia if Russia keeps escalating?
Yeah, I would.
Should the Pentagon be in control of what reporters can report on? Should the Pentagon be in charge of deciding what reporters can report on?
No, I don't think so.
Are you okay? Are you okay with them limiting that?
Nothing stops reporters, you know.
Have you been briefed on Estonia, sir? The situation in Estonia, Russian jets.
Yeah, we don't like it.
But yeah, he pretty much told the FBI to go ahead and drop the pics of the shooter, and that was on his command. And due to that, they was able to catch the man within 33 hours. Well, have him turn himself in within 33 hours. So yeah, Kash Patel definitely did pretty well on that. I mean, S.E.T, are you for real? Like, you don't know that law enforcement can release that information and put pressure on the public to turn people in? Like, you didn't know that? I mean, you know what? Not everybody does know that. You know, I'm not even gonna be a dick about it. A lot of people don't understand law enforcement like that. Lord knows I always got to read up on it.
That's a live look at State Farm Stadium in Arizona, where thousands of people are gathering for conservative activist Charlie Kirk's memorial. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, are among those slated to speak. My panel joins me now. Alex Thompson, a CNN political analyst and national political correspondent for Axios. Kristen Holmes, CNN's senior White House correspondent. Sochi Inahosa, a CNN political commentator, former DNC communications director. And Brad Todd, CNN political communicator and GOP consultant and strategist. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. While we watch things start to get underway, they're not quite there yet in Arizona. I want to turn to something that we talk about, I don't know, every 6 months, every year, and have for years, I would say, unfortunately here, which is Congress gets to the point, Washington gets to the point where they're about to run out of money because their funding is hitting a deadline, and they try to figure out how to keep the government open, and the politics at all are involved in that. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic senator from New York, who is the Democratic leader, was on State of the Union with me this morning. And unlike 6 months ago, when he voted yes to keep the government running, and other Democrats did as well, and got some blowback from people in his base, this time.
I mean, bro, Chuck Schumer keeps the government open, pretty much preventing like a bad scenario for Americans. And the Dems low-key asked him to resign. They said he capitulated to Trump. And I'm like, if the government shut down, a lot of Americans would have been affected by that. And you're mad that he did the right thing and kept it going and voted yes on the CR bill? I mean, do y'all hear yourselves? That's what I'm saying. It's like, do y'all even want America to succeed? You just want to crash and burn so you can blame Trump.
He is pushing hard towards potentially a shutdown because he's trying to push back on Republicans in charge. Listen to what he said to me this morning.
I hope and pray that Trump will sit down with us and negotiate a bipartisan bill. That's how it's always been done in the past. That's how shutdowns have been avoided in the past.
And if he doesn't, I'm just confirming here, you will vote no. Is that correct?
We are hoping, Dana, we are hoping that he will negotiate with us.
And if he
so
doesn't?
far he hasn't. And we've had 2 bills in the House and Senate, and neither of them have passed. Our Democrats are firm. We need to get something done to relieve the distress the American people are in.
So, talk about the politics
Okay.
that are going on inside the Democratic Party that brought Chuck Schumer to this point.
Well, he faced, as you mentioned, a lot of backlash last time around for really not having a strategy. Democrats didn't feel like he walked in with any sort of strategy for a shutdown, et cetera. This time around, I do think he's doing better, along with Jeffries, which it was very telling when the Senate voted that the Democratic bill got more votes than the Republican bill. And so I found that interesting. It wasn't just Democrats that voted against the Republican bill. You also had Murkowski and others who voted against it. But then I also think it was smart for them to ask for a meeting with Donald Trump. It's very clear that Johnson isn't going to negotiate. He sent everyone back home on recess. And so he sort of owns this shutdown, and they want to put the pressure on Republicans and on Johnson. So I found it interesting that they asked for this meeting.
So they're gonna hold out, like I said. So like they're the ones grandstanding, and then they're gonna blame the Republicans for them acting like children. It's like crazy. And Sid, he comes in with Republicans control all chairs of government. A shutdown is on them. I mean, Sid, come on now, dog. We still need y'all to cooperate. What are you saying? Like, bro, you're talking like a fascist. Like, bro, what? This is a 2-party system. Like, we need the Dems. We need to work with you bastards. Like it or not, you lovable bastards. Like, bro, what are you trying to say? Bro, we do need y'all. Even in the Senate, we need to convince some of y'all. Like, are you serious, bro? If we don't get it, it's because some of y'all are grandstanding. And yes, I'm not going to sit there and blame the Dems completely. I will blame the Republicans as well. But yeah, you can sit there and blame the Dems too, because we need you guys to vote as well. It's not like we can just pass things without you guys. Like, come on now.
It looks like Trump would like to meet with them. He will ultimately be the decision
Like, we can't do that all the time.
maker in this. And it just shows that Democrats are wanting to come to the table. They don't want to shut down. So I do think that the Democrats are handling it a lot better than last.
Actually wrong. If you look at the headline right here, it says Trump says he loved to meet with Dems as shutdown nears. And I mean, let's be honest, nobody wants to shut down. So both sides got to work with each other. And the fact that you guys are already framing yourselves to blame the Republicans is absolutely insane. I mean, I'm not going to go ahead and go full throttle on the Dems. I'm going to be like, yo, you Republicans, need to talk to these guys. You need to be more convincing, and you might need to capitulate on some things if you want to get these guys aboard. Like, I'm willing to admit that. But these guys are already positioning for a shutdown, and you guys are already positioning to blame it on Trump before it even happens.
Last time, and there is somewhat of a strategy compared to last time.
But the leaders might not want to shut down, but there's a lot of pressure from, as you were saying, from the Democratic base to do just that, to show they're fighting.
Yeah, I think that there is pressure. I never agree with a shutdown. I don't think it's good for either party for there ever to be a shutdown. And I think that going back many years, I think both leaders would understand that and understand that it's not popular. But at the same time, I think Chuck Schumer needs to show that he's fighting. And that's what he's doing right now.
I think Chuck Schumer better be careful and prove that he can lead. That's the question that independents who will decide this election are asking. Democrats have always said it's irresponsible to shut down the government. You gave Chuck Schumer this morning 3 chances to say that he would not vote to shut down the government, and he refused to tell you yes. You gave him more than enough room to do that. He is headed toward doing something irresponsible because the Democratic Party is irresponsible right now. And that's I realize he's got a lot of pressure. I realize he's worried that AOC might primary him, but it's time for him to do what's right for the country and not what's right for Chuck Schumer.
But he also knows that this is about healthcare. And I think that they want the midterm elections to be about the economy and healthcare. And I think that's what he's ultimately trying to pick that fight.
It's about keeping the government open, period. You can't insert another issue into it and say it's it's about something else. No, should we close?
I mean, how is we going to solve everything if the government gets shut down? I mean, like I said, pass the CR bill and then we can debate this in the primaries. It's like y'all doing this at the wrong time. I mean, I'm talking to both sides, like Republican and Dems. You're doing this at the wrong time. Like, you got to remember, we're the ones who are going to be affected by this.
Democrats are saying we'll do it as long as you put more money in there for health care
We'll hold the country hostage unless we get our way.
Alex, there is a lone Democratic voice in the Senate caucus, and that is John Fetterman, who is saying, do not do this. It is a disaster strategically. Listen to what he told me.
I would love to restore a lot of those healthcare things. That's the right outcome, but that's a dangerous tactic if you are going to shut the government down for one of our policies to. I think it's the right thing to extend those healthcare things, but it is absolutely the wrong thing for a lot of reasons that we're going to shut our government down. I condemned it when the Republicans threatened to do that thing, and it's entirely wrong for us to do the same.
So, okay, so Fetterman's pretty much saying it's a dangerous tactic for Dems, the government shutdown. Pretty much stating that, and this is me assuming, that pretty much Dems are the one holding out on the CR bill. It's the Dems that are holding out. They're not getting their way. So they're like, yo, we're not voting on this. The Republicans are like, well, you know, the government could shut down. Like, bro, yeah, come on. Now, this is the wrong time to have this argument about healthcare. And they're like, no, we're going to vote no on it. We're going to hold this up until you give us what we want. And now we're just here at a stalemate. And now everybody's kind of worried about, well, the government being shut down. I know, tough, right?
Thing now.
I think the line is Democrats in disarray, right? Is that they are not all on the same page here. You have people that are actively calling for a shutdown, not just for healthcare reasons, but because, and you saw this in Ezra Klein's piece like a few weeks ago that circulated around Capitol Hill that said, we need to shut it down in order to stop Trump's authoritarian government. Then you also have some Democrats saying, no, we need to do it for ACA subsidies. Some Democrats are saying for Medicaid, to roll back the Medicaid cuts. They are not all on the same page. And John Fetterman, while as the lone public voice, not the—
there it was, to roll back the Medicaid cuts. They pretty much that what? I think it's like $930 billion to be cut from Medicaid over the next 10 years, which equals out to about $93 billion of Medicaid cuts per year. So, yeah, they wanted to roll some of that back. And the Dems, and well, to be honest, the Republicans wasn't having it.
Only voice privately that does not want to shut down, in part because they do not believe the party has an exit strategy. Once you shut the government down, you still need to have Democratic votes in order to reopen it. What is the strategy if Republicans say no?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do think one thing to note on that is when you don't have Democrats with the same messaging, it allows—
So it could be shut down because of the Democrats, and then it could be kept shut down because of the Republicans. This could be like a tit for tat situation that we don't need.
Allows Donald Trump and his administration to do what they do
We
best,
do not need this.
which is to coalesce behind the message that this is Democrats' fault and blaming a shutdown on them rather than the fact that he is in office at this time.
Kristen, I want to turn to Arizona. What are your sources telling you about the tone and tenor that the president wants to set with his speech?
Well, there's what they're saying and what we might ultimately see. And I think
Fair
we're going to
point.
have to wait to actually see what he puts forward. And I will remind you that when he sat in the Oval Office, to him and to the people around him, that was a measured speech that honored the life of Charlie Kirk. To many, they believe that that was a blame game, that that was an opportunity for him to unite the country. And instead, he blamed Democrats and the left. We know he's been personally involved in this. This has hit him. He is very close. He was very close to Charlie Kirk. And it's not just him. He sees it in the people around him who all had relationships with Kirk. This is personal for him.
I mean, well, he wasn't wrong. It was a leftist. Like, let's be honest.
He's spending a lot of time himself writing and editing this speech and infusing what
A leftist with severe mental problems. So you know what? I like to be a little bit more compassionate. And I'll be like, you know what, guys? I'm not even going to blame it on fully him being leftist. But I will say that man has he was a very awkward individual and he had some mental problems that weren't addressed, obviously. I mean, or like I said, if y'all want to throw out that, you want to say, oh, you see, you're saying he's mentally ill for dating a transgender woman. I mean, hey, if you don't want to accept that, you could just say he's a leftist and that's why he did it. I mean, he did write it down that he can't deal with Kirk's hate speech, so he got to take him out. He did write that down. So, hey, I'm trying to give y'all a back door here.
he believes should be in there. He has said that he wanted to focus on Charlie Kirk's faith and his messaging and his movement. But of course, as we know, President Trump does often take these in a political direction. So I think At that point is when I say, let's wait and see what he says.
Well, and I think this very tragic memorial is doubling as a political fight within the Republican Party. You have seen many parts of MAGA and the Republican Party try to claim Charlie Kirk as part of their legacy. And you've seen a lot of, in inter-party divisions. I think it's very interesting that Tucker Carlson is going to be speaking, who has been very active on.
No, if anything, this actually brought us together. It's like when a family member dies and the family, and everybody at the funeral is seeing everybody for the first time in, like, I don't know, 15, 20 years. And now we're kumbaya. And now we're chilling, doing barbecues in the weekends again. It was kind of like that. I know, a bit drawn out, but y'all get what I'm saying. It's pretty much, it brought the MAGA more together than anything. So, I mean, there was no factions trying to claim Charlie Kirk was this, Charlie Kirk was that. No, that all kind of like dissipated. We didn't really care. We just honestly cherished what he stood on, conservative values and Christian values. And we just left it at that.
Pushing back against people like Pam Bondi and other people
and open debate
that have tried to invoke Charlie Kirk's legacy in order to justify censoring hate speech and everything else. And so they're watching very closely to what these people say as they try to claim Charlie Kirk's legacy is going to be really interesting the next few hours.
I mean, shoot, I can agree. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next video. GOP lawmakers highlights FCC's keys responsibility in Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. All right, let's go ahead and get into it.
So joining us now, Republican Senator from Kansas, Roger Marshall. Good to have you with us on Fox News Sunday.
Jenna, great to be with you.
So let's start with this free speech debate. I want to play a little bit more of what the FCC chair had to say and a little bit more of Senator Cruz as well.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
And I got to say that's.
And you know what? People are pretty much trying to say, like, no, actually, no. I'm gonna let him say it. I'm gonna let y'all get both sides of it, and then I'm gonna come in and give my commentary.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
And I got to say that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, "Nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it."
And he's not the only Republican senator who's expressing concerns about the optics of this and also about it potentially being used against conservatives in the future. What do you make of it?
Well, Shannon, I just want to remind everybody this is a public broadcast station and they serve the public interest. So the FCC has a responsibility to call balls and strike. I think back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, here's the thing. ABC has to abide by two guidelines. The guidelines of their affiliates and all that good stuff, and the guidelines of the FCC. Now, ABC is kind of been effing up, and the FCC hasn't been coming down on them over it. Honestly, this whole Jimmy Kimmel stuff, that's a weak case. You can go back to when they called Trump a rapist, and they had to pay that man $15 million. That could have been seen as news distortion, and that violates the FCC guidelines. I mean, political coverage, unfair political coverage during an election. They did that as well. That also violated FCC guidelines. But the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, I mean, even with the distorted news, he can sit there and claim that he didn't know and he'd be perfectly protected. So that's actually a weak case. But they could have got him up on the other two. Honestly, I think ABC just didn't want the smoke because they already got 2 strikes. And they're just like, yeah, let's not play with them. Like, we already got 2 strikes just during the election. Let's not risk it over Kimmel, whose ratings are going down the drain.
When Janet Jackson had a wardrobe malfunction and she was slapped. I think the FCC is just saying, look, you have a public interest. You're flirting with what's right and wrong here. Maybe you need to take it down a notch. The FCC didn't fire him. He was fired because he was ignorant that he had inflammatory remarks, bad ratings, those types of things.
So the Washington Post writes this, an opinion piece. They say one person's dissent is another person's hate speech. And once you start prescribing limits on language and ideology, then anyone with power is free to do the same, including inevitably ignorant people who find themselves in control of government.
I mean, I'm sorry, Matt Bay, but you need to understand that they can give up their FCC license and they can get kicked off television, and they can just go to YouTube, Kick, Twitch. You know, you don't need FCC licensing to be on there. But if they want to be broadcast or all through America on that channel, then they're going to have to follow FCC guidelines. Like, there is no there is no like blockage of freedom of speech. I mean, you get more, I guess you get more leeway on public platforms like YouTube and all that good stuff. But when you're working for ABC, who has an FCC license, you are held to a higher standard. And that whole freedom of speech stuff, it doesn't protect you from everything. Be honest with you, when it comes to you having a FCC license, you're held to a different standard. And I believe that a lot of people don't know that, honestly. Actually, I knew that, but I didn't know how bad it was.
This conversation about hate speech, you then have to get to who defines it and how they define it. Do you worry that there will be a pendulum swing back against
on a podcast, on a cable news station, you can have this type of rhetoric, but not on a public broadcast station. That they're given a certain.
Thank you. Pretty much what I said. Like, bro, if you want to have bro, if Jimmy Kimmel came on here and said exactly that, he'd have been good. If he was on like his podcast said it, he'd have been cool. The FCC couldn't have got involved. Honestly, not even his ABC affiliates can get involved because he's doing it outside of their platform. But once you're doing it on their platform and they got an FCC license, they got two guidelines to abide by, theirs and the FCC's. So it's kind of crazy how Dems are trying to turn this into a freedom of speech argument when maybe they should read up on the rules of the FCC and maybe look at, maybe some community standards that some of these affiliates have. Like maybe I might want to look that up before y'all say this is an infringement on his freedom of speech, because it's not. It isn't. One, he was suspended. Two, he was given a second chance. They told him to come back, pretty much a state that you were wrong for stating that the Trump shooter was MAGA, and then go ahead and apologize for that insensitive joke on Trump. And everything would have been good. But he said, F no, I'm not doing that. He pretty much told his boss to go screw himself, and he got suspended. I mean, that happens almost every day. Usually when you disrespect your employer and you don't do what they say, usually you get fired, not suspended. But hey, he's in a blessed position, is he not?
And bandwidth there to serve the public as well. So I think the FCC has a responsibility. Eventually, it ends up in the Supreme Court, and even just going back to the Janet Jackson case, the courts are up and down, yes and no on it, and a split decisions.
Well, and the Supreme Court is very protective of the First Amendment. So we'll see if any of these conversations and current disputes get there. Meanwhile, I want to ask you about some other disputes on Capitol Hill. You were part of a hearing this week with former CDC head Susan Monarez. She said that she was forced out because she wouldn't give preemptive approval to something, vaccine recommendations, when she hadn't seen yet the underlying documentation on that. And also that she was being pressured to fire people without cause. She worried about the politicization of the CDC, which Republicans have been worried about, and they were during COVID. So what do you make of what you heard and her accusations at that hearing this week?
Yeah, I think I want to see at the higher level. Look, Secretary Kennedy's goal.
Not really, bro. Oh my God. Do you guys understand the First Amendment? Do y'all really understand the First Amendment? I mean, the First Amendment does not protect you from being fired. I'm gonna be real with you. You can get fired. Your job can fire you for what you write on social media. Are they impinging on your freedom of speech? No, because you could still go on social media and post whatever you want. You just won't be working there. Just like he can go on Facebook, X, and say whatever he want, but he just won't be at ABC. It's as simple as that. It's like you guys trying to turn this into government corruption is childish, and you're being petty, and you're not trying to take accountability for his rhetoric. And I mean, not you, but honestly, he should have just came out there and said, yeah, I was wrong about that. I was wrong about calling the shooter MAGA. I shouldn't have made that insensitive joke about Trump. Honestly, I wouldn't even have cared about that. He should have just corrected the wrong news and he'd have been good in my eyes. But if he'd apologized for both, that'd have been even better. And he'd have been doing his show today, not on suspension. Like I said, this really doesn't have anything to do with the FCC. If you really think about it, this has everything to do with his employer says, hey, yo, we didn't like what you said right there. So can you backtrack it? He said, no. Okay, you're suspended. I'm be honest with you. You guys are not understanding the First Amendment. Freedom of speech means that I cannot take you to jail over what you said. I can't get you arrested. But guess what, though? That doesn't mean freedom from consequences, like being fired or being slapped in the face. Like, come on now.
Is to bring back trust and faith in the CDC. And unfortunately, Dr. Monarez continues to take that the wrong way. She continues to refuse that the COVID shots don't help young adults, that they're actually the benefits don't outweigh the risk. Even in that meeting,
but shout out to Sid though. He said the FCC regulations override the First Amendment. I guess I mean, like I said, not really. If you got an FCC license, you got to abide by their guidelines, or you're going to get your license removed and they won't be able to broadcast. There you go. I mean, that's always been around.
Prove that she was not going to go along with Secretary
Well,
Kennedy's
not
goals
always.
here.
It's
She
been around
doesn't
for a while.
realize that the CDC is the responsibility. When you tell a mom with no risk factors, a negative hepatitis screen, that their one-day-old baby needs a hepatitis shot, moms don't trust the CDC. When the CDC tells a mom your baby needs 76 jabs before they're old enough to vote, the moms don't agree with that. Look, not every person needs every vaccine. It really comes down that Dr. Moneros wants to go in a different direction than Secretary Kennedy does, and that simply wasn't working out.
Sounds like he may be called back before the committee. If he is, what questions do you have based on what she said?
Look, I hope we can move on beyond vaccines. Vaccines are 1/10 of 1% what we should be focused on. I want to ask him, how do we build up our own immunity so when we do get viruses like COVID, and we probably each have had COVID 5 or 10 times, we're developing natural immunity, but what can we do to address this chronic disease epidemic? 70% of Americans with a chronic disease, 40% of our children with a chronic disease, 20% of our children on some type of a prescription drug. So I hope we can move on beyond vaccines and talk about the big pictures, how we make America healthy again.
Do you worry, though, that there will be parents who rightfully so have questions and skepticism, and they worry there's not been a lot of transparency? And I know that you think the CDC of past has been in part to blame for that. But things that we've eradicated, like polio, like, mumps, measles, those things that are basically under control, do you worry that enough parents will say, I'm going to push back on this because now I don't have confidence in the CDC, and she's trying to avoid that perception, or she was when she was heading.
And shout out Justin Naylor. Any company would fire you violating of contract. Yeah. I mean, think about it. When Kimmel signs his contract, his multi-million-dollar contracts, by the way. But when he signs those, he's agreeing to abide by the guidelines of his affiliates, of ABC affiliates, and the FCC. And let's be honest, ABC is, or like I already explained, got 2 strikes from the Trump grape case, well, SA case that they said he's liable for grape, but he's not, and the political coverage, unfair political coverage during an election. They violated those 2 things, and nothing happened to them. So let's be honest, when the FCC chair said, yeah, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. I mean, you can correct this yourself, or we can actually bring some charges against you. You know what? You could see that as a threat, but when you look it up, who fired Kimmel? Oh, ABC affiliates. The FCC didn't get Kimmel off. The FCC can't fire Kimmel. The only thing the FCC can do is take away ABC's license. And they can't even do that off the bat over Kimmel because they got to give a good case. So, no, Kimmel was taken off for 1, bad ratings, 2, distorted news, and 3, I'll be honest, he disrespected his boss. They told him to apologize or you're going to be suspended. And he chose suspension. I mean, come on now. You're trying to literally blame Trump for this man's actions. Like, Trump didn't tell him to say that. Trump didn't tell him to double down. That's all on his own fruition. Like, why are y'all mad?
CDC.
So we're exactly trying to do that. We're trying to address that mom's concerns by seeing this open debate over these vaccines. Look, I believe in the polio vaccination. I've raised money for it. I believe in the MMR vaccine. But in this case, the A.C.T panel determined that adding varicella chickenpox to this increases febrile seizures. Did anyone tell the moms that there was increased risk of a febrile seizure for their child getting these MMR with the varicella? If we space them out, the risk goes down. So I think it'll take a while, but I believe in parents. I believe in the doctor. I believe in the parent-doctor relationship, that they can communicate all these issues through.
So you got this looming issue of potentially a government shutdown. The Senate voted down the one possibility, or a couple of possibilities that were floating out there. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says you've got to move forward with tax credits that made health insurance coverage more affordable. Here's a bit of what he says.
Premiums are set to go through the roof, hundreds of dollars each month, thousands of dollars each year. Republicans say, let's put it off. Let's do it later. But for Republicans, later means never.
So we're talking about the extension of tax credits that made Obamacare subsidies more affordable for people that need coverage. You're a physician. You know the astronomical cost of health insurance, of health care. So what about this point that And I mean, thousands, maybe millions of families are going to be affected if you don't address this issue, whether you do it in a CR or somewhere else.
Yeah, so the Democrat solution to every problem is to throw more money at it. They want to borrow another $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years at these particular problems, instead of addressing the real roots. What I'm focused on this round of Congress is more transparency, forcing every hospital, imaging center, surgery center to show patients the price tag before they have the surgery done, along with expanding HSAs where they can use pre-tax dollars and turn them into consumers again. Look, the goal of the Republicans here is very clear. We want to keep the government open and work towards a balanced, responsible budget. My friends across the aisle, they want to add $1.5 trillion to the budget. This is really asking them to extend Joe Biden's budget. That's what these numbers are. This is very consistent with their budget. I hope you ask the Democrats. You voted for this same spending bill last December. Why are you against it now?
We'll get some answers, hopefully, for you on that. And September 30th is coming. The American people hope you guys find a way.
Yeah, I mean, I got 8 days to figure this out. 8 days. Y'all need to figure it out. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next one here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tommy Lahren, along with Joey Jones, Kaylee McGee-White, and Kevin Cork. And this is a brand new hour of the Big Weekend Show. President Trump is standing by Attorney General Pam Bondi, saying she's done a great job running the Justice Department, and he's calling on her to take action against the Democrats who weaponize the justice system against him, including California Senator Adam Schiff, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and former FBI Director James Comey. But Democrat Senate leader is calling out the Trump administration for investigating serious allegations.
I think it's a real threat to democracy, Dana. This is the path to a dictatorship. That's what dictatorships do. It is so very, very frightening and damaging to our republic.
Oh, the hypocrisy is thick. Joining us now is Texas Congressman Brandon Gill, who's also a member of the House Judiciary and House Oversight Committees. Congressman Gill, it's great to have you. I'm so happy to have you on this topic as well. You know, my partner in crime over here, Kevin Cork, has been saying, unless we're seeing people in handcuffs and zip ties, you know, we want to see these investigations actually result in some consequences. Right. You're the perfect person for us to ask. Do you think that we're going to get an investigation that's
actually, I actually went ahead and found that full interview, I believe, with Dana Bash and Chuck Schumer.
Today, President Trump will give personal remarks to memorialize the loss of his friend and political ally, Charlie Kirk, at what is expected to be a huge memorial service in Arizona. But Kirk's assassination has roiled the MAGA movement and kicked off a presidential crackdown on Trump's critics and political foes. The word unprecedented gets thrown around a lot these days. But last night, the president took an extraordinary step. He publicly urged his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to go after his political adversaries. We're talking about New York Attorney General Letitia James, Senator Adam Schiff, and James Comey. He called them, quote, guilty as hell, and he complained, quote, we can't delay any longer. It's a retribution campaign the president has previewed for years. Here with me now is the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to start there. You are the top ranking Democrat in the U.S. Senate. What is your reaction to the president's new pressuring of his top Justice Department official, and what can you do about it?
I think it's a real threat to democracy, Dana. You know, the Justice Department has always been a very, very strong civil service, no matter who was in charge, a Democrat or Republican. They went after law violators without fear or favor. What Trump is doing is he's turning it. He's firing anybody who doesn't seem to be part of his acolytes. And he's turning it into an instrument that goes after his enemies, whether they're guilty or not. And most of them are not guilty at all. And that helps his friends.
Nah, let him go through trial, just like y'all put Trump through trial. I mean, come on now. And here's the thing. I mean, y'all can't sit there and politicize the whole government and go after this man, try to throw him in jail for hundreds of years. And then now when they're coming, now when the same government you set on him is coming for you guys, now you're crying about it. Here's the thing. I don't agree with it being done on either side, but hey, Trump went to court. You guys should too. And go ahead and prove your innocence there.
This is the path to a dictatorship. That's what dictatorships do. It is so very, very frightening and damaging to our republic.
You heard the president over and over on the campaign trail saying that he was going to do just this, that he was going to investigate his political enemies, and he won the election. So it's certainly not surprising. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't run on. He ran on many other issues.
He did, but he was very clear about this.
Overwhelming,
and people chose to vote for him on other issues, perhaps, but they were aware of this.
Well, whether, this is our rule of law, this is fundamental to our democracy, and we cannot let it stand. And my belief is Democrats, Republicans, and independents, everybody will object to this because it's so against what our democracy is all about.
Is there anything that you can do? Obviously, you are not in power in the Senate or in the House.
Yeah, well, we're going to fight strongly as we can in every way. There are going to be legal ways to fight this. We will try to find legislative ways to fight this, but also the American people should let their representatives know how terrible this is to democracy. And we've seen conservatives speak out against this too. And we need our Republican colleagues more than ever to speak out against this violation of the fundamentals of democracy.
I want to talk about,
man. You're not really going to find too much sympathy after the way y'all did Trump last year. So, I mean, hey, if you do, good for you. But I don't know. The way y'all did Trump last year, I think y'all should just go to court and prove yourselves innocent. Hey, if there ain't nothing wrong, you guys should be good. If Letitia James didn't do anything wrong, there's no mortgage fraud going on. Hey, let her prove that in court.
Government funding. It is set to expire in 9 days.
Okay.
And shout out Drum King. He says the U.S. is a constitutional republic, Chuck. Remember that. All right, shout out to my man Drum King. Hey, shout out to the supporters. Appreciate y'all. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys.
You and your fellow Democrats are pushing to add healthcare subsidies to the funding bill. You're under a lot of pressure. I don't need to tell you, from the base of your party to fight Republicans on something, even if it means, in this case, shutting down the government. Is that what's going to happen?
Look, it's the Republicans shutting down the government. First, these issues are very important to the American people. Healthcare was
hold on. I mean, you can't really say it's us if you guys are the one pushing for, more healthcare funding. I mean, you can't say it's us at that point. You guys are the one that's not trying to be like, okay, well, we can't get what we want. We'll try to argue it in the primaries, and when we'll take over that, and if y'all win in the primaries and y'all take the House or the Senate, then guess what? I mean, you ain't even got to worry about us stopping y'all no more. But yeah, to do this now and then try to flip the blame when you guys are the one who wants to, you guys are the one that's demanding something, not the Republicans. They put the bill forward. They cool with it. Y'all are the ones that said, no, we need more healthcare funding. Yeah, you can't really just fully blame this on Republicans. I'll be honest with you. It's like you guys are the one asking for something. And if Republicans don't want to, capitulate or make some type of compromise, that's also on them as well. Because they need to if they want to get it passed through, then they're going to have to make some type of compromise. I mean, I heard that y'all want 1.5 trillion, and Lord knows that ain't going to happen. So I don't know. Maybe y'all can get half of that. 25% of it. Like 250 billion. Like, yeah, y'all be cool with that one or not?
People are losing their health care. Hospitals are closing. People are losing their jobs. It's outrageous, and the American people can't stand it. But what we are asking very simply is what has always been done in these kinds of budget negotiations, a bipartisan negotiation. The Republican bill is a totally partisan bill with zero input from Democrats, and that's not how to get things done. We had two bills on the floor Friday. Both failed, the Democratic bill and the Republican bill. And that's because there has been no negotiation with the Republicans. There always used to be. When I was majority leader, for 4 years, we didn't have a shutdown because we sat down with Republicans. So Hakeem Jeffries and I have now demanded to sit down with Donald Trump because that's the only way to avoid a Trump shutdown. The Republican leadership is listening to Trump. And
I thought we're about to have another Trump, Pelosi, and Schumer moment. Yeah, we're about to have another one of those, except instead of Pelosi, we're going to have Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, Lord.
Not talking to us.
The president has said he'd love to meet with you. Is it going to happen?
We're ready to meet with him any time and place to negotiate and avoid the Trump shutdown. Right now, it's a Trump shutdown because he won't even talk to us. He won't even consider what the American people want is lowering costs. They don't like his tariffs. They don't like the healthcare stuff. And when you don't,
no, you guys don't like his tariff. You guys don't like his healthcare. It's not the American people. I like, think about it. You guys lost the election. Remember that part. So majority of the American people, this is what we voted for, my friend. So no, calm that down and just say that your constituents don't like that, not the American people.
When you sit down and say it's my way or the highway, you're creating a shutdown. This is a Trump shutdown unless he sits down and negotiates with us.
If nothing changes, negotiation or not, there will be a vote on the day of the deadline, a week from Tuesday. If nothing changes, are you going to vote no and urge your Democratic colleagues to vote no, which will end with the shutdown?
Look, we hope it doesn't come to that.
But what if it does?
Because everyone knows the American people are on our side, Dana. By almost 2 to 1, they believe if there's a shutdown, it's going to be caused by Trump because they know how much they want relief in the healthcare issue, and they know he's not negotiating. So it's up to them, and I hope and pray that Trump will sit down with us and negotiate a bipartisan bill. That's how it's always been done in the past. That's how shutdowns have been avoided in the past.
And if he doesn't, I'm just confirming here, you will vote no. Is that correct?
We are hoping, Dana, we are hoping that he will negotiate with us.
And if he
so
doesn't?
far he has.
And if he doesn't, then it kind of sounds like, I'm be honest with you, it kind of sounds like, look, if he doesn't, we tried our best. We're going to have to vote yes, though. I mean, they are. Let's be honest. I mean, what? Do you really want to get blamed for shutting the government down, my man? Is that really what you want on your shoulders? And of course, the Dems are going to try to blame it on us, and it's going to be pointing fingers all day. And in my personal opinion, I blame both sides. But realistically, it's going to be like a pointing fingers all day for probably the next month or two. And we don't need those problems right now. We got enough to deal with than worrying about a government shutdown. So most likely what's going to happen, he's going to be forced to capitulate again if he can't get Donald Trump to agree to anything. And they're just going to end up voting yes, because they're not going to want to shut down the government.
And we've had 2 bills in the House and Senate, and neither of them have passed. Our Democrats are firm. We need to get something done to relieve the distress the American people are in.
Okay, that sounded like a yes, but you can confirm that, and then I want to move on. Is that accurate?
The bottom line is we must get a better bill than what they have, plain and simple.
The last time Congress was up against a funding deadline about 6 months ago, you voted with Republicans to keep the government open. I want to play what you said on the Senate floor.
I mean, yeah, you grandstanded last time. You tried to work something out last time. But when it came down to it, what did you do? You didn't get your way last time. You ended up voting for the bill anyway. So who's to say you're just not going to repeat the same actions again and this just ain't you and your pony show? Like, shout out to Justin Naylor. He said Democrats love their pony show. And exactly, I mean, he's damn near doing it again. If this man does not vote no on the 30th, God forbid. But if he does vote no, if he doesn't vote no, then, hey, you pretty much is going to be exposed as honestly, as a liar and a grandstand. It's like, bro, no, but who's going to take you serious? Like, you're pretty much just grandstanding for no reason. You're not even going to stand on business about it. You're just going to capitulate in the end when it comes time to vote. And you're like, okay, well, I wasn't really going to shut down the government. I was just talking fluff. Like, who's going to take you serious as a leader? I see why they want you gone. Because low-key, I can see Chuck Schumer just voting yes in the end anyway. And he just did all this to put up a fight to make it look like he's fighting against Trump.
At that time, calling it a Hobson's choice.
Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. This, in my view, is no choice at all. While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse.
AKA, he just pretty much exposed himself 6 months ago, pretty much that, yeah, You don't truly believe in a government shutdown. You understand the repercussions or the cons of a government shut. You understand the consequences. You do. So I truly don't think that Chuck Schumer is going to go out there understanding the gravity of understanding the gravity of the situation, is be like, you know what? F it, let's shut it all down. When he capitulated last time, he understood. He understands very well on what the government shutdown could do to the American people. And I think that what he's doing right now, honestly, is going to dig him a deeper hole. Like, he should just be honest and be like, look, I'm just going to go ahead and vote yes on this, because there ain't no use in fighting right now when we got to save that fight for the midterms, when we won't have to even worry about votes for a CR bill, and we can just go ahead and get our agenda pushed. Instead, you guys got to stop them in every way, shape, and form while looking stupid along the way.
Mr. Leader, do you no longer believe what you said 6 months ago there?
Things have changed, Dana, in three ways. First, since March, when that happened, the American people have seen how terrible the Trump administration policies are. Their costs are going up because of tariffs, because of electric bills, and most of all, because of the decimation of healthcare. Second, we have seen what they're doing. They're illegally violating any appropriations bills, any spending bills we've done, by their rescissions, their pocket rescissions, and things like that. And so they're doing it illegally anyway, whether we had an agreement or not. And third, Democrats are united. We all agree that we cannot allow the present situation, the status quo, to continue when the American people are demanding change. So for the last 6 months, we've been united on the so-called big, beautiful bill. Every single Democrat voted against it. So the situation is a lot different now than it was then.
And you do have a Democratic base that is desperate for you to fight in any way, shape, or form. Is that also a factor here? You're listening to your voters?
In all due respect, Dana, it's not just the Democratic base, it's the American people.
No.
Go talk to
No. It's just you guys. Bro, it's just you guys. Trust me. Nobody else is trying to get in the way of the president but you guys. The only time Republicans are honestly going against the president is with this whole Epstein list. Is with the Epstein list. Sorry, guys, can't talk right now. But yeah, that's the only thing that Republicans are kind of fighting each other about, and maybe the whole Israel-Palestine stuff. But other than that, yeah, we're all aboard on this. It's just you guys. And like, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, just say your voters, your constituents, but don't say the American people now.
People in rural areas, Republicans, whose hospitals are closing. Go talk to people, middle-class folks who may have voted Republican, whose parents are going to be kicked out of their nursing homes and they don't know what to do with them.
Bro,
this is a demand from the American people, period, across the board. And there's lots of independents. When you ask people, do you like what they have done in the the big, beautiful bill? It's 2-1 against it. Not only every Democrat, but 2/3 to 3/4 of the independents and 30% of the Republicans. So it's the American people demanding change.
Senator, you said earlier this week that Democrats, quote, have a damn good chance of winning back the Senate in the 2026 midterms. A CNN poll from this summer found only 28% of Democrats, these are your fellow Democrats, view your party favorably. How can you be so confident when you see numbers like that?
Because they're delusional. I mean, they're the only people who will sit there and say that, oh yeah, even though we got 2 million people that are turning away from the Democratic Party, we got 2 million less voters. I mean, 23% approval rate. But yeah, we're looking good for midterms, guys. I mean, oh yeah, and everybody's pretty much calling the top Dem over here incompetent. Yeah, are y'all sure? Y'all sound real delusional right now, because y'all see you guys are kind of collapsing, but you guys think you're in good standing for the midterms? If anything, you guys are going to lose more seats in the midterms. This is really going to be bad. And I don't want that for you guys, to be honest, because I don't want a whole one-party dominated system. But if you guys don't get y'all ish together, that's what it's going to turn into. And it's going to be y'all fault.
First, because of what Donald Trump is doing to America. It's amazing how bad it is. And when you ask people in similar polls, do you prefer a Democratic candidate or Republican candidate? It's 47 Democrat, 39 Republican. We have to do more to build up a strong platform as to what we will do. And Hakeem Jeffries and I, House and Senate, are working on that. But they hate what Trump is doing to them, and they prefer Democratic candidates. In addition, we've had some great recruiting. It's amazing the candidates who have stepped forward. And I'll tell you something nice, Dana, about this. You know why they're stepping forward? They worry about the future of the country. They worry about their children and grandchildren at the way this administration is heading America into decline. And so we've had great candidates. People are angry with what Trump's doing, and we're in a much better chance today than we were 6 months ago of taking back the Senate. I'm optimistic.
Okay. Before I let you go, speaking of candidates, you've been asked numerous times if you will endorse Zohran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You always say you're going to continue to talk. There are two key questions here that you haven't answered. One is, will you ever endorse him? And two, what do you need from him to get your endorsement?
Probably not.
Okay. Well, first of all, you know, I know him. We've had a good relationship in the past. And we had a good meeting 2 weeks ago, a very long meeting with a lot of serious questions. And all I can tell you is I'm going to continue talking to him.
What's the holdup?
I got to continue talking to him, and that's what I'm going to do.
Is part of the calculus that if you endorse a Democratic socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party?
Yep.
Maybe even your chances of winning back the Senate?
I'm going to continue talking to him. Dana, you can ask me again.
All right. Had to try, Senator. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on this morning. Nice to see you.
Oh man, I mean, hey, yo, shout out Dana Bash. She kind of gave him a bit of a hardball interview on that one. So shout out to her for that. You don't see that too much. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
Joining me now with more on the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk is one of the foremost experts on constitutional law, Texas Senator Ted Cruz. And last weekend, Senator Cruz took matters into his own hands and painted over vulgar graffiti about Charlie Kirk along a Houston highway. Senator, thank you so much for being here today.
Well, Maria, I'm glad to be here. I wish none of us had to be here. What happened on September 10th was horrifying. All of us watched on live television, on social media. We watched an assassination that broke hearts across America. I first met Charlie when he was 18 years old. Charlie was a good friend of mine. He was an extraordinary leader. When I met him, he was a kid who had just graduated from high school. He'd never gone to college, but he had a vision. He had a vision of what would become Turning Point USA. He had a vision of energizing young people to love liberty, to love the Constitution, to love free enterprise, to love America. And I got to say, at the time, it was right after Barack Obama had gotten reelected. It was a time where young people, it was hip and cool to be left, to be Democrat, to be socialist. That's where the young people were. But Charlie had a vision, and he started a movement, and it is extraordinary the number of lives he changed, and he changed them through substance, through boldness. He would go to college campuses. He would engage with all comers, and he would treat them with respect. He would treat them with dignity, but he would.
Ew, guys, can you not, if somebody's not being disrespectful towards the host and they're just engaging in, I don't know, slightly heated debate, can you not, kick them off like, Sid? All right, because I seen what Sid was saying, and he wasn't really saying anything too crazy to be kicked. So, try to watch how you kick people. They can disagree with us, guys, so let's remember that.
Engage on substance, and I have to say, sitting here today, it doesn't feel real what happened to Charlie, and we are grieving.
And shout out H3I. He says America turned off the American-made missile defense system in Qatar, bro. I hope that's not true. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, bro, how else could they have got that strike off? And we have like literally one of the best air defense systems, and they just got right through it. Like it wasn't even there. Yeah, I mean, who could ever trust us again if that's the case? I mean, you can't even trust our defense system to protect you. If it's Israel hitting you, I mean, if that seems to be the case.
But at the same time, I'm going to predict today is going to be a celebration. It's going to be a celebration of a life incredibly well lived, because Charlie's legacy will echo on for generations to come. His wife, Erica, who is extraordinary, whom Charlie adored, she stepped in now as the CEO of Turning Point USA. I'm confident she's going to do an extraordinary job and carry on the mission. And I actually think Charlie's mission, if anything, will be magnified by what happened. More and more people, I think more people have listened to him in the last week than maybe listened to him his entire life. And the gospel today, the gospel of Jesus Christ, will be spread today to a bigger audience than just about any event in our lifetime. That's powerful.
I mean, you look at what's happening here. Just getting to set was incredible. The number of people who are here and coming to honor Charlie. And you know, I really do think, and I said this last weekend, God wanted me to know Charlie better. In the last few months, I've been speaking to Charlie more. I went on his show. He came on my show, and I think his way of communicating and just ensuring that it doesn't get hostile and you're just having a talk and a conversation about the issues and a debate. God wanted me to know more about how Charlie did it. And I think, you know, he has been elevated to a historical figure. But Senator, I've got to tell you, just this week, you had more crazy talk from Democrats calling the Republicans fascists. And, you know, I mean, it's not stopping. When will it stop? What can you do as an elected official to take down the rhetoric, to be more like Charlie, so we all can come together in some way? It's ridiculous that your colleagues on the left won't stop.
Look, there is so much anger and hate. Unfortunately, today's Democrat Party defines itself by anger and hatred of Donald Trump. And I will tell you, after Charlie was murdered, the number of leftists, whether Democrat politicians or left-wing activists or teachers or professors who celebrated, it was grotesque, the celebrations and the glorifications. And I will tell you, this is a problem that is overwhelmingly on the left. We have seen over and over again acts of violence, politically motivated violence from the left, whether it is the murder of Charlie Kirk, the 2 attempted assassinations of President Donald Trump, the attempted assassination of Brett Kavanaugh, the Black Lives Matter and the Antifa riots all across this country, the congressional baseball game shooting where the shooter came to D.C. and said, I want to find a Republican congressman to murder. This is fundamentally wrong. And Maria, I know you've seen the same polling I have that have shown among those left of center, a majority think it is justifiable to engage in violence against Elon Musk or Donald Trump.
And and I've been like, honestly, I've been showing this chart like all week, damn near. But here it is. It's today.ugov.com. So they did a poll. And here it is. Most Americans across the political spectrum say political violence is never justified. But younger and more liberal Americans are more likely to disagree. So they asked the question, do you think it is ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goals? So is it okay to take people out to achieve your political goals? And let's go here to, ideology. So the very liberal is 25% of them think it's okay to take people out because they disagree with them politically or to achieve a political goal. Now, that's the very liberal, and it goes down the less liberal you get. So your regular liberals, and it was about 17%. Your moderates are about 9%. Conservatives, 6%. And very conservative, I mean, AKA, man, damn near your World War II vet granddad, 3%. Yes. So, yeah. Now, if you go down to age, I mean, it kind of reflects it as well. You know, the older you are, it does seem like the more conservative you get. But it does seem like in age, from 18 to 19, about 19% thinks it's okay. 30 to 40 in my age group thinks 14% thinks it's okay. And as you go down, it does seem like people have a little bit more humanity than, us in our younger ages. I mean, that ain't a good look on us. But it really ain't a good look on the very liberal and the liberal. I mean, guys, what is going on here? I mean, you might want to figure this out before you start. I know you start pointing and calling anybody fascist. Yeah, I might want to go look at this chart and figure what y'all got going on with that. But this is what he was talking about. So there you go. You don't gotta believe it or not. You can take it with a grain of salt if you want to, as long as I'm able to take y'all studies with a grain of salt. Shoot, fair is fair.
That is
You know, when y'all talk about right wingers committing most of the political violence, hey, if I'm allowed to ignore y'all studies, then you can ignore mine.
frightening. That is wrong, and we should be unequivocal. Violence is always, always, always wrong. There are people on the left I disagree with, but no one should engage in acts of violence to them. And I'll tell you, just on Friday, I spoke at a memorial to Charlie in Houston. There was a Texas Youth Summit, and thousands of young people came out. And there were a lot of tears there. There was a lot of celebration. But my message to those young people was, if the other side is nasty, if they are hateful, do not respond in kind. Respond with love. Be like Charlie. That was my message. And I also said to the group, I said, you know what? Maybe there's another Charlie Kirk here. Maybe there's 2. Maybe there's 5. Maybe there's 10. Maybe there's 100. And it is my hope that Charlie, living his life the way he did, will inspire millions of others to do the same.
What do you think we learned today at this memorial? It begins at 2 p.m. Eastern. We've got, leadership coming. Obviously, you're here. Some of your colleagues are speaking. You're not speaking, right? But President Trump, of course, is going to speak. What do you think we take away from this after today?
Well, Charlie touched many people. Many people knew him well. He worked incredibly hard for President Trump's reelection. He helped energize and turn out young people. President Trump in 24 got an historic high water mark among young people, and I think Charlie played an integral part of that. I think you're going to hear those stories. But I'll tell you something remarkable that we're going to hear. I think we are going to hear the gospel today. Charlie recently did an interview where he was asked, how do you want to be remembered? And he kind of stopped and said, you mean if I died? And they said, yeah. And he said, I want to be remembered for the courage of my faith.
Yes.
And Charlie became one of the most important Christian evangelists and Christian apologists this world has ever seen. I think he really carried on the tradition of C.S. Lewis, apologetics, defending and explaining the faith. And I put out on my podcast a segment earlier.
Whoa, yeah, bro, you're definitely wrong. I definitely condemn the Minnesota. Whoa. See, that's something. We're not y'all. That's the problem with you guys on the left. We're not y'all. We definitely could condemn that Minnesota shooting. Actually, I looked into it deeper than you guys did. And here's the thing. You guys are ready to say it was a right winger, but Vance Bolter was pretty much said that, I was hired by Tim Walz. Yes, he said I was hired by Tim Walz. Me and Sid had a little debate about it. And hopefully, Sid, you went to go read that. But yes. So it wasn't even a honestly fully identifiable right winger who's had a whole bunch of no king protest signs in the back. But he was a registered Republican, though. I mean, he voted for Trump in the last election, I believe. But for some reason, though, he's taking order from Tim Walz and we're riding around with a whole bunch of no king sign in the back. I mean, I ain't going to say that he's from the left. I ain't going to say he's from the right. But I will say the man has some problems.
Earlier this year where Charlie...
and yeah, we did condemn Melissa Horton's shooting. Actually, I ran the whole story on how she was actually being targeted. And I mean, not like by this gunman, but having, I guess, social media targeting because she was going against what the Dems wanted in Minnesota, which they had terrible immigration policies that she was voting against. So, yeah, she was also causing a bit of a rift within her own party. And she's actually on video stating that.
Was on with Bill Maher. And Bill Maher, brilliant guy, funny guy, but not a Christian, and famously an atheist, quite proudly an atheist.
Miller's this man hates Miller, bro. This man hates Miller. I almost respect it because you consistently hate this man Miller. But shout out Sid. He said Miller's speech at this event was disgusting. I'm just like, bro, what did Miller do, bro? What's the beef? Dems, like, fill me in, please, bro. Fill me in. What is the beef with y'all and Steve Miller? Like, he's a white supremacist, sexist, Nazi. Honestly, some of y'all hate Steve Miller more than y'all hate Trump. I want to know, what did this man do to make y'all so mad? Like, this, fill me in.
And the two of them have a conversation where Bill, it's around Easter time, and he asks Charlie about the phrase, he is risen. And Bill says, he always thought it was strange. That's present tense. It's not he was risen, it's he is risen. That's right. And Charlie took the opportunity to say, well, Bill, that's because he has risen today. It is a real fact. It is not just an historical fact 2,000 years ago. It is a real fact today that Jesus is there in your life to be with you, that he has risen for you right now, and it transcends time. And it was interesting. Bill sat back and went, I never thought of it that way. And that is a gift to spread the gospel. And I think today we're going to hear that message amplified over and over again.
And that is why we are talking with Charlie's pastor coming up in the program. We have that clip of when Charlie said, I want to be remembered for the courage of my faith. I'm so glad you raised it. Senator, good to see you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Senator Ted Cruz.
Oh, yeah. If you want to know the reference for the Minnesota shooter guy, for him stating that Vance hired him, yeah, that was posted by The Guardian. Yes, that was posted by The Guardian. You can actually look the story up. So, yeah, type in Minnesota shooter, The Guardian, and we'll go ahead and give you the facts that matter there. I mean, hey, man, look, you could always find this stuff. But all right, guys, next video. Well, actually, you know what? No, yeah, I'm going to take y'all to the next video.
You should be clear about who Charlie.
After this, shoot, y'all want to do the Myron Gangs and Destiny debating Israel? Debating, well, who's the bigger, what was it? Who's the bigger detractor in this peace deal?
Charlie Kirk was. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans.
It's really important. We need to stand up against this fascist takeover. That's not a bad word. It's a fact.
If you ever wondered how democracy dies, you're witnessing it. This is North Korea style stuff.
It's not each other that is the problem. It's the other side. It's the fascists.
Democrats ramping up their
I mean, you know, AOC, they're just so unnecessary. Like what AOC did in Congress when she said, oh, I condemn to death. But Charlie Kirk was this hateful person, and we're just calling a spade a spade. And I was just like, oh, my God. I'm like, y'all see how y'all spread hate? You see how you spread the hate? Because then we all know, one, Charlie Kirk was not no racist. He wasn't a white supremacist. He definitely wasn't no fascist. But yet you guys still spread that message to your constituents, to the people who look up to you guys. Like, you see what we're talking about? I mean, AOC was like the perfect example of what we were talking about. Like, I'm happy she condemned to death. But to sit there and spread every internet lie in front of Congress on national TV is crazy. But hey, man, they learned no lessons. No lessons will be learned from the left, apparently. And shout out to my man Sid. This chat is for you to read the entire article out loud when you kick me out for asking. Bro, you want me to read that entire Guardian article? Dog, Sid. Go read the damn article. Go read the article. Or chat GPT it. But all right, just go read the article. What? Do you not believe me? Do you not believe your best friend said? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Okay, nah, I'm not gonna hit you with the trust me, bro. So I got you.
Democrats ramping up their sinister rhetoric.
Doubling down on their divisive accusations in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, despite growing concerns of political violence.
Miranda Devine is attending Charlie Kirk's memorial today, and she joins us on set. Miranda, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Bob.
Let's get your reaction. I mean, it was really remarkable that more than a quarter of House Democrats couldn't bring themselves to vote on a resolution that was devoid of any kind of partisan rhetoric.
It really is extraordinary, and for them to be doubling down on the very sort of nasty rhetoric that really has inflamed the left and made them believe that the other side, that conservatives, that Trump and his supporters are fascists and Nazis. And what do you do to Nazis and fascists but try to bump them off if you're a fringe thinking sort of crazy? And they know in their hearts that it's their rhetoric that has incited this violence, and yet they're continuing on with the fascist slur.
Miranda, I don't think it's obviously Charlie Kirk was on college campuses all the time. So this assassination happened on a college campus. Okay, he's there all the time. That's why it ended up happening there. But the college campus environment has always been where so much of this, I mean, if you have a child comes from a conservative family and goes to an American university that's not Hillsdale, yes, they are facing all kinds of.
All right, now, since I couldn't bring up the Guardian article because, well, it's not going to let me look for it on free unless I'm on ground news. But hey, I found the New York Post. So, accused Minnesota assassin Vance Bolter hints at a motive during an exclusive jailhouse interview with Kash Patel, by the way. Bro, come on. Come on now. All right. With Kash Patel, by the way. Wow. The ads. Yes. Confessed to Kash Patel, widely claiming Waltz urged him to murder Dem lawmakers. So, yes. And this is wrong one. Here it is. Rants. Here it is. Accused Minnesota Mason Van Bolter rants to the Post about Tim Walz, calls governor traitor to the American people, and then also said that was the one who. Bro, where is that article? Let's see here. Hold on, let me make sure I find it back again because I got it on my phone, but I guess not on here. But all right, though. Hold on.
If they say what they think in their, in their term papers, they're going to get a bad grade. They know that they'll get socially ostracized. Most of us here who have conservative kids have had their kids face that. And so I think it's interesting to me that the universities themselves haven't come out and
well, shoot. Here it is. Accused Minnesota assassin widely claimed in incoherent letter that Governor Tim Walz instructed him to kill Senator Amy Colbert. So, Klobuchar. So, yeah. I mean, this man has said a lot of things since he's been arrested. He said a lot of crazy things since he's been arrested. But it is wild that this guy was, I mean, he's supposed to be a right-wing guy, but he's in contact with Tim Walz to take out assassins. And I don't believe that. I'll be quite honest with you. I don't believe a word of that. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that, hey, nah, he's a complete right-winger when, I don't know, he said he's taking orders from the left. I mean, and from Tim Walz of all people, from Tampon Tim of all people. You take an order from Tampon Tim, you in a bad position. But hey, it is what it is. There we go.
And done any introspection and said, hey, this is where free speech should be.
Here we go.
I think they're just cowardly and craven, and they've shown themselves to be that because there is such a ferocity on the left of hatred and anger and sort of an unhinged nature to it that I think a lot of the professors and college administrators just think that the best way to handle that is to just get into a crouch and let them do whatever they like.
You know, it's interesting, especially when you consider the lengths that Charlie went to reach across the aisle and have actual civil conversations with people that he didn't agree with, both people just on college campuses, but also people sort of in our sphere, media sphere. Van Jones at CNN released a statement saying that Charlie Kirk DM'd me before he was murdered. Here's what he said, quote, people are using his horrific assassination to call for more violence, justifying murder or even calling for a civil war. Hold up, wait a minute. That's not the Charlie Kirk, how Charlie Kirk handled disagreement, not at all. When our public dispute started going sideways, meaning the one between him and Charlie Kirk, what was Kirk's response? He pushed for more conversation, not more silencing or censorship.
I thought it was really decent of Van Jones that he actually brought that to light because that was Charlie. And I think that softened Van Jones' heart. And I think it's a glimmer of hope that there will be reconciliation in the future. You see it a little bit. Abby Phillips on CNN as well had a little introspective moment the other day when she said, really, liberals have engaged in censorship and cancel culture. They need to admit that. I see that there is a softening, and I think that is what will come out of today. And I think that's Charlie's legacy, is that his kindness, his goodness is contagious, and it will spread across the country.
I mean, it sure will. But all right, this was the exact one I was looking at. Here it is. Accused Minnesota assassin wrote unhinged confession to Kash Patel, widely claiming Walz urged him to murder Dem lawmakers. I mean, shoot. Accused political assassin Vance allegedly sent a deranged confession to FBI Director Kash Patel, claiming that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has urged him to kill Democratic lawmakers as part of a twisted plot. The wild handwritten ramblings was released Tuesday, as Bolter was indicted for allegedly gunning down ex-House Speaker Melissa Hortman, RIP, and her husband Mark in their Minneapolis home on June 4th. And this is what it said. Dear Kash Patel, my name is Dr. Vance Luther Bolton, EDD. I am the shooter at large in Minnesota, Bolton wrote. Well, okay. Yeah. And I think y'all remember how he was dressed right here very weirdly. You couldn't, I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people are trying to say that this wasn't even him. This whole thing is weird, but I'm in the belief that this was him. He was just making sure he was crossing his T's and dotting his I's on that one. But all right, here. Let's see here. He went to claim that he's been hired by U.S. military people off the books since his college days and had gone to work on line of duty missions across the world, which he did come back from a missionary mission. I think he does have a history in the military. But recently, what he said was, recently I was approached about a project that Tim Walz wanted done. Tim Walz wanted me to kill Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith. Tim wants to be senator, he claimed, referring to Minnesota's U.S. senator. But isn't he already governor? I mean, he's already basically in the top position in Minnesota. I mean, what else could you possibly want? Elsewhere in the ramblings, he alleged, I told Tim I wanted nothing to do with it, and if he didn't call off that plan, I would go public. The note, which was first reported on last month in the wake of his arrest, was found in his abandoned SUV at the crime scene after he allegedly gunned down Hortman and her husband. Bolter allegedly shot State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, earlier that night, but they miraculously survived. Thank God. So now we know all the facts. And, I mean, hey, this is coming from a letter written by the man. I don't know how you get more detailed than that. I don't know who else you want me to go to. God? Like, that's the only person that can give me more information. But all right, guys, let's keep it going. Let's get into this Israel and Palestine debate since it was Myron and Destiny. Let's see how this is going down.
I think there's two parts of this debate. There's the historical side, looking at who started the conflict and let it become the size it is currently. And there's also looking at the situation today and asking whose fault is it that there currently is no peace process. Myron, can we start with you? Who would you blame for lack of peace in the Israel-Palestine conflict? And in that question, and this is very important, can you define peace?
Yeah, I mean, look, both parties have had their issues with, coming to an agreement with peace. I'd be lying if I sat here and just said it was only the Israelis, but I would argue that the Israelis have been far more counterproductive to the peace process than the Palestinians have been. They've been negotiating in bad faith since the beginning. It was never about actually having peace. It's been about having, basically colonization and taking over by any means necessary and feigning diplomacy in order to do that and buy themselves some more time. This has been going on since they first came in the 1800s, starting with the Peel Commission, working all the way up until the Abraham Accords to what we have going on now with their latest bombing of Qatar. Everything they've done has been in bad faith. And I can kind of go through each one of those, but I don't know how you want to do it, if you want to do it in rounds. But that's my general overall synopsis of the situation. Every single deal has been in bad faith. The Israelis never wanted a two-state solution. This has been sabotaged several times by Benjamin Netanyahu, which I'll go into more detail. Any type of effort for peace has been sabotaged or done in bad faith, to include all the way up until modern times. This has been going on since the 30s.
And how would you define peace? Is that two-state solution, one-state solution?
It could be either or. I understand the strengths and weaknesses of both. But giving the Palestinians some type of right to self-determination and real sovereignty versus the BS autonomy that they give them, where they actually don't have any real freedom, I think that's the way to peace. Recognizing them as equals, which they don't. Israel is an apartheid state. I think it's pretty clear now at this point that it is, despite the fact that they claim that they have 2 million Palestinians that live under their rule. These Palestinians are not treated the same and they still face discrimination and racism, even within Israel as full-fledged citizens. And that doesn't even account for the other millions of Palestinians that live in the West Bank and Gaza that are being occupied.
Stephen, do you want to answer the question as well? Whose fault do you think it is, and what would you define as peace? And then I guess what we can do is go back to history, because Maron said they've been in bad faith since the beginning.
Yeah, so we can, we can start, I guess, as early as we want in the late 1800s and then come all the way to modern day.
Sure.
The way that I would kind of characterize the peace process between Israel and the Palestinians, and I think the reason why it's so easy to read blame into either side if you want, is because I would say that on a genuine level, I don't believe there has ever been a time in history, since at least the 1800s onwards, where there has been a deal on the table where the Palestinians are like, this is what we would accept. I don't think that's ever existed. It's never been clearly enunciated, because the reality is I don't think that at least the leadership or people that have been involved in negotiations, I don't think that they ever see any acceptable Jewish state being there ever. So whether that's, when they had the whole Arab revolt in 36 in response to that Peel Commission white paper that said it might be possible that this land just has to be divided because we don't think that these people can live together, whether we're talking about Resolution 181 in 47, when the Palestinians, we say historically now, oh, well, it's because Jews had 46% of the land and the Arabs only had this despite population, whatever. That didn't matter. The reality was any percentage of the land would have been too much. Whether we're talking a couple of years later at Lausanne, where in 49, Israel said, well, we'll take Gaza and all the Arabs and that'll be fine. But that wasn't enough. Like there was nothing on the table that would have been acceptable for the Arab population. And then going forward, now with just the Palestinians, it's hard to say over the past 20 years, but up at least through Arafat's death, I don't think that there was ever a proposition on the table that the Palestinians would have truly accepted, because there are just a couple questions that are difficult to broach, and the Palestinians will never give a solid answer on it. The two, one has to do with like holy relics, like sites around especially Jerusalem, and the second has to do with the right of return, which is a hugely hotly contentious issue. How many Palestinians that are considered refugees right now should be allowed to live back in Israel proper, regardless if they do a one state or two state or whatever. I think that the reason why sometimes you can read different things into this historically is because while Israel, at times in their history, have tried to reach an agreement with the Palestinian people, Israel is also happy to see no agreement materialize, because the longer the conflict goes on, the more Israel can kind of push to take more territory on their own. Whether that includes, the occupation of Gaza and the West.
I mean, and shout out to my man Sid. He says, the vid I sent shows he is a religious extremist, just like the vid you said you showed it yesterday proved that Nick Fuentes is gay. No, that didn't prove it, but why not? I won't entertain it. But hey, it shows he's a religious extremist. Well, let's be honest. I mean, he still said that he was working for Walt. And like I said, I don't really believe that. But then again, let's be real. That means he's a pretty much an unhinged person with terrible mental health. And you trying to blame it on him being conservative, I mean, that's wrong. Then you would be wrong in that assessment. We can just pass this off on bad mental health, since he's out here pretty much blaming the left, saying that the left put him up to it, but he has conservative values though. And yes, he was a missionary. I've been told you that he was religious. I believe he came back from missionary work in Africa. So yeah, I already knew he was a religious guy. Now again, if him being a missionary makes him an extremely religious guy, then I don't know. I can't agree with you on that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and look at your video and see what you got.
Bank in 67, whether that includes when they were kind of extending their borders past what the Resolution 181 in 47 would have allowed for in 48 after the war, or whether that would include today, where they're continuing to move more and more settlements into the West Bank. I think that Israel is happy to see a divided Palestinian people that aren't capable of negotiating for some coherent end state,
and that's
to where there's no more violence.
That's a part of what I mean when I say that they're not negotiating good peace, and they're not negotiating good faith, and they're doing everything they can to keep things fractured and create problems. But I mean, keep going. I don't want to interrupt you as you're giving your synopsis.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that they will do what they can to kind of keep things fractured, but the Palestinians, I believe, will as well, because at the end of the day, I don't think either of these people really want to see a final settlement to their issues, because both of them will. Both of them think they can get more than they could if they were to actually do some kind of peace agreement.
Okay.
Would you say that the Arabs, just a quick one, would you say that the Arabs have ever negotiated in good faith or no?
I don't like say, or sorry.
No, go ahead. I think he was asking you that, Destiny.
Yeah, I just want to
I don't like to
clarify
say, when you say the Arabs, particularly, do you mean Palestinian leadership or?
You could talk about Palestinian leadership. I was talking about and also neighboring Arab states. But I guess
neighboring Arab
changed
states, I think,
later
have definitely, from what I'm aware of historically, I think have generally always negotiated in good faith. If there's a negotiation to be had, there's a negotiation to be had. But I mean, the reason why is because by the time you're at the negotiating level, like you're already paying big political consequences. Sadat being willing to go to the Knesset in Jerusalem or to negotiate with Israel already, put Egypt on the chopping block. They got 10-year removal, I think, from the Arab League. So by the time you're ready to negotiate with Israel, like you're already making big political concessions.
Well,
I think that
rightfully so. Rightfully so, because the 1978, Camp David Accords were scam. Okay, let me go through. So I'm gonna go.
All right, before he goes to that, let's get into Sid's video. Remember, this is go ahead and supposed to prove that he is a religious extremist. Vance Bolter says he attempted to live a spiritual life. His actions say otherwise. I mean, of course, obviously. But let's hear what he got.
For central mystery. How could a man everybody agrees was a devout Christian, engage in this kind of violence? The people that we've talked to, the experts who have studied the evangelical movement, they see a man who took the most radical elements of the evangelical movement and twisted them and used them to sort of justify the violence that he allegedly engaged in on June 14th. What struck me when listening to his sermons in Africa was how he really thought America was in a bad place.
The American church is all messed up right now.
L'Église des États-Unis est vraiment égarée aujourd'hui.
Because we didn't listen to Jesus.
God was going to send a prophet or an apostle here to fix things.
God will raise an apostle or prophet.
Le Seigneur va envoyer un apôtre ou un prophète
to correct their course.
And it was one of the questions we asked him is whether he thought he was that apostle. And he hasn't really engaged with us in a, I think, a really meaningful way. But he did say that.
Okay, well, he did say, no, I don't think I have anything to do with the second coming you referenced, and please don't write. I brought that up as that was something you wrote and suggested, not me.
No, he does not believe he was that prophet, or he is that prophet. When you listen to the sermons, you don't think that you're listening to a man who could one day engage in mass murder. It's only when you look back and with the benefit of hindsight, you can kind of connect some of the dots. And it was striking how he brought up abortion.
The churches are so messed up.
Les églises sont vraiment en désastre.
They don't know abortion is wrong, many churches.
There were abortion providers on his hit list that was found in his car. There's been a history of violence against abortion providers in America. And so it's possible that Vance Belter saw himself as a continuation of that. The shootings have prompted some rethinking in conservative evangelical circles, a conversation about maybe the language has gotten too extreme, that calling Democrats demons is going too far, and it makes them targets of violence.
Yeah, but he said he was hired by Tim Walz. I mean, I see how he's weaving in his religious statements, but hold on.
There's been a history of violence against abortion providers in America. And so it's possible that Vance Belter saw himself as a continuation of that. The shootings have prompted some rethinking in conservative evangelical circles, a conversation about maybe the language has gotten too extreme, that calling Democrats demons is going too far, and it makes them targets of violence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, honestly, if you're out here calling these guys demons, you're telling it to your congregation and they don't know no better, and they're taking your word as at face value, then you're right. You are going to go ahead and cause some violence against Democrats. Just like if Democrats sit here and call people Nazis or the Republican Nazis all day, you're going to get people to commit violence against them because they think they're Nazis. So, I mean, his argument stands for, honestly, both parties. Now, him trying to harp on his religious background to try to paint him as a conservative, conservative evangelist or evangelist. Sorry, evangelist. That's completely accurate. That's exactly what he was. He was a radical conservative evangelist who religion was everything to this man. But here's the problem, though. I mean, if he wrote down and said, I took out these dens because they stood against God and they wanted to kill babies, well, then I would be able to follow you on that. But we're looking at the letters that he wrote himself, and he ain't put nothing about God in there. He put everything about government corruption and all this crazy stuff, and how Walls paid him to take out the senators or Democratic lawmakers. Yeah. So as much as I would like to take this and be like, oh yeah, Sid, you're right. He definitely was a conservative radical. I mean, well, and that's why he killed Melissa Horton. Well, hey, then why didn't he just write that in the letter? I mean, come on now. And he didn't really make it about religion. He said this was all about a hit. If this was about religion, he'd easily wrote that down, but he didn't. But I hear what you're saying, though. It just does prove that he was a Christian conservative radical. I'll be real with you. And definitely a radical evangelist. So, hey, we ain't going to deny that. But does that prove that he killed that he just killed Melissa Horton? What? Because he was a right winger? No, he didn't even admit to that. He pretty much said, no, I killed her because Tim Walz said. Do I believe that he actually went on ordered by Tim Walz? Not really, but honestly, I'd rather go off what this man says and what everybody's trying to speculate on. And if this was about religion, well, if he's a crazy religious nut, then why didn't he just write that down? I mean, these guys are usually pretty profound about their beliefs. They won't even hide it. They'll sit there and tell y'all to y'all face. It's like, yo, yeah, I killed them because I thought she was a demon because she liked abortions or she approves of abortions, which is wrong. But he would have said that if that's how he really felt instead of just trying to pass it off on Walls. Unless he's trying to go for some insanity plea, then, well, we're just going to have to wait until I guess the trial goes through and more evidence is brought up. But does this say that he did this because he's a Christian conservative? He can't really make that stick due to what he said in his notes. Unless you just want to ignore all that. If you want to ignore all that and just go with somebody else say about him, then sure. But, hey, I can go with somebody else say about him and what he wrote down himself. I think that's the proper way to investigate. But, all right.
Peace agreements and explain why they were BS. Okay, I'm gonna go from 1937 and work my way all the way through. I might take me a little bit of time. Destiny, how do you want me to do it? Do you want me to do it each one?
We can just go, yeah, let's just
one
go
by
one
one
at a time, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah, sure.
let's go one at a time. So let's start with 1937, right, with the Peel Commission. So with the Peel Commission, basically the Israelis were going to get 20% of Palestinian land, which was, most of the coastline and most of the fertile agricultural land. And we're going to see a trend here where when the Israelis negotiate with the Palestinians, well, before it became a state of Israel, but the Zionists, the colonists, it was never really a good faith. And what it was they were trying to get the best land and the best, most fertile land where they would basically be able to, control the farming.
Sure. Can we real quick on that?
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. You know what also confused me? The fact that he was evangelist. I thought, if he was going to be shooting anybody, you'd think it would be Muslims or something. And thank God he wasn't. But, if you kind of put two and two together, you would think he'd be shooting at, I don't know, Muslims, right? Leftist Muslims at that. Thank God he didn't, but I'm just saying.
My understanding is that most of the fertile land would be kind of like West Bankish area. And then the rest of what would have been given to Israel, at least in Resolution 181, which I think mapped pretty closely onto the
I'm talking about Peel
like the
right now.
Yeah, but I think 181, kind of mapped onto what the white paper in 36, 37 said. But most of that was like Negev desert. And there was some fertile land, but that land was only fertile because Jews had come in and had hardcore put a ton of effort into working that land to make it fertile. It wasn't originally.
No, the Palestinians had it first. It was labor unions, right? It was Israeli labor unions that took that from them. That they had cultivated, and then then what happened was the Israelis came in, they kicked them out, and then they created these labor unions where Palestinians couldn't sell their merchandise. They couldn't do business with them. And they brought in these unions. And this is back in the 20s, this has been going on. So the Peel Commission, so first they come in, right? The Zionists come in, they come in and they colonize, right? The Palestinians bring them in and they allow them to come in. As they come in, right? And, these are refugees, etc. They welcome them in. And then they start to realize okay, these people are starting to take more and more land. They're starting to get more violent. What's going on here? And then these labor unions start popping up and they start taking the land, and then they start basically kicking them off their land of this fruitful land that they had already cultivated.
So Well, okay, yeah, hold on. Wait,
And
one
this
thing
been
is-
going.
so-
And this,
And for those people who say that Palestine was never a state, I'd actually look at the Balfour Declaration, and they clearly state it. And they clearly state that Palestine existed, obviously, back then. I think the Balfour Declaration was like, what, 1910, somewhere around there? 1916? Not really too sure.
been going on for a while. The name of the organization was called the Histrodot, which was basically Jewish labor unions that pushed the Palestinians out. And
Sure. So I think in terms of pushing people out, there were two organizations that were created from the Zionists. It was like the Jewish Agency and then the other one I don't remember. But the reason why they got kicked out, the Palestinians did, is because they bought this land from prior owners. Originally, I think part of the Ottoman Empire, and then I think afterwards. But there were huge swaths of land owners who were they were absent owners. But then once the Jewish organization would buy the land,
So they just
when
took
they
the
would move
land.
in Jewish people. Well, they bought
Of
it,
the
right?
absent-
and then they
of the
kicked off.
absent-
They did it with its Maran. Did they do it legally?
No, so a lot of the people were absentees, and then the people, and then when they did buy the land, and this is bad, like once we start getting into 1948 now, 1937 it was even less. In 1948, they only owned about 6% of the land that they purchased.
Sure.
That's what I'm trying to stick. Let me stick with the Peel. Let's stick with Peel real quick, right? Let's stick with
Well,
Peel.
sure. Wait. There's like a ton of claims that just got made. So just to see those, and we can go through the Peel Commission report if you want, but like the land that was taken, there was no mass exportation of agricultural goods from the mandatory Palestine area, right? All of the farmers that existed that were Palestinian did subsistence farming. They just farmed enough to feed their family. When Jewish people came in, they're the ones that brought huge swaths of agricultural, I guess, like fertilization to a lot of this land. That's why there's a lot of fighting over. Is it the Galilee or whatever, the sea to the northeast or whatever, to route water and stuff.
Yeah.
That they had to fight with Syria. I think in the 60s they fought like a big water war basically over diverting water. But that land was nowhere near as fertile, or it wasn't really used much at all until the Jews came in and started working that land and then started to like make it more agricultural.
Yeah, but they stole it. The point is that
well,
that's
they didn't
cool
steal
that
it, though. They bought it. They bought it.
No, they did not buy it. The majority of when we get into the 1947 partition plan, they had only owned about 6% of land in 1947. So I'm talking about 1937. So they didn't own anything. They owned very little of the land. That's why they didn't accept the 1947 deal in the first place. But let me hit the Peel Commission.
Wait, we had it because it's important. They didn't steal it; they bought it. When you say they owned 6% of the land for the
that's what they purchased.
47,
that's what they purchased.
Owned 6%. I know the number you're talking about, but that's just like where people lived, right?
No. That's what they bought. That's what they actually owned and bought fair and square. The rest they stole.
No.
So which part did they steal? What part are you referring to?
Okay, let me start with the Peel Commission first. So here's the problem with the Peel Commission, right? So it was in 1937. The thing that people need to understand, right? If I'm going to be very nice and simple about this, the Peel Commission was basically a veneer, right? That your boy Ben Gurion utilized to legitimize them beginning the colonization process. So it started with 20%. Now, how do we know this? Ben Gurion himself wrote letters to his son admitting back in October of 1937 that they were going to start doing these exercises of diplomacy, but the goal from the beginning was always to take the entire land. And that's irrefutable. This is his own letters to his son. So they feigned diplomacy in the beginning with the Peel Commission, and then they continued it on through the 1947 partition plan, the Camp David Accords, and it continued on throughout the entire time. Oslo Accords, and we could go through all of it. But the Peel Commission was the beginning of the lie, where they would start to go ahead and start to take the land aggressively. It was the plan from the beginning. So everything was feigning diplomacy. And that's assuming that we're even that, and this is me coming into it saying like, okay, they're having a fair ground where they can even negotiate. Keep in mind that they had been displacing Palestinians, they had been killing Palestinians, they had been doing a whole bunch of BS prior to the Peel Commission. And then the partition plan, they've been doing a bunch of BS with that too, as well, prior to that. The two are kind of connected, but I'll let you respond.
What is your impression of like where the Peel Commission came from, or why did the Peel Commission happen? I guess
it was to get international recognition and get their foot through the door to be taken seriously as another entity, so that they can start creating. Right. This was the birth of the Irgun, the Haganah, and the Stern Gang. This was the beginning of Israeli terrorism at this point, because the Peel Commission legitimized these illegal colonizers.
Okay, so since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the British owned, they moved to this mandatory system, the Brits and the French people, to kind of carve out a lot of these different territories in the Middle East, so that after some period of time, an emerging government could take over these lands, so that they weren't doing all of these colonization projects anymore, right? So obviously in the mandatory Palestine territory, there were a lot of issues with violence that was escalating on both sides, right? I think one of the more notable ones like I know Jews were fighting against Arabs, but there were also Arab massacres against Jews. Like I think the Hebron massacre, and I want to say 29 was a big one that gets spoken about. Yeah, so there's a lot of violence back and forth. I think that initially the idea is that both of these people can live together. They'll figure their shit out. It'll be okay. And the notable thing, so the Peel Commission was a royal commission by the British government that was headed by Lord Peel, and the goal was to do a survey of the land, a survey of the people, and figure out like how do we get these people to work together? Let's account for everybody who's here, what's going on, what can we do? And I think the Peel Commission was notable because for the first time, the recommendation was these two people probably can't coexist in the same state. And that was a big deal at the time because nobody considered up to that point that it was going to have to be two separate countries. Now, that wasn't how any of the mandatory period worked. But this was at the behest of the British. This wasn't like a Jewish plan.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now I don't dispute. I agree with you, Destiny, that I believe also that the Brits came in good faith because they knew at some point that they were probably going to need to figure out some kind of plan to get rid of this land and do it in a peaceful manner. What I'm saying is that the Zionists and what would later become Israel did not approach this in good faith. They came with it precisely for what I said before to, hey, look, international community, we're doing diplomacy. We want to work with the Arabs. But the plan from the beginning, and this is from Ben Gurion himself, the plan from the beginning was always to take the land in full. Just do it.
Well, sure. I mean, but I mean, like that. So
you can't negotiate. That's sabotaging peace. They never wanted peace.
Same thing with the Palestinians, though.
Well, okay. Well, realistically speaking, it was their land from the beginning. You got a bunch of colonizers from Eastern Europe.
We can make an excuse for it. But I'm just saying that, like, that neither side. The difference is neither side really wants peace. But the Jewish people, whether it's because of a European background or whatever, were a little bit better at politics. But if the Arabs would have confronted the Jews and said, fine, we accept this partition plan, we accept these borders, the Jews would have had to accept.
Okay, now we're getting into 1947. Okay, we can go. Okay, so I think we're done with Peel. Your position's your position.
Sure, but also, wait, one more other thing.
Go ahead.
All of the Arabs that were kicked off of the land were kicked off by Jews that had purchased that land. I think it might have been mostly under the Ottoman Empire. Prior.
Back then. And now we're getting into the partition plan. So my position on Peel is that
this is prior to 1920. Like Jews bought land from
by 1947, Stephen. By 1947, they only owned 6% of the land. So they could not have owned more than that in 1937 or in the 20s.
Yeah, but the rest of the land wasn't owned by people. Cite that number, but then you pretend that the Palestinians own 94% of the other land. That's not true. Though.
Yeah, they're indigenous to the land. It was theirs. They were there before.
No, they weren't there. They weren't there all over the place, right? They had like 12% or something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers, but people just didn't live all over. The vast majority of the Negev was basically
there were villages all
empty,
over,
except for some Bedouin. There were some villages, but but not like villages. It was
Stephen,
villages of subsistence farmers.
Who owned most of Palestine then at that time?
Nobody did. You have to consider that region, that Levant, existed as kind of like a territory of the Ottoman Empire. Once the Ottoman Empire collapsed, it was the Brits that came in and carved out and said, initially it was a larger area that included Jordan as well.
The Palestinians are still living there.
And that became the British mandatory state of Palestine. 6% was occupied by Jews. I want to say like 12 or 15% or something was occupied by Arabs, and then the rest was basically
the Palestinians. Look, so the Brits absolutely messed up here by, basically they made promises to both sides. They had the Balfour Declaration on one side for, the Zionists, Theodore Herzl and them. And then you had on the other side, they were promising, hey, look, if you help us fight in this war, we will go ahead and we'll get you your own land. And that's what the Arabs thought. Okay, the Brits are going to stand by what they said. But so going back to 1937, the Peel Commission, my position is simply this, just to summarize. Ben Gurion, the chief negotiator, the head Zionist here, who would later become the prime minister of Israel, the first prime minister, he negotiated in bad faith. This is proven by letters that he wrote to his son on October 5th of 1937, admitting that the goal was just to enter the negotiations that the Brits had set up with the Peel Commission to give them legitimacy as going from violent colonizers to a potential agreement where they could be taken seriously politically. And he used that.
We have to do this.
He used that. Hold on. Let me finish my thing. Okay. I'm just giving you my summary on Peel Commission. Then you could give yours. Then we'll go to 1947. So he entered the deal, right? Or he entered the agreement with the Palestinians with the ideology of we are going to expand. We don't care about what they really want to do. We're just going to go ahead and accept this where it's 20%, but we're going to get all the fertile land. We're going to get all the coastline, and we're going to continue doing what we're doing. We're going to keep using our labor unions. We're going to push them out. We're going to keep kicking them out as much as we can. And then, revisit this later, which they always use that to their advantage. So my argument with the Peel Commission is they used the Brits Appeal Commission to create the veneer of legitimacy, but the whole time, and we know this from Ben Gurion's letters, it was feigning diplomacy to take over and create the entire state of Israel and take all the land.
Yeah, okay, that's like negotiating in bad faith or feigning diplomacy doesn't make sense. Both sides wanted more. Like both sides would have agreed to whatever they agreed to. Like again, if the Jews would have agreed to some like hardcore ironed out borders or some state, then that would have been the state they would have had.
Oh, Sid, he says Walls was on his hit list, LOL. You know, Sid, I'm gonna pull a U, and this is what I mean by pulling the U. Like, well, come on, Sid. Like, couldn't you understand that he just put it there so nobody would discover that he was actually picked up by Walls? Like, isn't that so easy to understand, bro? Like, well, how don't you understand that? It's so easy. Wow, I never thought I'd pull a Sid off better than Sid. Huh.
But I mean, like, it's weird to say they're negotiating in bad faith when they're hoping to get more in the future, unless we can say they were negotiating in bad faith and we know they would have like betrayed the terms in the future. Number one, so that negotiating in bad faith is a weird phrase to use there. And then two, this Appeal Commission, this was just like an evaluation of the land, a survey done at the behest of the British government by, headed by Lord Peel. The idea, this wasn't like a formal agreement. This wasn't like a formal treaty that either side necessarily like agreed or disagreed with. It was just his evaluation of, or that commission's evaluation of, what is the status of these two people. So like at the time, like Jews would have been happy to carve any state out, I think, because then they would have had at least something solid, some kind of solid borders. And Palestinians probably wouldn't have wanted any Jews there at all, or at the very least, they definitely wouldn't want a Jewish state there. So, I mean, like you can say that the Jews were negotiating in bad faith, but if we're going to use that definition, then the Palestinians were quote unquote negotiating in bad faith either. Although these weren't negotiations, the Appeal Commission was not a negotiation, it was just a survey of the land. But neither side, well, at the very least, the Jews would have been happy with some land there. The Palestinians didn't want any Jews there at all, or at least no Jewish state.
Well, the problem is that the Jews wanted 20% of the most fertile land, best land, and they were the minority. And then on top of that, it's not their land in the first place to dictate. Like if someone comes into your house and tells you, hey, I'm taking a master bedroom. Hey, it's a small part of the house though, but I'm taking a master bedroom after you let them in. You're going to feel some type of way about that. And the reality is they were the minority and they wanted the best. It was their land.
It was the British. It was British land.
No, but they were there. They're the indigenous people.
They're not indigenous at all. They were part of prior caliphites that had conquered through imperialism that area. But the land was owned by the Brits. It was the British mandatory for Palestine.
We have Eastern Europeans, literally from like Russia, Ukraine, etc. That's what a lot of these Zionists were. They were all majority Eastern European coming into land that they have no ties to from a bloodline, anything like that. Coming in saying like we're going to settle and colonize. Obviously, the people that were there that were there originally are going to feel some type of way. And then on top of that, they wanted 20% and they wanted the best land. So
we can say that people felt some type of way, and I agree with you. They did feel some type of way for sure, and they definitely felt like well, you could say that. But again, all of the land that was taken prior to 36 was purchased by Jewish.
It was not
purchasers of land. It was.
It was stolen.
There was no land that was conquered. No, there was no stolen land. It was all purchased from prior owners.
Stephen,
I mean, that's crazy because a Palestinian literally has something called the Nakba or something, and it's literally something that's been ingrained in their history today, where the Israelis came over and kicked them off their land and made them migrate out of their land. So to sit there and say that they mostly purchased it, I mean, shoot, then what was the point of the Palestinians going through the Nakba?
Didn't the Zionists go over and buy the Jewish buy land from landowners, the absentee landowners?
No, even with the absentee landowners. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Now we can go to 1947 partition plan. We talked about the Appeal Commission. Fine. Now we're going to get into the partition plan. The partition plan, that deal was insane.
How can we move on from this? I don't know. Jews conquered land. They didn't even have like a military army or anything. No Jews conquered land from Arabs prior to the Appeal Commission. No, it just didn't happen.
No, the Appeal Commission gave them the legitimacy to start creating their own paramilitary forces. That's what I'm saying. The Appeal Commission gave them the legitimacy, right? So that they could go ahead and create these organizations.
Prior to 36, they bought land from prior landowners. There was no Jews conquering. Okay.
No,
I don't know how, because even in the Appeal Commission doesn't say that they
and even if they land. Even if they did buy the land, I'm telling you, by 1947 they only owned about 6% of the land. That is why and this is a big point. This is precisely why the Palestinians rejected the 1947 partition plan, because on top of that, they had been killing people, they had been stealing land. The Appeal Commission was a lie. We knew that. And then on top of that, they were the minority, but they wanted 56% of the land. And so notice how the Appeal Commission went from 20 to 56%.
Well, yeah. There's a hard. We can agree to disagree again if we want on this point, but
that's
it's like
fine.
a hard.
That's fine.
Like before we get to the split on for Resolution 181. the land, like in the Peel Commission itself, right? Just reading from the text, chapter 4, the disturbances of 1936. So from 36 to 39, there were massive Arab revolts. But like one of the reasons that they list is number 5 under chapter 4. They say Arab alarm at the continued Jewish purchase of land. There was no conquering of land. If you read, more into chapter 5, many Arab landowners have benefited from the sale of land and the profitable investment of the purchase money. The Fellahin are better off on the whole than they were in 1920. The Arab progress has been partly due to the import of Jewish capital into Palestine and other factors associated with the growth of the national home. That's referring to Jewish people. But like there was no conquering of land prior to this, or if there is, I've never seen a source on that ever, unless you just consider Jewish people buying land and then kicking off the Arabs once they bought it as conquering. But there was no conquering of the land.
I'm telling you, bro. They were conquering the land. That's why they were able to go ahead. That's why this is why this is the basis as to why the Palestinians rejected all these peace deals, is because, or these negotiations that the Israelis gave in, because number one, they didn't negotiate in bad faith. A lot of the time they were the minorities, and then they wanted all the best land. So how does it, like, and the way I simply explain it, right, to the people here that might not be as well versed in this conflict, let's imagine that you have a home. You allow people to come into your home, right? Because they're coming in and they're poor and they need money, whatever it may be.
Allowed
hold on. Let me just finish. Yeah, they absolutely did. They welcomed them.
They weren't welcome. They bought the land.
Since the 1800s, they had let them come in and live alongside them, and they work alongside. Then as they started to colonize more and more, they realized, oh, these people are here to actually take the land and kick us out. That's
the original Zionists that moved there were part of a labor Zionist movement. They would never work alongside Arabs. The entire point was that they had to. There's a saying for this in Jew. Jew fucking speak or whatever. It was about like working the land that they own. So they would never be working and living alongside Arabs. Once they bought the land, they expelled the Arabs from the land.
No, and that's the point. A lot of the times they did not buy the land, and then on top of that, they put these labor unions, which I literally said earlier, right, where they would push the Palestinians out and not let them sell their produce, or only do Jewish labor, where they would only do business with each other. So they push these guys out. That's what I'm trying to say. This is why the Peel Commission was a bunch of BS. And these Jewish labor unions have been doing this for a very long time. So of course the Palestinians are going to be like, we're not going to accept anything with you guys because you guys are coming in and stealing our land. You guys are pushing us out of our.
We can move to the next point.
All right, let's go to 47.
Wait, just real quick. I'm just going to ask for one thing. I don't do this just generally based, but I'm just curious.
Sure.
Okay, and if you don't have it on hand, that's fine. But like, what is our source here for like Jews stealing the land? Like if we had to think of like one, because I mean the Peel Commission itself doesn't refer to this. I don't think any of the prior white papers, because I think there were 5 or 6 prior to this.
Oh, you're you're Googling, you're using AI right now? I'm debating you and AI.
Got him.
Okay. No hands up right now. I'm not using AI. The only thing I have on my screen right now is the text of the Peel Commission refer to make sure that I'm not missing anything in there.
Sure.
Okay. You keep referring to Jews buying stuff and stealing it and kicking Arabs off. That's not true. If you wanted to make the argument that there was some illegitimate purchase of land, the only thing I could possibly think of was that in the Ottoman Empire, but this also contradicts your other claim of the Arabs allowed the Jews to live next to them. That's not true.
They brought them in as guests.
No, they didn't, because the Ottoman Empire actually explicitly.
Actually, there's a lot of stories of Palestinians, I mean, old ones, that said, yo, we invited these people into our homes. We try to come back next day. They didn't change the keys. They didn't change the locks on our doors, telling us if they come, we come back again, they're going to kill us. It's like, yeah, a lot of Palestinians went through that. They call it the Nakba. So him saying that, I mean, like, wow. I mean, basically, you're just saying that that whole Nakba stuff never existed. It was actually just bought land, but, they just bought the land and just came on there and kicked them off their land. I mean, either way, sounds pretty effed up.
Forbade the purchase of land by Jews in the Ottoman Empire. So if you wanted to make the argument of illegitimate land purchases, sometimes Jewish foreign companies would have to create shell companies to buy this land from absent Arab land owners and then do it that way, because the Ottoman Empire wouldn't actually allow Jews to purchase the land before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in 1917. That's why I know that claim can't possibly be true. They absolutely didn't welcome them in. Number one. Number two, there was back and forth.
Okay, that makes sense.
That the Ottoman Empire didn't allow the purchase of...
not for you. I'm asking Maron. Yeah, Maron, what's your source? Like the Jews
I'm just curious with this.
Yes,
they had no military, they had no forces, they had no arms. There's no way they could have fought and conquered land from the Arabs.
If you look at the partition plan, the big reason the Arabs declared that, the Palestinians...
Actually, the Israelis had established terrorist groups already operating in different places. So, but I'm not going to go ahead and name those 3 terrorist groups right now. But hold on, let me see. What was the 3 terrorist groups that later formed the IDF? I got to remember. But it had German-sounding names, ironically.
The partition plan is because the Israelis only legally owned 6% of the land. So if they only legally owned 6% of the land that they purchased, how the hell are they going to have all this land prior in 1937 or 1920s? Just work our way back chronologically. 1947,
well, wait, how much land
they
do you think
reject the
Arabs
partition
own?
plan. The majority, they owned it. It's theirs.
It's not theirs. It was
theirs.
British. It was the British Palestine. It was the British mandate for Palestine. It wasn't theirs at all. What do you mean? Who would they have owned
And who
it from?
lived there? Palestinians. British mandate
Most
for
of it was
Palestine.
empty. Most of it was
Palestinians
empty.
lived there.
But
Bro.
most of it was empty.
Oh my God.
Do you think that Negev Desert, even today, you can go to the Negev. It's not full of people that live there. You've got like Bedouin tribes. You've got like most people do not live there.
But it's theirs is my point. It's their land. Whether
theirs, no, it wasn't. It was the Ottoman Empire's land.
Yeah, it was Hagnar. It was Hagnard, Urgun, and Lehi. Yeah, those are the three pretty much U.S. Well, let's be real with you. They were a terrorist group, but we're gonna call them Jewish underground paramilitary groups. And yes, indeed, they were active. Yes, active in British and mandated Palestine before 1948. And these were the three Jewish terrorist groups that later formed the IDF. But yeah, they were the guys who had a military force. So when Destiny said that, oh, well, the Jews didn't have no military force to kick out the Palestinians, actually, no, that was wrong. Actually, well, members of the Jewish mafia in America were sending weapons over to Palestine to fund their efforts.
Land. What do you mean? And then it was conquered by the Brits.
And the Ottoman empires are what? Arabs.
Yeah, and they lost the war. And their whole empire collapsed.
And then the Brits had it, but it said mandatory British
also,
Palestine.
The Ottoman Empire was technically headed by Turks, to be clear.
Whatever. Arabs, whatever. Middle Eastern people, Turks, a lot of Turks speak Arabic. The point I'm trying to make here is this. It's very simple. They only owned it. We know this for a fact. This is why they rejected the partition plan. They owned 6% of the land back in 1947. So there is no way that they own anything else. The bottom line is this. They were the minority. So if they're the minority, the big minority, why are the Palestinians going to go ahead and concede to these individuals who are violent colonists, stealing their land, killing them? Why would they agree to that? And they had been
because when they did the mandate, we're skipping ahead now to the mandate.
Yeah, we'll go to the mandate. Yeah.
The reason why is because
Maren, do you have that? I still want to know if you have that source.
That's why they rejected the partition plan. You can look it up. This is precisely why they rejected the partition plan. Is because they owned a minority.
They wouldn't have accepted any Jewish state. No. 2%? 2%? No, they wouldn't have accepted any Jewish state at all. There was nothing acceptable there.
Look. What I'm trying to explain to you guys, okay, is that there's a multitude of different reasons, because you guys have not been letting me go into why they rejected the partition plan. The 7% is just one reason. I can go through all the reasons that they rejected the partition plan, and rightfully so, because it was a bullshit plan. And on top of that, the Israelis were conducting acts of violence and destroying villages all over the place. They were raping the women. They were destroying the villages. They were killing a whole bunch of people, stealing land, like the Irgun Haganah and the Stern Gang. We had Jewish terrorist organizations running a rampage all across. Why the hell would they accept any type of deal with these guys? They were destroying them and killing them. So they have every right to fight back and defend themselves and defend their villages. Like, this is indefensible on the Israeli side, and they were a minority of the population in the area. The only reason they had the weapons is because they illegally smuggled them there from the United States thanks to organized crime. And this is the ugly side that
them from the U.S. They smuggled them from Czechoslovakia. They absolutely did.
All right, if you want to know the plan that they're talking about, in November 1947, the United Nations voted a partition British mandate Palestine into two states. It was going to be a Jewish state, which was going to be 55% of the land. So Jews were about 1/3 of the population and owned less than 10% of the land, but they're about to be given 55% of it. Then they're going to get it. Then there's going to be an Arab state developed, which is only going to be 45% of the land. And Jerusalem would be an international city under the, United Nations control. And of course, the Jews, through the Jewish agencies, accepted the plan despite some reservations, and the Arabs outright rejected it.
Not bring them from the U.S. It came from Czechoslovakia, number one. Number two, we just have a total disagreement on the history. The violence was on both sides. Initially, a lot of the violence came from the Arab side in response to the Peel Commission. The huge Arab revolts and everything only intensified after the Peel Commission recommended a partition. And that's why the Brits cracked down on Jewish immigration to the mandatory area. I think in 39 or 40, they basically said they either severely limited it or they said no more. And that's why the Jews started to fight back from 40 to 44, where they started to do things that I think this culminated in the King David Hotel bombing or whatever. It was like one of the worst terror attacks attacks from the Jews to the Brits, and then the Brits just fucked off because they were like, "Fuck this is fucked."
Yeah, and
But,
they,
like, there
they
was
also
violence back and
assassinated
forth
another.
from both
They
sides.
assassinated a British British official as well.
Yeah,
When
that King David Hotel bombing, that was done by one of the, three terrorist groups. One of the three Jewish military terrorist groups or paramilitary terrorist groups that I was mentioning. Yeah, I mean, they literally did that bombing of the King David Hotel, or I forgot what was the name of it again, but I think it is the King David Hotel. Yeah, they did that bombing, and it was probably I think they said it was like one of the first terrorist attacks ever, and it was pretty damn bad. It was it was the King David Hotel. Man, I'll make sure.
They severely limited it, or they said no more, and that's why the Jews started to fight back from 40 to 44, where they started to do things that I think this culminated in the King David Hotel bombing or whatever. It was like one of the worst terror attacks from the Jews to the Brits, and then the Brits just fucked off because they were like, "Fuck this is fucked."
Yeah, and
But,
they also assassinated another. They assassinated a British British official as well when he tried to figure out a plan. The Israelis conducted massive acts of terrorism before they created their state.
Everybody was conducting acts of terrorism in Jerusalem. The Palestinians, I think, murdered the Jordanian king when he was in Jerusalem. I think at 48 or 49. So I mean, like, everybody was doing their terrorisms and fighting each other and blowing each other up back then. It wasn't like there was one peaceful side accepting everybody.
Well, here's the difference. Whenever Israelis conduct terrorism, no one cares. No one says anything. But when Arabs
What do you mean? Everybody cared back then. Hold on, that's absolutely not true. The curb on Israeli immigration was one of the biggest reasons why, or not on Israeli, on Jewish immigration, was one of the reasons why the Jews got so ass-pained in 1940.
Okay.
Was because the Brits, they felt it as a betrayal of their promise, plus there was the ongoing Holocaust, and there were ships being turned back full of Jews that weren't allowed to go to where they thought they previously had, as per the Balfour Declaration, the ability to send their Jewish people to. So the Brits absolutely
Americans,
down on that.
most people in the West and most Americans are completely unaware of who the Irgun is, who the Stern Gang is. They're completely unaware of these terrorists.
These are paramilitary groups that didn't exist past 48.
But,
Who cares?
but
What do you mean?
it rebranded its IDF, which is conducting terrorism right now as we speak. They
They
literally just
didn't rebrand into the IDF. They were disbanded, and then they were
they rebranded.
formal military.
Haggadah, Stern.
Actually, a lot of people in those terrorist groups, those Jewish terrorist groups, went on to be leaders in the Israeli government.
Combined and rebranded became the IDF.
The Haganah literally set fire to and laid siege to the Irgun when Menachem Begin came back into Israel from the Mediterranean.
He's a terrorist too.
That's fine, but Ben Gurion stood on the shore and he watched as the Haganah literally blew this ship up that they were coming to shore in and started arresting people from the Irgun because they didn't want to be associated with them when the state of Israel was formally properly made, and then the Haganah eventually reformed to the IDF. But they disavowed and they fought with a lot of more radical elements.
Yeah, of course, but
Stephen, Irgun and Lehi did join Haganah in the end.
Yeah, they did. They all joined.
They kind of did, but the Haganah was by far the larger.
You're taking one isolated incident.
It was like 20,000 plus strong, wasn't it? And the Irgun and the Lehi combined had wasn't it less than 2,000?
It's so funny. What's so crazy about this conversation is that we all know Destiny is a far leftist. We all know Myron's on the far right, but the positions are kind of switched because usually the pro-Palestine guys are on the left and the pro-Israel guys are on the right. So this is actually a pretty, I ain't gonna lie, pretty hilarious debate that they're having, in my eyes, considering their political stances and what they usually stand on.
1,000 or less than 1,000.
Regardless, the point I'm trying to make here, you're taking one isolated incident to try to dispute the fact that they all combined. They did combine. They're all terrorist organizations, and they rebranded to become the IDF. Yes,
the Irgun and the Lehi formed in response to Arab terrorism and Arab violence as well. That was the reason why these organizations formed, was because they felt, especially post 29 after the Hebron massacre, they felt like they were being attacked by Arab extremists constantly, and that's why these paramilitary organizations,
because they were stealing land.
Even formed initially.
They were stealing land. They were killing people.
They
were colonizing. Dude, it's. The reality is that the state of Israel was.
I remember doing some research into this, and I always said, if the Israelis would have just took Madagascar instead of Palestine, that'd have caused way less problems. But when you sit there and you go plant yourself in the Middle East with a bunch of people who don't like y'all, what do you think is going to happen? I always did say, what do we thought was going to happen back in the day in 1948? You didn't think this was going to blow up in our faces eventually? I'm just saying, it blew up in our face multiple times throughout the decades. But October 7th was one of the biggest breaking points. So every time I look into the history of Israel and Palestine, I always look at it and be like, well, damn, what do we expect? What do we think was going to happen? It was quite obvious what was about to happen. I'm mad that it happened. It hurts my heart that people die like that. But what do you expect?
created through the very terrorism that it tries to condemn every single day. But let me go into the 47 partition plan real quick, right? So, so European Jews started colonizing, obviously, for decades already. They banned Palestinians from land and labor markets. We talked about that earlier. They promoted exclusive Hebrew labor, evicted Palestinians from land and farms that were fruitful. This is why they had the right to reject this partition plan, because they had been kicking them out for before, since, like I talked about with the Appeal Commission. That's another reason why they rejected it. Also, the partition plan was, for which I think is 210 is what you're saying, 56% for under 33% of the population. So at the time, they wanted 56% of the land, but they were less than 1/3 of the population, right? That doesn't make sense. And they only owned, they only legally owned 6% of the land. Does that sound like a good deal to you if you're a Palestinian? You're gonna be like, hell no.
Legally owned, when you talk about legally owned,
what they purchased,
what they purchased, that the Arabs own the other 93%. That's just not true, right? You can't source that. There's no record of that, because that's absolutely not true. Number one. Number two, when you say that they were going to be given 56% of the land or whatever, the division, look at the ethnic division of who was to live on that split. It was going to be 55% Jews and 45% Arabs. Whereas on the Arab split of the land, it was like 99% Arabs. So yeah, there were a few percentage points more given to the quote unquote Jewish government there, but almost half that population was going to be ethnically Arab people. Number one. Number two, a huge chunk of that land was the entire Negev, which was like empty, dead land that nothing was even going on through. Anyway,
and that's what they wanted to give to the Palestinians. Thank you for saying that. The Negev desert was a part of what they were going to give.
Excuse me, look at Resolution 181. Look at the partition plan. What, the whole Negev was going, that was part of that 56%.
Oh, this guy's using AI and Google. Here, I can do that too.
What do you think? I studied this whole issue for a year.
Yeah, okay.
No, go look at the back. Go look at Resolution 181. Go look at the partition. All the whole Negev was going to the Jews. And look at the delineation between ethnicities that were living on both parts of the partition. You can see my type shit.
So here's the other thing too. Also, that's important, because you mentioned earlier that you said that the Arabs would live within amongst the Jews. Yeah, but they would have to be under their rule.
Which is correct.
Yeah, so they're the minority of the people, but they would be ruling everything. Why would they want?
Well, they wouldn't be ruling everything. They'd rule their partition, that they had 55% Jewish majority on and 45% Arab.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, I think it was like 16 districts or whatever, and 9 of them were Arab dominated, and I think only 1 was Israeli dominated, or Zionist dominated, Jewish dominated. Why would you want to go ahead and live amongst people and they rule you and they're the minority? Why?
Well,
why would you do that?
The majority in the state that would have been carved out for them.
Yeah, but why would you want Jews to run you as an Arab Muslim when they're the minority? Why?
I agree with you. You wouldn't want that, which is why my original claim is that
they're going to reject it.
My original claim is that Palestinians would have rejected everything. Correct. There's no amount of partition that they would have accepted. But that goes to my argument in saying that there was never a peace plan. Every deal to them was a bad deal.
No, but it's a.
I mean,
and that's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
the Israelis,
no, that's my position.
No.
Any deal with Jewish people.
No. The deal, every single deal that the Jews brought forward was bad because number one, it was done in bad faith. Number two, it was to extend the land. It was never done. Oh yeah, let's actually have some kind of peace or anything like that. And they always wanted the best land, the best fertilization areas,
was not the
waterways.
Land. The best land is the West Bank.
No. Well, we're going to get into the West Bank after this because the West Bank is that's later on. That's going to come into 1967.
They did not want the
we
best
haven't
land.
even got it. We haven't even got into the West Bank. The West Bank is actually even worse because we haven't even got it to 1967 yet. We're still on 1947. Yeah,
but the partition that you're talking about, the eastern part of the partition, would have been the west bank of the River Jordan. It was, but this land I think is way better. It's way more fertile, and it looks better and everything too, compared to the shit land that is the entirety of the Negev, which is nothing. I think it's still nothing. And then compared to you have your coastal regions, right, with Jaffa and Haifa and Kaffa and all that bullshit. I don't know.
Well, they wanted during the Appeal Commission, they were fighting to take that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. Like they always they always fought to get the best land, right? Most fertile land, and that's what a lot of this problem came from. And they were the minority.
Land that was fertile was only the land. It was only fertile because they had made it such.
No, that's not true. No, okay. It was. Why would if they were there first? If the Palestinians were there first?
I mean, dog, this ain't South Africa now. Come on.
And how would if the land was there? If they were there first and the land was fertile, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, they're going to want to take it and be like, "Oh, I want this land now."
Not fertile. That was the whole point of labor Zionism. It's why the first two aliyahs failed fucking miserably. The 1881 and the 1901, the first ones that came from the Eastern Russian Empire or whatever, is because the land sucked shit. There was nothing there. Most of the people that came just fucking up and left afterwards because it was so bullshit. It wasn't until they had a ton of financial funding.
It wasn't until they started stealing land.
They didn't
precisely
steal land. The land sucked shit. The land, they were not exporting a lot of shit. The Peel Commission found this. Every early white paper found this. They were subsistence farmers that lived throughout all of Palestine.
And that's
they
fine.
just made enough for their family. That's it. They weren't exporting crops to anybody else.
But the point I'm trying to make is, it wasn't until they started stealing land that proves my point even more with the Aliyah, with them coming in the 1800s.
Anything about them stealing land? They haven't. They bought it. They purchased land.
So all these massacres, all these paramilitary organizations just existed for no reason. The Ergun Stern gang,
paramilitary
they were just hanging
organizations,
out. They were just
they
hanging
came
out
in response to Arab violence. And understandably, the Arabs started to fight against the Jews that were buying land and moving there. But that's where the Lehi and the Ergun formed. It was in response to a lot of these Arab attacks.
Destiny, I told you already. By 1947, the Zionists had only owned.
1947 is really far away.
Yeah, no. But I'm saying by 1940, because you have to work it back. If the Zionists only owned 6% of the land where they purchased it, they actually owned it, it's theirs. In 1947, how would they own any land prior to that legally? They had even less. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, but how much land do you think the Arabs owned?
It's theirs.
It's not
They're
theirs.
the
It's the
indigenous
Brits.
people.
It's literally
It's
Brits.
theirs.
They're not indigenous. Why do you keep
The
saying
Brits,
that?
the Brits, because number one, Palestinians, their blood ties to land. The Zionists don't. They're from Eastern Europe. They're from Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, Romania, etc.
I don't even know if that's where most by the 40s were.
Most Jews are Ashkenazi, bro. Most Jews are Ashkenazi,
from the West. Well,
which means they're from Eastern Europe.
Then I think most. I'm not 100% sure if that's true. By the
most
time
Israelis are
47, 48 rolls
Ashkenazis, and most of these colonists back then were Ashkenazi. Sure. They have no ties to the land, so they lose automatically. If we're going to be honest,
lose automatically.
I mean, allegedly, that's why they don't do blood testing of the remains under under Jerusalem, because they said if you do blood testing there, you'll pretty much find out that majority of the people in Israel don't really have no blood ties to Palestine or the Holy Land, but allegedly.
The only reason the people there are Arab Palestinians are because of the caliphates, because of the Muslim conquest prior to that, right? If you want to go all the way back to the Kingdom of Israel and shit, right? The Canaanites or whatever, these are people with Jewish blood that can be traced through whatever bullshit, through going to different parts of the world and then eventually coming back. But the historical arguments are a loose argument. But if you want to do the historical arguments, the Palestinians
you're going to go off theology. You're going to have to go off theology if you're going to use the historical. If you're going to use the historical stuff, because
whoa, how Arab are you, bro? Are you one of those people that don't believe that that the Kingdom of Israel was fake, or that the Second Temple was like a meme and didn't really exist?
No, it's not that the Kingdom of Israel was fake. Is that I don't believe that the people in the Kingdom of Israel were the same skin color as the Ashkenazi Jews. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that these guys are white in the Middle East, my dog. So that's it. We're not saying that the Kingdom of Jerusalem didn't exist. We're just saying that the people there wasn't descendants of, the guys who are claiming to be Jews or claiming to be descendants of those people. Honestly, that's what he's saying. Not me, but that's what a lot of people, that's what Myron's pretty much saying.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is they, we're the chosen people. This is our land.
No, not chosen people. Jewish people lived in Jerusalem before any, Muslim conquestors showed up. Before the Arab, before Islam even existed.
Sure. But are those the same Jews that came back and colonized them? No, they're not. They're not.
Myron, how do you define a Jew?
Well, there's many of them. There's Sephardic Jews, there's Ashkenazi Jews, there's Mizrahi Jews. There's all different types. But the colonizers that came in the early 1900s, those were definitely not the Jews of past that they're talking about. This is our land.
They're Jews, and then they're all the descendants of the Jews from before.
No, because they're diaspora people from all over the place. But then they go ahead and say, this is our land. No, there are diaspora people that really can't be tied to any specific region because they've been all over the place. They've been expelled for so many places. So that's the reality. Maybe the Mizrahi Jews would have
diaspora. What does diaspora mean? Diaspora from where?
They're from all over. But what I'm trying
where do they come from initially? Do you think the Jewish religion randomly sprung up in different places all around the world?
See, that's the problem. It's not just a religion. They're an ethnicity too.
But if it's an ethnicity, then that's an even stronger. Yeah, I agree with you. But was it an ethnicity that randomly sprung up all around the world, or where did it originate from?
Let me make this nice and simple for you. The colonial Zionists that came in are not the same Jews that you're talking about from thousands of years ago that had ties to lands. They're not the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're not.
Come on now.
I think that's a highly contentious point.
That's fine. We can move on to the other stuff because now we're going to get into all the lore and everything else like that. The purpose of the argument is simply,
that's why I hit that off with allegedly or reportedly. Come on now.
Who has been a bigger obstacle to peace? I argue it's the Zionists, aka the Israelis, because the Israelis have done far more to sabotage peace talks, and or when they do the peace talks, they negotiate in bad faith, where they're like, okay, we're going to give you this, Palestinians, but the reality is there's no real right to self-determination. There's no right of return. They're taking the best land. They're using force. They're killing them.
On that, what would the Palestinians have accepted in 47?
In 40, I mean, not 50, not the Zionists taking 56% of the land.
What would they have accepted?
That's a good question.
The answer is nothing. They wouldn't have accepted any.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that.
I do know that. Of course they would.
You don't know that.
Come on, you can't say
don't know that. Like, what we do know is that the deal that they presented was not good. 56% for less than 1/3 of the population. That doesn't make sense. No one in their mind would take
56%?
that.
The majority of that was the Negev. It was an empty bullshit desert. Most of the good land.
We're stuck on the point of what, like, who's the obstacle to peace. Maron, you mentioned before,
yes,
that from the Palestinian perspective, these Jews came in, they were the colonizers, they took over the land, and if they took even 10%, even if they took one bedroom of the house, they'll still say no. So at what point? So would they have let any Jews take any land and created a state in Palestine?
Well, to be honest, by them coming in and colonizing, the whole Zionist project in itself is a detriment to peace, because you're violating another group of people's sovereignty. You're killing them. You're taking their land. So the reality is, if we're going to be all the way honest here, the Zionists are wrong in every single way. It's not their land.
Okay, so then I think that, yeah. So I mean, I feel like that's basically my argument, that there's nothing acceptable for the Palestinians.
I mean, for them to even negotiate, what I'm saying is, for them to even,
the only thing would have been acceptable is to take that deal and then switch it around. You'd have to give the Palestinians about 55% of the land and give the Jews 45%, and maybe they'd accept that. But Lord knows, I mean, Israel wasn't going for that.
Negotiate with them, right? They don't even. I would argue they don't even need to negotiate with them, because these guys are colonizers coming in, killing you, etc. The Israelis have been the aggressors, and we can work our way backwards. We can work our forwards. The 1967 war, whatever.
I don't even agree. But that's not even necessarily an agreeable point, because the Arabs, the country collapsed. It was one of the empires that was wiped off the map after World War I. The Ottoman Empire completely collapsed, and then the land was owned at that point by the Brits. If the Brits wanted to, they could have just had that as part of their country and called it Britain too, and moved in whoever they wanted there. No,
the Brits were there basically, managing it, but they did not want to hold on to it. Obviously, they were weakened after the wars.
Sure, but it was the British.
They needed to get the hell out of there.
The British were the ones were allowed to do what they wanted with it. No, because they won it in war, right?
I think they were just there trying to facilitate some type of force to come in and take it over.
They were doing. I'm saying they won it in war, the same way that the prior caliphates had won land in war, right? They expanded and shrunk in size based on what they were able to conquer. The Brits defeated the Brits on the winning side in World War I. The Ottoman Empire was one of the great empires that collapsed, and the land was the Brits to do what they wanted with it, right?
Yeah, but they didn't want it. They wanted to get rid of it.
They wanted it. I'm saying it was theirs to do what they wanted. Part of what they did with it was, you brought up the Balfour Declaration, is they had made a promise to the Jewish people who, agreed to help in whatever way they could in World War I. They made a promise to them that they would allow there to be some homeland or safe haven for the Jewish people. I don't remember the fucking words or whatever, but that there would be some safe haven or some land for the Jewish people in the Middle East. That was a promise that the Brits had made to the Jews, so the Jews felt like they could rely on that promise. The Arabs lost that war. The Ottoman Empire collapsed. They didn't have a country in the Middle East that was like their country. It was the Brits to basically divide up as they saw fit.
All right, we'll go to 1967. It's fine, and we'll just kind of work our way, right?
So wait a second, Maron, at what point would the Arabs ever have, or the Palestinians ever have accepted peace or accepted a Jewish state?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask them, but what I'm saying is that every single deal that was proposed by the Israelis was either A, done in bad faith, B, not fair whatsoever, despite them being a minority, and them using force, etc. Like, nothing was ever actually worth signing or not worth agreeing to. Like, I don't think anyone with half a brain would have agreed to it. Even Israeli negotiators later on, when asked, hey, yeah, I wouldn't have agreed to that deal either. Like, whether it's the Oslo Accords, the 1967 UN Security Council 242, the Abraham Accords, the Camp David Accords, which didn't even involve the Palestinians whatsoever. I would argue the Abraham Accords in 2020 with Trump actually led to October 7th. And then we could fast forward all the way until last month or a couple weeks ago, where they bombed Qatar during the middle of negotiations. The reality is the Israelis sabotage every single peace deal, and then they lie and say, oh no, the Palestinians don't want peace. When in reality, you got people like Benjamin Netanyahu. The closest we ever came was maybe the Oslo Accords, I would argue. Maybe that came the closest. But what did they do? They assassinated Yitzhak Rabin. Who did it? Someone from the Likud party.
Who's they?
The Israelis. Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a member of the Likud party.
By a radical Zionist.
Yes.
By radical extremists.
That's precisely my point. And then who came into power after Yitzhak Rabin? Benjamin Netanyahu. Because even though Yitzhak Rabin didn't forfeit anything, he barely gave them anything. He just basically gave them the PLO, which was a scam in itself. Oh yeah, you could the PLO. We're going to give you the Palestinian Authority, right? Which basically
stop. We're going way too far.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that I disagree with.
Yeah, but like I'm just trying to
explain. You want to point out the fact that Rabin was murdered by an ultra radical Zionist. That's fine, sure. But Sadat was also assassinated as well, and Arafat felt like he would have been assassinated if he ever made any peace with Israel.
So that doesn't matter. The Camp David Accords in 1978 are a joke. They didn't even involve They didn't even involve the Palestinians in it whatsoever. That was a peace deal.
Palestinians. It was a peace deal between Egypt and Israel.
Yeah, no, but it's used all the time as like, oh yeah, us negotiating peace. But the reality was just an agreement between the Egyptians and the Israelis to facilitate, get the Sinai Peninsula back, etc. Make a deal with
it was a massive undertaking. It was the first peace deal between Jews and Arabs ever, right?
Yeah, but people market it as if it was a deal that benefited the Palestinians. It only hurt the Palestinians. It didn't help them whatsoever.
I don't know who markets it that way. It doesn't benefit
all the time.
The
Zionists say it all the time. Oh yeah, they've dropped every single peace deal that we've given them, and they mentioned the Camp David Accords.
Wait. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. No worries.
No, so if I could just continue, if he's not here. I mean, the title of the debate is "Who is a big obstacle to peace?" And what you're saying is that you're not sure if the Palestinians, anything that the Zionists presented, the Palestinians wouldn't have accepted because the Zionists were doing it in bad faith.
Yes.
But you can't name anything that the Palestinians would have accepted. So are you saying both of them?
Well, here's the thing. I am not Yasser Arafat. I am not one of the main I don't know what they would have accepted, but what they wanted was obviously the right of return. Let's be honest, they're probably not going to get that, but they wanted some type of sovereignty, right? They wanted a Palestinian state independent, and the Israelis never gave them that ever. That's all they wanted was, hey, look, we're going to figure something out, even though these deals that you guys keep giving us are bullshit, whether we're not even invited to the table or we're not getting any type of sovereignty, we're not getting any type of right to determination. They might get autonomy, but it's always bullshit autonomy. Like for example, with the 93 Oslo Accords, right? What basically happened was, oh, we'll go ahead and give you guys the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority was nothing more than a Shin Bet frontman and IDF frontman. They would go ahead and just basically give information to the Israelis. And it's funny how we know that this is real. The Israelis don't even hide from it and admit that, oh yeah, a lot of these Palestinian groups, especially the Palestinian Authority, work for us secretly. Like even in their TV shows, they admit that the PA basically works for them, giving them information to subvert any type of situations that the Palestinians have. Yeah, okay, that's fine. He was asking me to explain different things. But yes, bro, basically recognize the Palestinian state, giving them the right to self-determination, which the Israelis will never give them. And they've never given them.
Isn't that what happened on 48? That's what was on option.
No, it wasn't. No, that was not an option. That was not an option. That was not an option. The Israelis still had the majority, even the majority of the land, despite being the minority, and they were ruling, and even the Palestinians that lived in their territory, they would have the authority over them. So the thing with the Israelis is this: they negotiate in bad faith, and then they always ensure that they have the monopoly of force. They have the monopoly on airspace. They have the monopoly on resources, and that is how they always negotiate. And then when the Palestinians say, no, we don't want this, they get into a war. But why would they accept anything where they don't have any type of right to determine a self-right determination?
Wait, they would have had every right ever in 47 if they would have accepted the partition.
No, they
would have had their own country. Yeah, they would have had their own country. What do you mean?
Their own country, but the Israelis rule everything? No, dude. No, they wouldn't.
Wait. The Israelis wouldn't have ruled everything. They would have ruled their part that they had, and then the Arabs would have ruled their part.
No, because the Zionists had the majority of the land.
But it doesn't. But that's their state. The other land would be given to the Arabs for their state.
And again, two states. Like I told you before, who was running things?
Wait. They would have bbeen two separate states. That was the whole point of the partition. That's what partition means.
Okay.
To divide.
Let's be clear about this. Okay, I said this before. I'll say it again. Back then, who was the head of the Zionist party? It was Ben-Gurion, right? So we know since 1937, he had been planning to steal all the land. He had been saying this and writing these.
I'm just saying that if they would have accepted partition 181, it would have been a Jewish state and it would have been an Arab state.
That would have never happened. That would have never happened because Ben-Gurion his intention was never to have a two-state.
You have no proof of that.
He
There's
wrote
no way
letters to
I
his
can't prove
son.
the counter. I
He
can't prove
wrote
the counterfactual.
He wrote
Yeah, they
letters
wrote
to
that
his
they,
son.
they wrote that they hope that the Jewish state would expand and everything. That's fine, but that's like tons of people write letters and plans for hopes for a lot of different things. We can't look at a letter written in 36, 37 and say, oh, he would have betrayed this deal, unless you can show me a bunch of other deals that Israel like betrayed against Arabs. But it's hard to find those because Arabs never make the fucking deals.
The first prime minister of Israel, Ben Gurion, admitted himself, we are going to feign diplomacy. We're going to pretend like we want to make peace, and we are going to take all the land. It's in his letters. You want me to pull it up? I could pull it up. It's in his letters, dude, where he's writing it to his son. We are going to take all the land, and we are going to. You know, I think I wrote down the exact quote he wrote. Let me find this for you.
I feel like the letter, the thing was like a stepping stone into a future Israeli home or something.
No, it was a stepping stone for them to take all the land. They never were negotiating. Okay, here we okay, we will abolish the partition of the country, and we will expand to the whole land of Israel. He wrote that to his son, and he admitted that the Peel Commission was simply to get their foot in the door to get legitimacy. Once they got that legitimacy, they will slowly start to take land, and then the numbers prove it, bro. 20% in the Peel Commission, 56% in the 1947 partition plan. Then in 1967, they wrote, "Oh yeah, we're gonna leave these territories." They haven't left them since, because they ambiguously wrote the 242 charter, which they didn't write when they said the territory. So that allowed it for ambiguity, and they used that fucking word salad to their advantage, and they've held those territories since.
Stephen,
I can't fight against the counterfactual. The reality is there might be some truth to this. I think I'm quoting Shlomo Ben-Ami here. The Arabs never missed an opportunity, didn't miss an opportunity, or maybe that was about the Jews. Both sides seem to do it. The reality is it's impossible for me to prove that the Jews would have betrayed some type of deal with the Arabs.
Shlomo Ben-Ami, you want to know what's funny? You mentioned Shlomo Ben-Ami.
Wait, let me just finish the thing. There's no way that I could prove the counterfactual there, because Arabs never accepted a deal ever. There's nothing that you could even point to for the Jews backstabbing a deal, because the Arabs never accepted
They accepted the Oslo Accords.
That's that's like 50 years later. That's a way different thing.
Okay,
I'm just saying that we're making this accusation that they're negotiating in bad faith and all this, but the reality is this is not true. They would have accepted any deal because Ben Gurion was obsessed with winning some kind of favor with the West, especially with France and Britain at the time, because the U.S. wasn't quite seen as like the big boy quite yet. But the idea that they would have accepted something from the UN and then they would have just instantly backstabbed the Arabs, they would have lost the support from anybody in the world. They would have been completely isolated, and they probably would have gotten crushed by everybody. So but there's no way for me to disprove.
They had a nuclear bomb.
Prove this.
They had no. Then
not
they had
in 48, not in 47.
No. I'm talking about. I'm moving forward to the 60s now.
Well, yeah, but we were still arguing at 48. I'm just saying that this division, that Palestinian partition plan, if it would have been accepted, the Arabs would have had a state and Jews would have had a state. Well, the idea that Jews would have conquered it and taken it over, there's just no way that you can prove that. There's no way that I can disprove your counterfactual.
I told you his personal letters that he wrote to his son. The plan was never to actually do a two-state solution. It was never to have any type of situation with they wanted the Arabs gone. That was the plan from the beginning. Why do you think they aggressively fought to get the nuclear bomb? Why?
Because they felt like they didn't have any allies in the West, and they were worried that they wouldn't be able to defend themselves from surrounding Arab countries.
No, because they never wanted to have peace with anybody. Ever.
But then why would they make peace with Israel and make peace with Jordan after they had the nuclear bomb? That doesn't make any sense at all.
No. They only made peace with Jordan and Egypt because we basically facilitated that, and we give Jordan and Egypt a bunch of aid to do so.
Wait, but why? But if they didn't want to have peace with anyone, why would they make peace with them if they got the nuclear? You just said they got the nuclear bomb, so they wouldn't have to make peace with anybody. But they got a nuclear bomb, and then afterwards they made peace with everyone.
Because here's the thing:
exactly the opposite.
And that's another argument I was going to make. Actually, them procuring the nuclear bomb and doing it illegally, by the way, while being involved in killing a U.S. president, stealing their uranium, the whole Apollo affair. This is true.
But again, I'm just saying that you just said that they got the nuclear bomb, so they wouldn't have to make peace with anybody. But they got the nuclear bomb and then made peace with everybody afterwards.
Okay,
as much as they could.
No. They only made peace with the Egyptians and the Jordanians for tactical reasons, because the United States didn't want to have to always constantly watch their back with the borders. Because obviously from a strategic standpoint, the United States says, look, Egypt and Jordan, we're going to give you guys a lot of money, play nice with Israel, because it would cost us more to help Israel with their defense with two countries right on their border fighting them. Obviously, Lebanon didn't bite into this, and they said, screw you guys, we're going to keep fighting you guys. But the reality is, Egypt and Jordan only play nice because we give them a lot of money. They're number 2 and 3 and 4 and 8.
It was also in everybody's best interest to have peace between them, so they wouldn't be fighting each other anymore, right? Like, it was in Israel's interest, it was in Egypt's interest, and it was in Jordan's interest.
Yeah, but again, again, this comes back to us. I could go all day with how Israel is not a peace broker whatsoever. They start all the wars in the Middle East, whether it's them getting the nuclear bomb, which created the nuclear bomb arms race.
Wait, no, we didn't created the nuclear bomb arms race. What do you mean?
Yes.
Everybody around the world was getting nuclear bombs when Israel got. Who do you think they did most of their research with? It was with fucking South Africa.
In the Middle East.
Everybody around the world.
I'm talking about they started a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. And then on top of that, right? On top of that, they illegally.
Who was the first one to start the war in 47?
What, with the Arabs?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
The Arabs started that. The Palestinians started the war in 47.
Yes.
Okay. And then in 48, when Israel declared the War of Independence after they won the civil war against the Palestinians, who started a war at that point in 48?
I told you, yeah, the Arabs started the war.
The Arabs.
Because they rejected the partition plan, which was obviously was not fair to them whatsoever.
Okay, so the idea that Israel...
the constant pattern with Israel and Palestine, or the Palestinians, is that they try to come to some type of peace agreement or a ceasefire or whatever. It falls apart, and then they go right back to war. Every time it happens, every time the Palestinians come front or the Israelis kind of feign diplomacy and they say, all right, we're about to come to a peace deal, give them something completely unfair, they reject it, and then the Palestinians attack.
Started all the wars doesn't seem to hold much. Who started the war? Who started Yom Kippur in 73?
Okay, so they started the 67 war. Right? They started. They did start the 67 war.
I don't think I. No,
that's
I would
a fact.
say that.
That's how they won. They snuck attacked the Egyptians. That's how they won. And then with
why
Yom
did
Kippur,
they start that war? Why did they start that war?
Well, they claim that the Egyptians were going to invade them. Is what they claimed.
Why did they say that though? Because Nasser had literally ejected all of the UN peacekeeping forces out of the Sinai and started to deploy troops across the Sinai to show the rest of the Middle East of how big and bad he was.
Israeli intelligence, yes. Israeli intelligence said that.
No, not Israeli intelligence. That's what happened. UN peacekeeping forces were ejected from that region, and this whole region and the occupation of this and the closure of the fucking Strait of Tiran was the whole reason why they had just had a war 10 years earlier.
When I said that they start the wars, I was referring to the Middle Eastern wars of modern day society with the war on terrorism. I'm talking about that. I'm saying that's what I was referring to. Look, we could go back in time because we're jumping all over here. We're talking about 47, then we moved on to 67. I told you why in 67 they did not they didn't want to accept it. So
wait a second. Let's just. You're right. We're jumping around.
Yeah.
Marin,
we go to the war on terror next, and then obviously the nuclear bomb and all that other stuff because other thing that no one talks about with 67 is that obviously after the Suez Canal crisis, Israel went and worked and got the nuclear bomb, and that created a bunch of problems as well.
Okay, so before we go on, what do you want to do? Do you want to stick on 48 or do you want to go to 67?
I think we're not going to agree on the because he thinks that the partition plan would have gotten them a state. I'm like, we don't know that. I just think that
that was what the partition plan was about. To be clear, that's what it was about. You say that there would have been a greater conspiracy to backstab the state afterwards.
100%. Ben Gurion admitted this.
I can't fight. No, he didn't. And I can't do a counterfactual here.
Then we're an impasse there. My thing is, even if they had agreed to the 47, even though the rules were even though the deal was not to the favor of the Palestinians whatsoever, again, we're talking about less than 33% of the population wanting 56% of the land. They'd have Palestinians within their people, but they would be basically ruling them and they would have all the fertile land. I wouldn't accept that either if I was a Palestinian. And then on top of that, they were killing them and destroying them, and they had a whole bunch of these paramilitary organizations running all around. Why would they go ahead and agree to that partition plan? And then obviously a war ensued, rightfully so. They lost the war though, which is an L for them. But the reality is we don't know how it would have went. But what my argument is, Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Zionist movement, admitted since 1937 that it was never about actually having a two-state solution. It was about taking everything over. And then if you look at the Peel Commission, he wanted 20%. Then you go to the partition plan, they wanted 56%. It only makes sense logically that they were asking for more land, and the leader said he never wanted a two-state solution. So I don't believe that the 47 partition plan would have led to a two-state solution. That's my position there. We can go to 67 though.
Sure. That can be your position there. The reality is the Jews, nobody was happy with the partition plan when it was first suggested. The Arabs weren't happy.
Sure.
They intensified their civil war. The Jews weren't happy because they felt like they barely had any land, whatsoever. And part of Ben Gurion as a politician, part of his way to sell this, because that quote, I think, comes from like a Jewish council meeting. Part of the way that he sold this to his people was basically like, hey, listen, right? It sucks right now, but we'll expand in the future. It'll be better in the future. This is a politician selling political words in order to get the Jewish people on board with accepting the partition plan. Now, you can make the argument maybe in the future that they would have engaged in some kind of offensive war to take territory, but I would argue that future behavior in wars seems to betray that. Even in 67, which we can go to, they begged the Jordanian king not to invade. They said, "Don't do this, don't attack us from the West Bank. It's not going to be good." And he did it anyway. And then that's how Jordan ended up losing their occupation of the West Bank to Israel. So I mean, like, we can say that Israel would have kept pushing for more land. Maybe they would have, but unfortunately, it's part of my argument. It's impossible to ever know that because Arabs never agreed to any deal ever with regards to Israel, which also gave Jews basically infinite, ability to continue to fight and take what they wanted, essentially.
Well, I think the Oslo Accords is where we'll get to that thing where there was something on the table there, and we can address that next. But I think the partition plan and the Peel Commission were BS, and we can kind of get it. We get into 1967 now, why they rejected. I'll give you my position.
Can I ask you a question before we move on to 1967?
Yeah, sure.
I could just ask you a question. 1948. You said the reason why you can't trust David Ben Gurion is because he wrote those letters to his son.
Yes.
You also mentioned about Menachem Begin, that he was a terrorist. He's the one that managed to do a peace deal with Egypt later on, quite a few years later on. So if someone had one mindset at one point, could they not have changed it and start doing peace like Menachem Begin did?
Yeah, the only reason Menachem Begin did the deal with the Egyptians is because, again, the United States was involved, and the United States was like, look, you guys need to do some kind of peace with your neighbors because we don't want to foot the bill for all of your wars and all your conflicts. It was a strategic move by the United States to get the Egyptians to work with the Israelis.
Okay, I mean, I guess we might as well.
It didn't involve Palestine whatsoever. Yeah. The Camp David Accords was a scam. It had nothing to do with the Palestinians. It was and it's funny because Zionists always use that.
It's not a scam. It wasn't supposed to have anything to do with the Palestinians.
But
it had to do with the.
But it's Egypt marketed. I get Destiny. Me and you get that, right? Because we understand this stuff. I'm telling you that other people all the time when I listen to Zionists argue, they use the Camp David Accords as an example of Palestinians not accepting peace. They use it all the time. You don't, because you guys get it.
Wait. Are you sure you're not mixing up with the Camp David Summit?
The 78 Accords. I'm talking about the 78 Accords.
Yeah, but if there was also the 2000 Camp David Summit.
We'll talk about that. Yes, we'll talk about that too.
Okay.
That was BS as well.
Okay.
Okay, should we move on to the 6-day war?
Sure. Yeah. So with 67, right? So just so I can I'm just going to kind of summarize my thing. So with the Peel Commission, right? We had the issues where you had hostile colonizers in there with their labor unions pushing out Palestinians, taking their land, etc. Even though Destiny feels like it's not their land, that's fine. But I'm giving their perspective, right? So Ben Gurion enters into the Peel Commission in 1937 saying, look, we're going to go ahead and enter this with the perspective of we are going to be legitimizing because we are negotiating with these individuals, even though we're colonizer invaders, and that's going to make us look legit. And then we're going to ask for 20%, which is what the Peel Commission wanted, even though they wanted the fertile land. And when he used private letters to his son, the plan all along was always to take the land fully. Then with the 1947 partition plan, they wanted, even though they were less than 1/3 of the population, they only owned 6% of the land. They wanted 56% of the land. Obviously, the Palestinians didn't agree to that either, and that ensued with a war later on because obviously they had the Irgun, Haganah, Stern Gang, etc. These gangs had been killing and destroying multiple villages all across, leading up to that partition plan. And obviously, they declared after in 1948 they declared their independence.
Real quick, I'm putting it on speaker. I can still hear you. I'm just gonna run.
No problem. I'm recapping anyway, so you're good. And then May 15, 1948, obviously they went ahead and they were able to create their state, and that it created a war, right? Now we're gonna get into and again, even though people say the partition plan would have given them a state, I don't believe that because based off of the behavior by Ben Gurion, right, where he started with 20, then he went to 56% despite being the minority. And we had those letters, we know for a fact that the goal was never to actually have peace. It was to take the land fully from the beginning. So that is my reasoning. Now, let's get into 1967. Obviously, this was passed after the 6-day war, where they lost and they started this whole concept of land for peace, right? That's what leads into the 1978 situation. So here's the biggest problem with this resolution. It was not specific about which territories the Israelis would withdraw from. It was not specific. It just said they'll withdraw from territories. And then withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. That's what it said. That's not descriptive whatsoever and where they would withdraw.
What are you reading from? Are you reading what an Israeli proposal?
That's actually from the English 1967 U.S. Security Council. It says withdrawal of...
What he's reading from is this is Resolution 242 that commits people to creating some kind of place maybe for the Palestinians withdrawing from occupied territories.
the one which with the word "the" wasn't involved.
Yes, and that's very
There's
important.
a debate over it because the French version of this didn't include it and the English version didn't, or whatever. And so people argue
And the
over what this
Israelis
meant or
and the Israelis ran with the French or the English version that didn't specify which territories. This is very important. And then one of the people that wrote this, Lord Garridon from the UK, admitted that they didn't put the there on purpose. So I mean that shows that there was never really an intent. And at this point, just so you know, when 1967, this is when they had the most land. This when they were one of the most powerful. This is why they pursued the nuclear bomb right after this. So there was never an intention to actually come to any type of deal. The goal was to prolong for a period of time, control the territories, get the nuclear bomb. Once you get the nuclear bomb, people can't do shit to you. And they were able to do this later on with the Yom Kippur War. That's what saved them in the Yom Kippur War was the nuclear bomb. So even if it meant
that didn't save them in Yom Kippur at all. What saved them was the fact that America started to replace hardcore all of their losses, I think, on day 3 into the war.
But why did we come in and save them? Destiny, why did we come in and save them in 73 then?
I mean, because they were our ally there during the Cold War, is we were interested in, because the Soviets were supporting the other side, and we were interested in having a foothold there on the Israeli side, and Israel was kind of like the U.S. entry point into the Middle East.
No, I'll tell you why. Because the PM, Golda Meir, called Nixon and said, if you don't go ahead and give us this airdrop and you don't support us, we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on these guys. And obviously after World War II, no one wanted to see a nuclear bomb dropped again. The Israelis telegraphed this, and Soviet satellites saw it. That's how they knew that they were going to drop a nuclear bomb on them. The only reason they survived the Yom Kippur War, because they were losing, because they got a sneak attack back on them and got a taste of their own medicine. The only reason they didn't lose is because of American support and the fact that Golda Meir literally blackmailed Nixon with the nuclear bomb. They were going to drop the nuclear bomb, and that's why they're safe to this day.
I don't
100% true.
Historical thing that would support
100% true. That's not even a part of my argument here. But once again, I'm just saying this to explain that all of this was posturing so that they could get the nuclear bomb. Now we can go ahead and have a debate whether, they're involved in killing JFK or whatever. That's fine. We don't have to even have that debate. But what I will say is this: JFK actively fought against the Israelis getting a nuclear bomb. Everyone in his administration was told about this. I think it was Eisenhower, that was before Kennedy, and they warned him that they were trying to get a nuclear bomb. And if they get a nuclear bomb, it's going to set off a chain reaction in the Middle East. And the Israelis, when it got the nuclear bomb, Ben Gurion stalled for months with Kennedy.
How many bombs did they even have made at that point? Like one?
They had a few. They had a few at that point.
What would the chain reaction even be?
Well, if you get a nuclear bomb, everyone else in the regions want to get a nuclear bomb. That's going to create a problem for the United States. That was Kennedy's biggest fear, was creating a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. That's why he told Ben Gurion, we need nuclear inspections. And Ben Gurion lied to him for several.
Wait, I don't understand. If we were trying to avoid that, Israel got a nuke though. So it seems like that wouldn't the better thing have just been to let them get destroyed by the Arab states?
No, they stole the nuclear stuff from us, is what I'm trying to explain. They stole it from us.
Most of their testing was with South Africa.
Yeah, but they got the material from us. They stole it from us. This was all documented in the Apollo affair.
I don't remember if this was from Russia or from France, maybe. But regardless, I just don't like. Do you not think that the United States had an interest in seeing, some kind of Western-friendly state existing in the Middle East, considering the Soviets were backing?
No. Surprisingly.
Egypt.
Oh, and a lot of people don't know this.
Wait, no. You think we had no interest? All the stuff in Afghanistan, the Soviet invasion there, we had no interest in anything in the Middle East?
I'll explain. No, we did. But Kennedy wanted to have peace with the Arabs. He did not want to go ahead and just arm the Israelis and give them a bunch of weapons.
How can you have peace with the Arabs? They were backed by the Soviets completely, bought and paid for. There's no way they would have just agreed to peace with the United States. It doesn't make any sense.
Here's the thing. He wanted to get influence with them to take them from the Soviets. That was the goal the whole time. And then obviously with the Israelis doing what they were doing, that put him in a very precarious situation because he was trying.
Gotten influence with the Middle East when they were already bought and paid for by the Soviets.
The Middle East,
they got a lot of their armor from. That's where they got a lot of their intelligence support from.
The Middle East always plays both sides, bro. Me and you both know this. Saudi Arabia does this right there. One end they're like, oh yeah, we love America. Other end they're buying weapons from Russia and China. Like this is what the Middle East does. They've always done this. But Kennedy wanted to vie for that support in the Middle East, and he did understand the Palestinian plight. He was never really a fan of Ben Gurion and the state of Israel. Obviously, a lot of people don't know this because they had private letters going back and forth fighting with each other. But it's a known fact that Kennedy had been fighting with Ben Gurion and the Israelis to stop their nuclear program for years. Some people allege that's the reason that got him killed. I won't go into conspiracy theories, but what the fact is that was absolutely a big point with the Kennedy administration. And his brother, RFK, was trying to get the Zionist Council to register under FARA. This all created a lot of issues with them. And then Nixon knew this. But then they ended up getting
okay, one thing, I don't think anything of this is true, and I don't even know how we could begin to source any of these things. But like, let's just to like focus on
everything I said is true. You can look it up.
On the 6 Day, while we're on the 6 Day War.
Yeah, we're on the 6 Day War. So going back to the 6 Day War, right? So what I was saying was basically, so the resolution wasn't specific about the territories, right? It was withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. Versus the French version did say the territories, right? The Lord Caradon from the UK admitted that there was a lack of the, and they did this on purpose. Israel put loopholes like this in charters all the time for decades. Joel Singer, an Israeli legal advisor, admitted to this as well, that they purposely left out the.
Okay, why?
Can I just finish
up
real quick?
Well, why are you bringing up 242 here? We're just trying to. What is the?
No, we're talking about 67 now. We're off 47.
No. But when you're bringing up the territories, this is the wording that was used for Resolution 242 that came at the end of the 6 Day War. But this wording is only brought up when people are attacking the idea that Israel fulfilled their obligations to Resolution 242 in 79 when they made peace with Israel, because Israel said that its obligations had been fulfilled because they had returned Sinai, which was a conquered territory, it was an occupied territory. That's why people bring up this, theoretically, this difference in wording or the lack of the word the in the English version versus the French version for Resolution 242. So I don't know why 242 is relevant here for 67.
Yeah, it's well, I'm referring to it with the Palestinians, and I'm saying that it's relevant because they purposely wrote it this way so that they can go ahead and get a whole bunch of shit done in the meantime, and not actually push towards some type of real resolution to buy themselves time. And then also, what else here? Oh yeah, and also another big thing with the.
Wait, I don't understand. Hold on, wait. In 67, Jordan pushed through the West Bank through Jerusalem to go into Israel after Israel bombed Egypt, right?
You're saying after the 6 Day War, the Israelis won the 6 Day War.
I'm saying that was it June 6th? I don't remember. June 2nd?
Yeah, it was June. Yeah, it was like June 6th. Yeah, June 4th, June 6th.
Israel bombed the Egyptian airports.
Yep.
And then Nasser communicated to King Hussein that the airplanes that were flying back to Israel, they were actually his planes, his bombers. And then the Jordanian king readied his army to invade Israel. I want to say Moshe Dayan, I think, was the Minister of War at whatever this point, was communicating with the king and saying, hey, don't do this, don't invade us. And he said, I think the quote is, the die has been cast. And then they invade, and then Jordan loses that invasion miserably, and that's when Israel conquers the West Bank. That was in response to Jordan attempting to invade, okay? So then they get the West Bank there from Jordan. They get the Gaza Strip, I guess, in the Sinai from Egypt during that. And then I think they get
East Jerusalem from Jordan.
Well, sure. The whole West Bank, right? It includes East Jerusalem, right? And then the
Golan Heights, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, from Syria, right?
Yep.
But this is in response to fighting with all of these countries, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what do we make of this?
What I'm saying is that number one, we know that they never really retreated from anything except for the Sinai Peninsula because they struck the deal with Egypt. But the point I'm trying to make is that this document was written ambiguously on purpose, and then it didn't address the Palestinian issue. I'm talking more specifically with the Palestinians because it didn't even refer to the Palestinians. They just referred to them as basically like a refugee problem. They didn't even refer to them as the Palestinians, and they purposely left it that way.
Why do you think that is, though?
Well, there was no intention of ever giving them any type of sovereignty. After that war,
there was no. Well, the idea or the existence of like a Palestinian people, that's a more recent phenomenon. I don't even think it really emerged that much until like 47, 48, and then from 48 to 67. The West Bank was occupied by Jordan. Jordan annexed it formally and just made all those people Jordanian citizens. Egypt annexed the Gaza Strip and for 1 year had like a little faux government that they ended up recalling to Cairo and then disbanding almost immediately, like after a year. So there were no Palestinian people there. It wasn't until Israel occupied both territories that all of a sudden some people started to talk about like a Palestinian people. But I believe, 242 just calls it the refugee problem. But another reason why that resolution is
completely
not specific is because nobody knew what to do at that point. Nobody knows, like, what do you do at that point? Like the idea, like they're not going to say these territories should be independent. They weren't independent before Israel conquered them. They were owned by Jordan and Egypt, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that it didn't address the problem at all. It didn't address the right of return whatsoever, completely ignored it. And then also on top of that, my argument is they had no intention of having peace because while this was going on, they also bombed the U.S. Liberty, right?
That was during the 6 Day War.
Yes,
right?
yes. So while this was going on, they bombed the USS Liberty, right? And then after that, they went ahead and tried to get the nuclear. Well, they already had the nuclear bomb at this point, and they were working.
They had it in 67, but
yeah, they got it pretty much that year, and So what I'm arguing is that Israel is not a true broker of peace whatsoever, whether it's not acknowledging the Palestinian problem,
Yeah, but you're saying
giving
this
them
in,
their
in a war
sovereignty,
where all
or
the
they're
Arab
getting a
countries are
nuclear.
again like fighting against Israel. It's not like Israel is the one who's like starting these wars, right? The Arab
Well, they
states
started the
were
67 war.
not. I mean,
They
like,
started
but-
it, dude.
Yeah, because the entire Arab world
Okay,
would poise
they
themselves as
started
being about to attack, right?
Well, here's the thing. They started the war, right? They started the war. They didn't address the Palestinian problem, the right of return, etc. When I'm talking about this piece,
Hold on, I'm saying that like Nasser had already closed down the same straits that had led to a war 10 years earlier, kicked out all of the UN peacekeeping troops to ensure that there wouldn't be another war, and then was telling people, the Arab trade unionists, the next war will be a war of annihilation. Yeah, I mean, it looked like they were poised for war. You could argue,
but they
that
didn't
Israel,
start though
like, struck
technically. They didn't start.
no, they didn't start technically, but it was obviously
Because your
like
argument you're saying is that you said that the Arabs started. The Arabs started. They didn't. The Israelis started that one.
No, but they were poised for war. You could argue that the closing of those straits was a casus belli for war.
I mean, they had been fighting, bro. They're always poised for war. They're obviously right now they're poised for war. Like you can make the argument
no,
that
they're not even close to poised for war right now.
but wait a
Absolutely
second,
not.
going back-
I'm saying other countries. I'm saying Israel.
Before the 6-day war, the Straits of Tiran were closed, weren't they? You know, there were a lot of troops in near Israel's borders, and if you look at historians, a lot of historians say that the Israelis, there were a lot of them reservists called up, so they were in like a state of emergency. So it was more of a state of war more than ever. It wasn't, the whole time.
But here's the thing: you can make the argument that Israel's always in a state of war because they're always getting attacked, right? People are always shooting missiles in there. That's why they have the Iron Dome and everything else like that. The point I'm trying to make is
that's not true. Hold on, wait. That people are always shooting. No, the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip might have past like the year 2000, but prior to that, there weren't always people just shooting random things. Like this was a huge escalation. Expelling the UN peacekeeper troops and starting to deploy military across the Sinai was a big escalation of stuff. And this was literally what had just caused the prior war. So the assumption was that, I guess they're about to invade again.
Well, again, who started the war? It wasn't the Arabs. You can say that they postured all day, but did they start the war? They didn't. It was the Israelis that started the war in 1967. So what I'm trying to say is that, again, the debate is who is a bigger obstacle to peace? I would argue the Israelis. Because again, they start the war, they win the war, fair. Then they don't address the Palestinian issue. They write the UN.
How would they have addressed the Palestinian issue? What would they have said or done?
They had a right to return that had been agreed upon before that, with the UN.
No, there was absolutely no agreement before that.
The right of return had existed before that, and they completely ignored it in this in 242.
No,
they completely ignored it.
Had existed before that. Prior to this, we have what the Armenian genocide, the expulsion of some Greeks from Turkey. What do you mean right of return had been agreed upon? No, this is absolutely not the case.
There was the Palestinian right of return after the Nakba. There was the right of return. The 242 didn't address it whatsoever. Again,
there was no right of return after the. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no right of return that was guaranteed by any international or domestic people.
Here, I'll get it for you real quick. I had it written down real fast. Yeah, UN General Assembly 194.
Does that call for a right of return, or does that just say a just resolution to the refugee problem?
That addresses the Palestinians' right to return. UN General Assembly 194. Again, what I'm arguing here is I'm arguing that the Israelis are a bigger obstacle to peace than the Palestinians. And my argument when it comes to the 1967 war is they ambiguously wrote the document, not including the territories. They didn't acknowledge the Palestinians whatsoever. They just left it as like kind of a refugee problem versus the people that were originally there being displaced. They didn't give a shit about them. They didn't acknowledge the right to return whatsoever. And then they were procuring a nuclear bomb, which is not going to help at all.
So the language here is refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that the compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return. And for a lot, so this wasn't just about Palestinians.
Now he was right about the UN General Assembly Resolution 194, Palestinian refugees' right of return. In paragraph 11 states, refugees wishing to return to their home and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date. And those who choose not to return should receive compensation for their property. Jerusalem and the Holy Land call for Jerusalem to be a place under UN control. And ensures protection and free access to holy sites for all faiths. Okay, that's where it came from.
Also, Jews that were expelled from the West Bank when that war happened as well. They weren't allowed back. Nobody was allowing anybody back. All of these territories were in conflict with each other.
The majority of the people that were displaced were overwhelmingly Palestinians. We're talking about almost 1 million people.
Yeah, sure. Well,
Not
700,000
even, like,
or so. Yeah. But that's
like
because the
almost
Jews won the war. Yeah, because the Israeli side won. But there were some, I think it was less, it might have been less than 100,000.
Again.
But there were Jews that were displayed. It doesn't matter with the number. Nobody was seeking to figure out this quote unquote refugee
Stephen,
problem.
again,
When all of these territories were still actively at war with each other.
We're referring to 1967, right? I'm arguing that the Israelis, I think, are a bigger obstacle to peace than the Palestinians. And that was my arguments for 1967. Once again, ambiguous writing the document, not addressing the Palestinians, the right to return, procuring the nuclear bomb in the middle of all of this, right? Illegally, by the way, doing it by stealing from the United States, which is a whole other huge provocation, because of procuring a nuclear bomb is obviously going to escalate things to a whole other level.
Everybody around the world was like doing research on like procure. Like this is when a lot of people around the world were procuring nuclear weapons.
Nah.
Britain and France did their research for it. The Israel did it largely with conjunction of South Africa.
But procuring a nuclear
bomb. Let's be real though. Israel wasn't supposed to have a nuclear bomb or do any type of nuclear like practices without the say so of at least the United States. And they did end up stealing that bomb. I mean, if you ever watched the documentary New Mech, yes, they definitely stole the bomb. And they today have a nuclear facility, or they have nuclear weapons that really nobody can regulate on. Like they're not part of no nuclear treaty or anything like that. They don't got to get them inspected, nothing. I mean, they kind of just have free reign when it comes to nukes for some crazy reason. And they don't got to check in with no, international organization for some crazy reason. But I mean, hey, it works out to their advantage. I can't blame them for working that advantage out, but it does make me look at Israel with the side eye, because it's like, nobody's really testing. Nobody can really check your nukes. Nobody really knows how much you got. We just know that you got them and you stole it.
When India and Pakistan were starting like their research projects.
Sure.
Like, yeah, everybody was trying to get, because it was like Cold War. Everybody saw it.
But procuring a nuclear bomb by stealing from your greatest ally and then obviously subverting the president before and getting somebody
greatest ally. The United States wasn't a huge ally to Israel until like 73.
No, we were absolutely giving them quite a bit of money even during the Kennedy administration, and they were lying to us. Ben Gurion was lying to Kennedy all over the place, so they were betraying.
I mean, unless you want to count the American Jewish mobsters that was sending money and weapons to these terrorist groups in Palestine at that time, then I guess you can count that as American money. But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't at all. I mean, we'll just keep mob money separate from, American taxpayer money.
One of their greatest allies. Yeah, we're allies with Israel. We definitely were giving them aid even back then in the 60s. We weren't as great as Lyndon B. Johnson started the cucking for Israel, but Kennedy was a supporter of the Israelis, and he wanted to have some type of two-state and peaceful solution with the Arabs and with the Israelis. Obviously, he got killed before he can do that. But
just to be clear, Maron, I think the U.S. sold Israel's first offensive weapon in 1958.
Sure, but they should not have. But they were not allowed to have nuclear weapons, and they were getting them illegally against Kennedy's will.
The United States did not provide significant aid to Israel until I think it was like
until Lyndon B. Johnson came in. That's when we started cucking for Israel. Yes, you're right. But what I'm trying to explain here is they went ahead and got a nuclear weapon illegally by stealing from us, who were their allies, and knowing that would escalate tensions in the region by getting a nuclear bomb.
Couldn't they have also got that?
I mean, dog, here's the thing. They admit it. They brag about it. Like they literally had some of their billionaires working inside of America to get it done. I mean, they brag about this. It was like a James Bond moment for them.
Because they wanted some.
They didn't really know denying it. Even they admit
by
it.
all of the surrounding Arab states.
No, because them having a nuclear bomb was so that they can basically do what they wanted to do the whole time since the days of Ben Gurion, which was take over the entire region and have a nuclear bomb.
Literally nothing that you're saying is making any sense. You're saying that it's inconceivable that they would have wanted a nuclear bomb to keep their state safe. You're saying instead they got one for offensive purposes.
100%.
After they got a nuclear bomb,
100%.
they gave land back to the Arabs and made more peace with the Arabs. So their entire plan worked backwards. Nothing that you're saying is causally connected to anything. If what you were saying was true, prospectively, after they got the nuclear bomb, they should have captured Cairo. They should have gone north to Lebanon and taken Beirut, or they should have, crossed the.
No, because no, Destiny. Remember, they was having it in secret. So if they're creating this nuke in secret, that means they're just not going to use it willy-nilly, because that's automatically going to expose that they have a bomb that they're not supposed to have. Like, they ain't signed no nuclear treaties or anything. I mean, and nobody really knows that they got them. I mean, everybody knows that they got them now. It's kind of like a running funny joke. It's like, does Israel have nukes? Well, not on paper, but we know they got nukes. So yeah, it would be pretty dumb if they was to use those nukes in early times that they stole, because everybody's gonna look at them with the side eye like, hey, yo, yeah, I'm glad you won your war, but how'd you get those nukes? Because you know you're not supposed to have them. And you know, we kind of just got on America's ass for committing a war crime for what they did to Japan. So yeah, war crimes much?
River and taken, more of Jordan, where they should have gone and expanded their territory in the Golan Heights. They didn't do any of this. Their territory receded after they acquired a nuclear bomb. Seems like it's working exactly the opposite, but somehow you can still explain the same behavioral pattern. I don't understand that at all.
Yes, because here's the thing. The United States basically forced them to play nice with the Egyptians, with Jimmy Carter is getting the Camp David Accords in 1978. Because again, we didn't want to foot the bill for their recklessness. Obviously,
why
what
would
went
we have
down.
To foot the bill for anything? We could just let them fight. And it wasn't. I don't think it was. I think it was Sadat that was pushing for peace. More so than anybody in the United States. I think the United States eventually became a mediator or a facilitator under Carter more than anything else.
Well, yes, we facilitated, but at the same time, we didn't want to foot the bill for all their wars because obviously had been creating quite a bit of issues. And then also the Yom Kippur War was a very close call.
Why would we not want to foot the bill for their wars? We were literally doing this all over the world. It was the Cold War time. We were doing this all over South America. We were already, helping like Mujahideen in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. Like we were footing the bill everywhere. This is the whole Cold War.
Even more so, not wanting to foot the bill because again, when it comes to Egypt and Jordan, they're in strategically good positions where, hey, you know what? You should be allies with them so that we don't have to necessarily foot the bill where these guys constantly have to defend themselves. Also, the other thing you got to keep in mind was the Yom Kippur War in 1973, where they threatened to use a nuclear bomb. So that was another reason why we needed to
I don't think nobody threatened.
Who did Israel threaten to use a nuclear bomb on?
Yes, they absolutely.
On who?
Golda Meir literally called Nixon and said, if you don't give us the airlift, we are going to drop a nuclear bomb on these guys as they're invading us because they were going to lose the Yom Kippur War. Everybody knows this. Nixon literally got nuclear blackmailed with the nuclear bombs, by the way, that they illegally stole from us. I want to make that very clear. These nuclear weapons that they got them from us and they stole them from us, okay, against John F. Kennedy. So Nixon said, yo, we got to do this. And he basically gave them the biggest airlift ever so he can win the war. Otherwise, they would have lost. So what I'm saying is that the Israelis not only... What was that?
Where do you find that? Where's the source for that? That the Israel threatened to
look it up. Look it up. Golda Meir, Yom Kippur War. She was absolutely going to use the nuclear bomb against the Arabs because they were losing. It's 100%. That's a fact.
Wait, because they were losing is a lot different than because they were threatening to nuke somebody.
Yeah, they were losing the war and they were going to use the nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I think they were internally considering that. But I don't think that's what made the U.S. cave to helping them.
That's 100% why the U.S. caved. They did not want them to drop a nuclear bomb.
So you're saying that if Israel didn't have a nuclear bomb at that point, that the United States would have just watched the...
Nah, because it made us look real bad. It'd been like, first off, everybody's going to ask, yo, how did Israel get a nuke? Like, because back in that time, nobody knew Israel had a nuke. Honestly, only probably top government officials knew that Israel had a nuke. Everybody else was like, oblivious to it. Nobody really knew anything. So if they were just to drop that nuke, everybody would have been caught by surprise. Nobody would have seen it coming. And we're all going to look at Israel like, yo, you shouldn't have that. And then they're going to look at America like, yeah, how did they get that?
Entire Middle East be ran by
really hard to explain.
We would not have given them the aid as quickly because Kissinger at the time.
No, hold on. You're saying that the United States would have watched Israel collapse. Yeah, and then you're saying something else. You're saying the U.S. would have watched Israel be completely destroyed in the Middle East and just ceded that whole region to the Soviets.
There's a good chance, yeah, because Henry Kissinger did not want to get involved in that bullshit.
Why were we so involved in the Afghan civil war then? Why were we supplying so much and doing so much training and everything for the Mujahideen or in other places in the Middle East?
Well, again, Osama bin Laden had a very capable rebel force where he was fighting. We were giving him weapons and money and shit like that. But keep in mind, Osama bin Laden was a multi-millionaire. His family were billionaires in Saudi Arabia. They built up the entire infrastructure. So he was very well equipped to handle things on his own. Yes, we gave some aid and support and everything else like that, but we didn't need to give him the same amount of help as the Israelis. And again, it's very important for you guys to understand. The Israelis got the nuclear weapon by stealing the technology from us against the will of a former U.S. president. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
So just to recap, you're saying that.
And shout out Justin Naylor. He's like, weren't most of the workers in the Manhattan Project Jewish? Also, most of the workers were from World War II. Now, the Manhattan Project, I've heard about that before. I've heard it was infiltrated by Mossad. But hey, I don't know about I can't give too much credibility to that. But to be honest, though, I think they did steal our nuke around Kennedy's time. I believe Kennedy's was like what, the 60s, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, the 60s. So yeah, that's about the time they stole the nuke. And I believe the Manhattan Project was way before that. So yeah. And almost most of the workers were from World War II. Yeah, that's also true though. Now that's true. Most of the workers were from World War II. Not sure about the Jewish connection though.
The reason why the US in the 1973
No,
war,
Oppenheimer, I think he was
the reason why they gave $2.2 billion worth of aid to Israel and that they called DEFCON 3 against the USSR was just because Israel threatened them with a nuclear bomb.
They were going to drop a nuclear bomb on their enemies, and that was a big problem because obviously,
Oppenheimer was Jewish. Yeah, that's what it was. J. Robert Oppenheimer was born into a wealthy, non-observant Jewish family and was educated at ethical culture school. Whoop, my bad. Ethnical culture school.
That would be a big escalation, and Nixon could not afford that, so he gave Golda Meir the aid that she wanted, and that's what ended up happening. That's how they won the Yom Kippur War. They were going to lose, but I wasn't even gonna. But again, I'm using the only reason I'm even bringing up the Yom Kippur War is because I'm making the argument that the Israelis don't do any. They're the bigger brokers of chaos. And they don't negotiate for peace whatsoever. And I'm using the nuclear bomb. Them getting a nuclear bomb, right, in 1967 created instability throughout the region, is what I'm trying to say. Because my argument is that...
Do they not want peace? Do you not think they want peace as a country?
No, not right now. I think what they want is a hegemony, and they're going to do whatever they need to do to get that hegemony, to include stealing the nuclear weapons and running their cowboy foreign policy. We could fast forward to now if you want. But this one, I was going to go into the Oslo Accords next, because the Camp David Accords.
I guess post 73, what's like a more stable, if Israel's causing chaos or Israel's like a chaotic country, who is a more stable country to look towards, like after 73 besides Israel? Like, isn't Israel one of the more stable countries in the Middle East?
Oh wow. I mean, and yes, shout out Justin Naylor. So it does say quite a few Jewish scientists, engineers, and technicians worked on the Manhattan Project, the U.S. program during World War II that developed the atomic bomb. Many of them were refugees from Europe who had fled Nazism, anti-Semitism, and their, and their expertise was crucial. There we go. Yes, their expertise was crucial.
Well, again, they're stable because they've stolen nuclear technology from us, and they get aid from us. Like, that's why Israel would not exist without the United States at all. They'd be overtaken immediately.
Much the same. The Soviet-backed Arab states would have probably all been even more annihilated by Israel prior to any U.S. involvement if the Soviets weren't backing them. No.
I mean,
yes.
We don't know, because that's like, who knows, right? But the point, my argument is simply that I think, again, I'm not saying the Arab world is perfect, guys. I'm not saying the Arab world don't create problems and that they're not that they're bad brokers of peace too. The argument I'm making is that the Israelis are a far bigger obstacle to peace than anywhere in the Arab world. Even though we go and blame the Arab world for all the problems, but we never actually look at the documents. We don't look at what Israel does behind the scenes. I mean, you guys didn't even know that they illegally got a nuclear weapon, and this is on purpose. They don't want you guys to know this stuff.
I've heard that claim, but like most of their testing and everything was with South Africa. What are you claiming exactly that they stole from the U.S.?
Okay,
so the weapon, the technology, or the uranium, or what?
Yeah, they stole uranium. They were building a nuclear program against the wishes of John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy told them multiple times.
No, just in terms of what they stole. You said, so they stole all the enriched uranium they stole from the United States?
They stole enriched uranium from the United States. And then on top of that, Kennedy knew that they were running a nuclear program, and he told them, you guys got to stop. We need inspections. And Ben-Gurion lied to him. He even made a fake nuclear panel for inspection. Kenny found out, and he got pissed off. And his brother was trying to get the Zionist organization, which is now AIPAC, to register under
Other people around the world were also pursuing nuclear programs. It wasn't just Israel, right? A lot of people in the Cold War were pursuing nuclear programs. We didn't really want anybody to, but people were, and we didn't stop them. Fucking Pakistan has nuclear weapons, right? I think more people.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but they did it on their own merits. I mean, Israel, they stole it from their so-called greatest ally. I mean, I thought they were supposed to be our ally.
The difference.
Israel nukes in Pakistan.
But fair. Here's the difference, though. Here's the difference. We were giving them aid. So Kennedy told them, if you guys keep building your nuclear program, we are going to stop giving you aid. And guess what happened? Ben-Gurion resigned. The first prime minister of Israel resigned to buy himself more time.
Wait, resigned in what year?
This is 1960. shit.
I think in 67, I think Ben Gurion was still the prime minister.
Yeah,
right,
I
for
think
67?
he might have resigned
And
that
then I
year.
think afterwards, did he resign or did he just not run for PM again? He was
He
old at that point?
he completely left. He completely left because he left because Kennedy was putting pressure on him and he needed more time. They needed more time to get the nuclear bomb. Well, Kennedy was dead by 63, but this might have been.
I don't think we weren't giving them much aid under Kennedy. How much aid were we giving Israel?
We were
in
giving
63.
We were giving them quite a bit, and then we upped it even more once Lyndon B. Johnson came in. Lyndon B. Johnson was the
disagree.
beginning.
I would have to see. I don't think we were giving that much aid. I don't think it was until 1970 that we started to, and then really 73 is when we started.
Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson was the beginning of the ushering of the super pro-Israel foreign policy that we have. He basically made the guys on the USS Liberty sign gag orders, even though they had attacked us, and that was an act of war. He doubled or tripled the foreign aid to Israel. His family, one of his aunts was a founding member of the ADL.
My claim is, I don't think we were giving significant aid prior to 1970. I don't know if there's a place I can look this up where I can see this. Like, can I look? Because if I Google anything about aid to Israel,
we were giving them aid, bro.
Started in 1970.
We were 100%. We were giving them aid because that is precisely why Ben Gurion stepped down. Because Kennedy said, if you do not comply with these nuclear inspections, we are going to our aid of us giving you aid is going to be significantly impacted. Basically, he said what he basically told him is we're going to stop giving you aid. He worded it much nicer than that.
I think we've gone around the nuclear, but it's probably best to just go.
Yeah, my argument, the whole nuclear angle. The only reason I'm even bringing up the nuclear bomb is that what I'm saying is that the Israelis are willing to backstab allies to illegally get a nuclear.
All right, so let's see here. U.S. aid to Israel under LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson. Before 1967, the U.S. aid to Israel was relatively modest compared to later decades. Most was economic aid, loan grants, food programs. Johnson approved some limited defense weapon sales like Hawk anti-aircraft missiles in 1962, initially under Kennedy, but continued under Johnson. And then after the 6-Day War, let's see, the war was a turning point. Johnson removed restrictions on major arms sales. The U.S. began selling Israel advanced offensive weapons, notably, let's see here, the Phantom fighter jets and the Skyhawk aircrafts. This marked the beginning of the U.S. as Israel's primary arms supplier. And let's see here, by dollar figures, let's see, from 1949 to 1967, to total U.S. aid to Israel was about $1.5 billion. Now, let's see here, under Johnson alone, from 1963 to 1969, Israel received around 500 million to 700 million in total U.S. aid. And I'm wondering if they're accounting for inflation, but and by the late 60s, annual aid levels were in the hundreds of millions, a big jump from the 1950s. All right.
Nuclear bomb to conduct and or what they say, to protect ourselves. But no, it's so that they can be more aggressive. Look at how more aggressive Israel's been since getting the nuclear bomb. But we go into the Camp David Accords. I'm going to, that was for Egypt and Egypt and Israel to have peace. Basically, when I can begin, and so that I don't count that.
Sure.
We can fast forward.
Like, there's so many little things here, like that we're just like completely indifferent at this point. We're
that's fine.
Reality.
You want to go to
the Apollo affair didn't happen when we were strong allies with Israel. It was in 65, so we wouldn't have been considered strong allies at that point. We weren't giving them a ton of money at that point.
We're still giving them quite a bit, though. We're still giving them a lot.
That's true. No, we weren't. Yeah, we weren't.
Enough for Ben Gurion to resign. It was that much aid that he resigned. That's significant. We're talking about the first prime minister of Israel.
What is the claim you're making, that he resigned so that they would investigate, but they couldn't find the nukes anyway? Or
it's simple. Kennedy told Ben Gurion, "We know that you have a nuclear program." He wrote a flurry of angry letters at him saying, "We know that you have a nuclear weapon, and we need to do nuclear testing." Ben Gurion stalled. First he denied, then he said, "Okay, you could come inspect." They send the inspectors over there. It's a fake nuclear panel, not real whatsoever. They make a whole fake thing. So Kennedy is like, okay, we are not going to give you aid anymore if you guys don't comply with these nuclear inspections. What did Ben Gurion do? He resigns.
Why would that matter for him resigning? How would that prevent nuclear inspection?
Because what ended up happening was, when in the interim, while they're trying to find a new PM, that bought him time to get a replacement so they can continue the nuclear program.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not like they didn't have a prime minister for years after he resigned, he would choose a successor, which Eshkol after whatever. The idea, like, why wouldn't they just do the inspection right after? This doesn't make any sense.
Because
he thinks that they're going to nuclear inspect, so he just pushes the resign button, and then they get 100 free turns.
He literally left so that his replacement would be like, oh, I'm not familiar with what's going on, John. Please aware me. Of course, Kennedy got killed later on, right? So they didn't really get to finish this. But the reason why he did that, remember, bro, this is the 60s. They're writing telegrams to each other, right? So this bought him a significant amount of time if he resigned.
Well, Telegram, isn't that electronic? It's not like telegrams are taking years or whatever to get.
No, it took time to get over there.
They didn't have a way to pick up there were no phones in 1960. They didn't have phones in the 60s and 50s?
Classified. Got it. There's classified documents. They have to write it in a different way.
$8.389 billion. Okay.
You can look it up, bro. I'm not like, this Kennedy thing is like, you look at your chat.
To instantaneously communicate with each other. I don't think that there'd be weeks and weeks of delays.
Fine. The point is that Ben Gurion resigned when he got pressure to have nuclear inspections. That's the bottom line.
Okay. I mean, I disagree. We can try to move on from this fact.
Sure, that's fine.
Move on. We're just going to go around.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stephen, should we go on to the Camp David Accords?
Okay, yeah, we can go to, Camp David I was going to skip because that's just a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel.
The title of the debate is who's a big obstacle.
And you can actually look it up, like about how Kennedy was furious with the Prime Minister of Israel, pretty much saying, "Yo, I know you got nukes. You know you're not supposed to have them, and then you set up some fake program that we found out about, like what's going on there." And then mysteriously, Kennedy ends up dead. But that has nothing to do with it, right? Right. But let's just stick to the main story here. Kennedy pretty much was on their ass about it, and like I said, I'm gonna be honest with you, you might want to look at the documentary New Mech. I mean, there's a lot of places, there's a lot of documentaries that also say it as well, that how Israel stole the nuke. So there's a lot of places you can go for it, but it is definitely true and documented that Kennedy did have a fierce conversation with the Prime Minister of Israel at that time, telling them, I know you got nukes over there, or I know you guys have a nuclear facility, and no, you're not supposed to.
To peace, wouldn't them doing a peace deal with Egypt show that they do want?
Well, I'm referring to the Palestinians in this case. Because they completely, yes, they made peace with Egypt, but they made peace with Egypt from a strategic position, which you can make the argument, Myron, everything is done strategically fair, but they completely ignored the Palestinians, and the Camp David Accords are often utilized as a peace plan, where they say, look, the Palestinians rejected this too. They rejected every single peace plan. They rejected the PLO Commission. They rejected the 47 partition. They rejected the 67. And they use the Camp David Accords, even though it's not, the Palestinians aren't even mentioned.
No one here is claiming that.
Yeah, no, not you guys, but I'm saying in general, like other Zionists I've debated have tried to say that on me, that like, they rejected the 78 Camp David Accords. I'm like, dude, the Palestinians weren't even involved in that discussion whatsoever. And then on top of that, I would argue that the Israelis did that because they knew that the Egyptians were a powerful ally of the Palestinians, right, in the Arab world, and that would create even more problems. Because there's no way that they didn't foresee, okay, if we go ahead and we do this with the Egyptians, that this is going to create issues as well. Because what we saw later on, if you fast forward to 2020, was the Israelis doing this where they're, circumventing the Palestinians with the Abraham Accords that led directly to October 7th. So on one side, they say, oh, look, we're doing peace. We're negotiating with these Arab countries, but they never answer the Palestinian question. And that's what I'm trying to say. They never had an intention on a two-state solution, making peace with Palestinians, giving them the right to to self-determination, any type of sovereignty. They circumvented it every single way, whether it's doing side deals with other Arab countries, whatever.
Do you think that they offered to Egypt, part of the Camp David Accords, to keep Gaza? They offered it to Egypt, and Egypt said no. Does that make any difference to you or not really?
No, because my argument is that they don't really care about doing anything for the Palestinians. They want to get them out of there. And I think we have proof of that now. I think I'm being vindicated because they're getting the Gazans out of there now. They're trying to do an ethnic cleansing right now as we speak. They bombed Qatar, who was the negotiators, because they don't care about necessarily doing peace. They're like, oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and invade the sovereignty of Qatar, who's one of the middlemen, and bomb these Hamas guys. Right. And not even get them and look like idiots in the world stage and make ourselves look bad in front of UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, make the Gulf states question our alliance, or potentially joining the Abraham Accords later on, because Saudi Arabia was going to actually join the Abraham Accords. So there's just so much. There's just so many things that the Israelis have done to sabotage. But we can go into the Oslo Accords. I can give my position on that one.
Yeah, Stephen.
All right, guys, let's go into this NUMEC case. Cause I do understand where a lot of people are confused. Like, well, what do you mean that Israel stole uranium? Well, let's get into it. The NUMEC case. Let's get into the company involved: Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation, aka NUMEC, in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Period. Early to mid 1960s, and the issue is about, let's see, about 200 pounds of highly enriched uranium went missing, and suspicion. U.S. investigators, including the Atomic Energy Commission and later the CIA, suspected it was diverted to Israel. Key points of suspicion: visits by Israeli intelligence officers, high-ranking Israeli nuclear officers, officials, including Mossad agents and the head of Israel's nuclear weapons program, reportedly visit NUMEC. CIA assessments: former CIA counterintelligence chief Carl Duncan briefed Congress in the 1970s that the agency believed Israel had obtained weapons-grade uranium from NUMEC in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Presidential briefings: President Lyndon B. Johnson and later Richard Nixon were reportedly informed of the suspicion. The case was considered sensitive because the U.S. had a policy of nuclear ambiguity towards Israel and didn't want a diplomatic clash. Why it was never proven. I mean, technical gaps. Some of the missing uranium could have been explained by, processing loss, though the amount was unusually large. I'm sorry. So they could have just said that we lost like 200 pounds of uranium. Oops, it wasn't Israel. But that's a lot of uranium to just lose. And let's see, political sensitivity. Washington may have avoided pressing the matter to prevent a crisis with Israel because, let's be real. We're calling these guys, our biggest ally, but they didn't stole uranium from us, and now they're making secret nukes that really nobody know about. That's pretty damn bad. So, yeah, you guys can look up the NUMEC case.
Are you happy to move on to the Oslo Accord?
I guess, but we're like totally different.
We don't have to agree, Stephen. It's for the people. Like, you gave your arguments, I gave mine. People can agree or disagree. I'm sure your audience might say, what the hell? My audience might say, what the hell? It's fine. We don't have to agree, and that's totally cool.
I guess, broadly speaking,
go ahead.
Is there a single
So, AKA, it was never confirmed nor denied that if Israel stole uranium, but according to due to the results, well, I don't know. I'll let you think for yourself on that one.
Agreement that has been presented to Israel that's on the table to solve the Palestinian problem that Israel has rejected during negotiations.
You mean the closest? You mean the one that the Palestinians rejected that could have done something? You mean?
Where Palestinians are this is what we want, and then we will accept peace during any negotiation ever.
I think the Oslo Accords and the 2002 Arab Summit, Arab Peace Initiative.
Well, so the Oslo Accords were never going to be. That was never a peace agreement. That was just a framework to kind of move in the direction of hopefully figuring stuff out. So the Oslo Accords happened, and Oslo II happened. The Arab Peace Initiative is that's not a formal agreement. That's just the Arab states are all of us are coming together and hoping that something works out.
And the Israelis didn't want to do that either because they never wanted peace they never wanted argument.
We don't even know the Arab peace initiative doesn't mean anything. It's just a general statement of things, but nobody knows because nobody wants to touch the refugee question on the Palestinian side. Nobody will negotiate.
Perfect.
And they've avoided it intentionally over and over again.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned that. And that is because here's the thing. If you notice, when I make the argument that Israelis are a bigger obstacle to peace, notice how I'm saying a bigger obstacle to peace, especially when it comes to the Palestinians. Because here's the problem. Until the Palestinians either A, get their own state or get absorbed into Israel and get some type of freedom and get the right to self-determination, there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. So if this Palestine question is not answered, there's going to continuously be warfare and Israel will never have peace. That's the cold, hard reality. The Arab world is never going to rest. The Muslim world is never going to rest until the Palestinians have some level of sovereignty. So notice how I bring everything back always to they circumvent the Palestinians. They don't deal with the Palestinians. Let's deal with the Egyptians here. Let's deal with the Bahrain over here. Let's deal with UAE. That doesn't fucking matter. Until they deal with the Palestinian question, which Netanyahu has done everything in his power to avoid since the Oslo.
Now, I do want to give some context to this whole NUMEC thing because it is true that Israel's nuclear weapons program began with deep cooperation with France in the 1950s and the 1960s, well before the United States became implicated in cases like NUMEC uranium controversy. So let's see here. Origin in the 1950s. After World War II, Israel wanted a nuclear deterrent, but lacked the infrastructure. France, meanwhile, was looking for allies in the Middle East and a way to strengthen ties with Israel, especially during the what was this? Suez Crisis? Yep, Suez Crisis. Huh, all right then.
Accords, which I was going to get into here. I do think the Oslo Accords was the closest we ever came to something, even though it's still bullshit. But at least, like you said, Destiny, it created the framework for us to potentially get somewhere. But what did the Israelis do? Well, let's go over the Oslo Accords real quick. Then I'll talk about what the Israelis did, and then you can give me your rebuttal to it. But basically, the 93 Oslo Accords, right, between Yitzhak Rabin and our boy Yasser Arafat. Let's see here. So basically, Arafat agreed. He gave them a bunch of things. He recognized Israel has the right to exist with peace and security, which was huge. They had never gotten that before. He accepted Resolution 242.
All right, now here's the hole in the whole France plan, though. Now, like, check this out, right? So the reactor deal that these guys had, France secretly agreed to help Israel build a nuclear reactor in the desert near, was it Demina? The reactor was officially described as a textile plant to disguise it on purpose. Now, the reactor technology pretty much was a heavy water moderated natural uranium reactor, a reprocessing plant to extract plutonium, the core ingredient for bombs. So let's see here. Now, they trying to create plutonium bombs or uranium bombs. It's a bit unclear though. So that's why we're pretty much saying that it came from, they got their bomb from New Mech, because even what they did with France, it never was confirmed that it had any type of fruits that came out of it. But I mean, it was also done in secret as well. So I mean, it does kind of speak to the bit of the secretive nature of Israel when it comes to their nuclear program,
which is the partition plan. And then he renounced violence. Furthest they've ever gotten. All Yitzhak Rabin gave him in exchange was recognize the PLO as the reps of the Palestinian people with no state or right to self-determination. They give them autonomy, which we know is bullshit, because the Palestinian Authority, who basically ran things, was nothing more than a Shin Bet shell. Basically, Shin Bet, IDF, etc., would use the PA to collect information, and then they would act as almost like a security force on behalf of the Israeli government. And obviously, this created a lot of issues, because this is precisely why Hamas was able to rise, because they're like, yo, these guys don't really care about the Palestinians. These guys are literally working for the Israelis. And how do I know this? Even in Israeli TV. I watch Israeli television, as much as you guys might not know this. I've seen the show Fauda. And Fauda, the Israelis even admit and show in their own television that the Palestinian Authority collaborates with them. So why the hell are the Palestinians going to respect them or take them seriously? It created a huge rift, but just was great for Benjamin Netanyahu later on, because he was able to use that division to his advantage, because people didn't trust the Palestinian Authority. So the problem with the Oslo Accords was it was always to be revisited later, right? And while this was happening, it being revisited later, the West Bank is still expanding. They're still taking territory. The illegal settlements are expanding. So the other problem also with the Oslo Accords was it fragmented the Palestinian territory, where it was never contiguous. So what they would have to do is they'd have to use these roads, have all these checkpoints or whatever. So they're never able to actually establish any type of commerce with Jordan. They didn't control their borders. They didn't control their airspace. They didn't control their resources. The Israelis controlled everything. And the illegal settlements continued to expand. And then on top of that, the only thing the Oslo Accords let them have was a limited police force. Meanwhile, the Israelis and the settlers all had M4s. They all had rifles. And then they could reserve the right to go ahead and go into any of these territories, the A, B, and C territories, which the Israelis, I think, controlled C, which is like 60% of the West Bank. So it was bullshit, man. So Yasser Arafat obviously accepted it, and a lot of people got mad. And then even though they got this lopsided deal, guess what happens? Yitzhak Rabin, who had signed this lopsided deal, which gave all of them the advantage, they couldn't even agree to that. They killed him. The Israelis killed him. So the only chance
what do you mean the Israelis killed him? It was a sole murderer.
Yes, a member of the Likud party, which is a big representation, which is running Israel right now, literally assassinated Yitzhak Rabin. So the only
the Likud party didn't do it. It was a lone extremist member, wasn't it?
No, he was a member of the Likud party. He was a 100% a member of the Likud party. And then the year after, your boy Benjamin Netanyahu goes ahead and becomes prime minister. And to this day, Yitzhak Rabin's wife thinks Benjamin Netanyahu was behind the murder. And honestly, I'm not too surprised, because what happened after Yitzhak Rabin got killed? Now the clean break memo comes out. Now the Institute for for foreign affairs comes out. You got all these neocons that come out and write up this paper about securing the realm. Then you got the rise of the PNAC, etc. So with Yitzhak Rabin being killed, the Oslo Accords died alongside him, and then Netanyahu comes in, and what did he do? He's caught in the fucking village in the West Bank talking about how he sabotaged the Oslo Accords, how there's never going to be a peace, a two-state solution, how the Palestinians are never going to have any type of sovereignty. He said it today after the Brits and the Australians recognized Palestinian state. He said they'll never going to be a Palestinian state. Obviously, he did it in Hebrew. He did it in the Israeli media. But the point is this. Yitzhak Rabin came the closest to having any type of deal, even though the Palestinians didn't get shit for it. All they got was basically a snitch force with the Palestinian Authority. And then on top of that, for him doing that, he got assassinated by the Likud party, and then Benjamin Netanyahu took over. The Oslo Accords were the closest, and they killed him even for that. So the Israelis have no intention whatsoever of having peace. The one guy that came an inch closer to peace, they fucking killed him.
Stephen,
All right.
to respond to that.
That was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we're just in totally different realities. So the Oslo Accords were never supposed to be the final settlement. I think that people were inspired after the piecemeal deal that had been made with Egypt in terms of giving back the Sinai, and then piece by piece, eventually, Israel had achieved like a formal peace with Egypt. Sadat was also assassinated after that peace deal had been reached, by the way.
Well, Oslo had nothing to do with Oslo had nothing to do with Egypt.
I didn't say that, but Sadat was assassinated after he had agreed formally to peace with Israel. Some people theorize that the guy that killed him was because, again, like a lot of people that are, dug in on wanting to fight forever between Arabs and Jews don't like it when people make peace deals.
Here's the difference. The Camp David Accords didn't die, though. Here's the difference. The Camp David Accords did not die with Sadat. The Oslo Accords died with Yitzhak Rabin.
The Oslo Accords didn't necessarily die. The Oslo II came after. The issue is that they never reached a final state. But also you have an issue too, where the fact is Arafat never really wanted to stop fighting. The guy was a general. The foundation of the PLO and Arafat's popularity in the Palestinian and larger Arab world was that of a resistance fighter.
Great
the whole name and party that he'd carved out for himself. As well as all of the kind of like terrorist mini parties that were a part of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the Palestinian Liberation Front, the Palestinian Defense Force, the PFLP, the VDO, all these other, or the DFLP, like these things, like they were fighters. They were, they were involved in plane hijackings around the world. They killed a couple of Jewish athletes in Munich. This is what they did. The Mossad had their stuff against the Arabs. The Palestinians had their stuff against Israel. Like, yeah, these guys were at each other's throats constantly during like the 60s and 70s. As you move forward, you get to Oslo 1.
I mean,
which was 92.
that's that 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, 2010s, all the way up to the 2020s, my friend. I mean, they've always been beefing for decades.
Oslo 2 is 95, I think. You get you have some agreements, but these are just like larger frameworks that is hopefully going towards Palestinians having an independent state. Now, the most noteworthy thing was the creation of the Palestinian Authority, which was an actual official Palestinian government. Now, yes, there is the propaganda line that you're giving that they're just security subcontractors for Israel. That's the line that everybody who is incentivized into having infinite conflict between both sides will take, though. Arabs will look at the Palestinian Authority and go, oh, they're a security subcontractor. Jews will look at the Palestinian Authority and go, oh, the PA, well, they're part of the, basically ran by the PLO. They have the martyr fund. They pay shaheeds and everybody else to go and kill themselves.
But they have no sovereignty.
Jewish people, anyways. There was no sovereignty yet. They're on their way. They have some kind of sovereignty over Area A. Area B is your connective areas that I think still have Israeli security involved, and then Area C are mainly your Green Line settlements on the west. But it was supposed to be steps towards a peace process, but the issue is Arafat would never ever agree to any peace ever, because he would never list final terms or final settlements or final agreements for what peace would look like. Now you can argue that Israel betrayed the terms of it. Was not very simple what they wanted.
They want a two-state solution and the right to self-determination. That's simple, but the Israelis would never let that happen.
What you just said, two-state solution, what do you do with Israel? There was never an agreement on what would happen with.
No, Israel would exist.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm sorry. What do you do with Jerusalem and East Jerusalem?
East Jerusalem would be the capital for the Palestinians, but the Israelis would never agree to that. That's what they wanted. I'm telling you what they wanted.
They might not have agreed to that, because generally when East Jerusalem is brought up in talks, Arabs are not okay with Jews visiting the Western Wall ever, because Arabs don't believe that there was ever an old temple there, so they would restrict access at every point in history.
Are you talking about the Western Wall or the Mount? I think
it's the Temple Mount. The Western Wall is the Western Wall.
I think you're talking about the Mount where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is. The wall, the Wailing Wall, they can go there, of course. That's where they go.
That's where the Western Wall is. They're both there. But no, Arabs would not allow Jews to go there because they don't believe a temple. They don't believe that's a Western wall, a last standing wall of some Jewish temple. They refuse that any Jewish temple there ever exists, because even though people in the West are keen to argue that, well, you know, we're only going to run the clock on history since the Ottomans were there. That's not true. The Arabs want to run the clock back indefinitely, and they believe that it was always Arabs there. There was no Jewish temple there. So they would never allow Jews. Every time it's been owned in history.
No. It's not about not believing in that Jewish temple. It's that they just don't believe that. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. These Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews are, you know, the descendants of those people. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's not really about denying the history of Christianity, because the history of Christianity is tied in with Islam. But they are denying your guys, I believe, your ethnic right to be there. Yeah, they're denying that. The religious part, trust me, a lot of people don't know, but I mean, Muslims rock with Jesus. So they're not really debating y'all on that. It's the whole, who are you guys? Because I mean, mainly everybody here who living here for thousands of years kind of shared the skin tone of the Palestinians. I mean, now you guys coming here, Eastern Europeans, pretty much saying this is y'all's. It's like, I mean, shoot, you want to take a blood test?
Jews were not allowed to pray at the Wailing Wall. It's only when Israel has been in control of it that right now I think it's a Jordanian Waqf or whatever that runs it, that allows Jews, you know, to go to the Wailing Wall and allows Arabs to go to Alaska mosque or whatever.
Muslims could pray, but people could visit the mount. They could visit the mount. They just can't pray there.
Not if the Arabs controlled it. So what would happen with East Jerusalem has never been settled. That's never been put on paper. Number one. Number two, the right of return question has never been tackled by any Arab leader. Not by Arafat, not by Mahmoud Abbas. Nobody has ever put a number on paper for how many people are allowed back.
Because the Israelis will never let it happen. The Israelis will never let it. Here's the thing: they want that
because there are 5 million refugees that Palestinians argue should be allowed to return to Israel proper,
and they're never going to let that. And I understand that.
Yeah,
I said that
most of these refugees have never even set foot in Israel. But a lot of the people that are considered refugees are people that had full Jordanian citizenship, but they're still considered refugees even though they were made full citizens of Jordan and live in Jordan and have lived in Jordan for over 2 generations.
Here's the thing. I said before at the top that the right of return.
First, you'll acknowledge that Palestinians have never put a number on paper, that it seems like in their world, 5 million Arabs have to be allowed to emigrate into Israel proper and have full citizenship there. That would make Jews a minority in Israel. That's always part of the thing, the unspoken thing in the background that no Palestinian leader has ever given up.
Well, yeah, that's literally why I say Israel is an apartheid ethno state, a supremacy state.
That's fine, but but realistically, that's a non-starter. That's never happening. That Jews are losing their state to Arabs.
Yes, because they have to maintain the 80% majority. Yes, I understand that.
Not necessarily 80%, but they have to maintain some kind of Jewish ethnic majority. Otherwise, they feel like they'll probably be.
Yeah, they'll feel like they get overrun.
Every other Arab state.
Yeah, they'll feel like they'll get overrun or whatever. But look, the point I'm trying to make is here with the Oslo Accords in general. Is that, yes, I understand what you're saying. You're saying the Oslo Accords were a framework to work towards something. My argument is, even when they had that framework, what did the Israelis do? I'm talking about the Israelis now. I'm not just talking about Yitzhak Rabin or whatever.
Both sides fucked around. Both sides fucked around. There was still violence on the Arab side, and there were still expansionist settlements on the Israeli side. Both sides accused each other of sabotaging the deal, and both sides kind of sort of, you know, were fucking around for sure.
But here's the difference, though. See, at least you mentioned Sadat got killed. The Camp David Accords didn't get killed alongside him. They still maintain peace to this day. Hell, they even warned the Egyptians warned the Israelis about October 7th. Here's the difference.
Sure.
When Yitzhak Rabin got killed, because Yitzhak Rabin got killed for giving the Palestinians the Palestinian Authority, he got killed for that, and then Netanyahu came in and then sabotaged everything. That's my point.
That's not true. The Oslo Accords are still active. The Palestinian Authority still exists. Yes, they are. Area A, B, and C are still there. The Palestinian Authority still exists. They did the division of Hebron, and they moved most of the Jews out of there. They live in the H1 section.
But here's the problem.
Whatever, so there's the redeployment there.
Yeah.
Like the Oslo Accords are still in effect, but the Oslo Accords were just temporary. They were never supposed to be a final arrangement.
But that's my point. So it was a framework towards something better to eventually get to a 2-state solution, and they killed them.
The problem is, no.
They sabotage. That is the definition of being an obstacle.
It doesn't matter. Arafat never agreed to any final deal anyways. Arafat could have agreed with Netanyahu to something. Arafat could have agreed with Barak for something, but they didn't. They never did. Arafat never made any final agreement ever because he always wanted to see the fighting continue. No. The Arabs could get more.
That's not true, because he wanted, again, all they wanted, self-determination, 2-state solution, East Jerusalem as the capital. That's what the Palestinians have always wanted, pretty much. Okay. Now,
an infinite right of return of 5 million refugees.
I didn't even mention. I didn't even say right of return.
But that's what they want. That's the problem.
No. Even the right of return, bro. A lot of them have given that up. It's pre-67 borders.
No, not
pre-67 borders. Pre-67 borders is what they'll
don't
do.
matter. They don't care about the land. That's not the important thing. The important thing is what to do with the holy landmarks, especially in East Jerusalem, and what to do with the Palestinian right of return. And then what sovereignty they have.
My point here is, remember, the debate is who is the bigger obstacle to peace. I'm saying when Yitzhak Rabin tried to create a peace deal with the Oslo Accords, which would work towards a two-state solution. That's what it was there for. That's why Yitzhak Rabin, so that's why Arafat even came to the table, right? Was eventually to get some right of self-determination for the Palestinians. What did they do? They killed Yitzhak Rabin. They killed him. The Israelis killed him. And then they put Netanyahu. And then Netanyahu comes in power.
It's a contentious region. Yeah, a lot of people like to fight there.
Sure,
yes.
but that is precisely my point. The Israelis are the bigger obstacle to peace, because even when the Palestinians came in good faith with the Oslo Accords, what did they do? They killed the guy that negotiated it. And then Netanyahu comes in and he admits on video, I am here to sabotage the Oslo Accords. They're never going to get a state.
The Oslo Accords, but despite that, they still continued, and they had another shot at peace 5 years later with Ehud Barak.
But here's the problem,
and they didn't take that either.
The Ehud Barak, we could talk about that. The 2000 camps, that was bullshit too. That was complete bullshit. That was even worse.
Let's move on to the Clinton parameters in 2000.
Sure, we can go into that. But again, I just want to be clear about this. The debate here for me is about who is a bigger obstacle to peace. I agree that Yitzhak Rabin came in some degree with good faith, even though he made almost no concessions. And then Yasser Arafat came in and made a lot of concessions. That's how I know he came in good faith, because he literally.
Wait, who came in and made a lot of concessions?
Yasser Arafat made way more concessions.
He didn't make any concession. What are you talking about? They had no state. They had nothing to concede.
Okay, no, he conceded, bro. He literally conceded that Israel has a right to exist. Okay, and peace and security, that's huge.
Yeah, these are words on paper. And then he goes to universities. He's making speeches about strategically lying or whatever. When it comes to making deals with the infidel or whatever. He said things, but the problem is, like, in the second intifada, he never denounced violence, and violence continued, and that was one of the huge things that moved.
But that was after the Oslo Accords were sabotaged by Netanyahu. So
the Oslo Accords were still in place. The Palestinian Authority still exists today. Area A, B, and C still exist today. They're not sabotaged. They're not gone. They're still in place.
No, he did sabotage them, because what did he say? Oh, I'm gonna destroy the Oslo Accords. I'm not gonna make it work. The Palestinian Authority has no power. Because again, it was a framework.
Why would he say that? Of course he said that. He came in right after the last guy who supported the Oslo Accords got assassinated. Of course he came in saying he hated the fucking Oslo Accords. But there's still political realities you have to contend with in Israel.
He got him killed.
At that point on both sides.
He got him killed.
You have no proof of that. There's no evidence of that.
Yitzhak Rabin's wife to this day wrote a book, and
I don't care what his wife said. Who cares? What is that? Does she have some intelligence or some reason to think? Like,
she's his wife.
No.
She wrote a book, and she literally said Netanyahu killed my husband. Right. And the guy that killed him was a Likud party guy. Who's the head of the Likud party right now? Netanyahu. Sounds pretty fucking clear to me. Who killed him?
Being in a political party means that you were ordered by the party to go kill somebody?
The head of the party, yes, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Now, again, with that said, again, Yasser Arafat conceded Israelis have a right to peace and security, live in peace and security. He recognized the Israeli state, which was huge. No Arab country had really done that yet.
Man, realistically, if we don't got no like CIA docs or Mossad documents to confirm that, I mean, I don't know. I can't take that at 100 right there. But it's, I mean, under reasonable suspicion for sure. I mean, hella suspicious, hella coincidental for sure.
Huge, because
besides the other ones. It did matter. It did matter. It did matter.
It didn't matter. Then, by that point, Jordan and Egypt had already formally signed peace treaties.
Because they're getting paid.
At that point, we're done.
They're getting paid.
And
that's
also
why.
Because they're done fighting. And they don't want to fight with Israel anymore. They recognize they're going to be there. There's something else they can do about it.
They were getting paid. They're literally bought off by the Americans. That's why they did that. Now, but for Yasser Arafat, he comes in. Hey, we're going to recognize you guys. We're going to give you guys peace, and we're going to denounce violence. That was huge for a Palestinian
but he didn't
to do
denounce
that.
Violence.
He did. But here's the thing.
He literally didn't. He actually didn't. Through the whole second intifada, everybody's looking to Arafat to call down.
I don't even know how Destiny can honestly see how the Oslo Accords are still in place. I'm like, hold on. If the whole point of it was to get to a two-state solution, and let's be real, these guys are honestly about to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Can you literally sit there and honestly say that the Oslo Accords are still in place? Like, does that even make sense to honestly say?
The violence, and he didn't. He refused to do so.
The second intifada started because the Israelis didn't fucking honor the Oslo Accords at all. So, because here's the thing, you're going to the end here saying intifada. But how did we get there? Okay, 1993, they signed the Oslo Accords. They're right there in the White House and everything else like that. Yasser Arafat makes big concessions. Hey, Israel, we're going to recognize the state. I denounce violence, and you guys have the right to exist with peace and security. Huge. All Yitzhak Rabin did was say, okay, we'll recognize the Palestinian Authority over the Palestinian people, but no sovereignty, no two-state solution, no nothing. Okay, some limited autonomy. So I would argue that the Palestinians came in way better faith because they conceded more. Hold on.
Massive. Let me finish. Had zero autonomy up to that point. Okay. That was the big concession. That was a huge deal.
Let me finish my point. So They go ahead and they make this agreement, right? Then Yitzhak Rabin gets killed like a year later. So his successor comes in, takes everything away, sabotages the Oslo Accords. Palestinian Authority is a shell of itself. It's basically being used as a collaborator force for the Shin Bet, etc. So look, he came in wanting to work with Yitzhak Rabin, and then that same government kills him. What are you going to do if you're Yasser Arafat? The guy that you did a deal with literally gets killed by the other party. Are you going to do diplomacy? No, of course there's going to be an intifada because they didn't negotiate in good faith. They killed him. They killed him, dude. What? It's not like we just ended up at an intifada for no reason. There was a reason why there was an intifada. They killed the negotiator, which Israel always does. They always kill the negotiators. They kill Ismail Haniyeh. They try to bomb Qatar, right? They've killed so many negotiators. They always do this.
Haniyeh is our negotiator, the head of Hamas.
He was the head negotiator in the political wing when they killed him.
The head of the Politburo, which is the head of Hamas. Yeah.
No, he was
not killed because he was negotiator. He had no desire to negotiate anything.
Bro, are you serious? You're going to say Ismail Haniyeh was not the head negotiator? Destiny.
He was the head of the political party. He was the head of Hamas.
He was the head of the political party, and he was the head negotiator when they killed him.
Yeah, because he was the head of the government that they were fighting with. Yes.
He was the head of the political wing and the head negotiator. And they assassinated him.
He was the leader of the group that they were fighting with. Yes.
So Israel does this all the time. They assassinate people that they're negotiating with, or they start wars when they're negotiating. Like,
and let's be real. I mean, you know, him being a leader, I mean, he could also be a negotiator as well. I mean, who would be best to negotiate but somebody who's with leadership? Like, let's be honest, Destiny, that actually makes pretty good sense that he would be a negotiator as well. And also, like I said, bombing Qatar is a pretty big mistake because it kills diplomacy and we let an ally get bombed. Like, that's just not good. And then I don't even care what Mark Levin says to try to justify it, try to say, oh, well, they're not really our ally. We're not at war with them, and we consider them our ally, and they're helping us mediate deals between our enemies. I mean, come on now. Like, we can't sit there and talk out of both sides of our mouth right now. Like, come on.
It did
there
with
was
Iran.
No negotiating. What do you mean? Ismail Haniyeh was not going to negotiate with a peace with Israel. What do you mean?
Bro, they had already done hostage exchanges at this point. With Ismail Haniyeh, he had some.
Should we get back to that? Should we go to that soon? Should we just go back to the Oslo Accords first?
Oslo Accords, I think we're done. We're going to move on to the Camp David, right? The 2000, because he's not going to go into the Oslo Accords. My argument is, and that's fine.
I would just ask you a quick question before we move.
Sure. I mean, Oslo 2 happened under Netanyahu, right? So for sabotaging, and the redeployment of Hebron also happened under Netanyahu as well. I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of weird that he quote unquote wanted to sabotage and destroy the.
He admitted on camera. He admitted on camera.
Yes, he doesn't like it. Yes. I don't know why you guys listen to. You believe it when they say that, and you say that that's the whole thing, but you will ignore Arab leaders when Nasser before the 6-day war literally said that it would be a war of utter destruction for every single Jew in Israel. I don't know why you believe some people like politicians talk and they talk shit. Like it happens. Yeah. Netanyahu absolutely wants to see every single, if Netanyahu could push a button and expel every single Palestinian from the West Bank and Gaza Strip, he would do it 100%.
That proves my point.
Obviously.
Yeah, that proves my point.
No, that's not your point. Your point is that you think that Israel politics is magical. Yeah, there are obstacles. You've got foreign obstacles. There are no foreign obstacles because Donald Trump is a massive Israeli dick suck. And then you've got domestic obstacles.
Sure,
right
you can
now,
make that argument.
It doesn't seem like there's many domestic obstacles because Netanyahu's gotten lucky a lot with military shit recently. But the idea that just because an Israeli leader says they would do something means it's inevitable is not true. Netanyahu did not want to see an expansion of the Oslo Accords, but political forces, Israel still kind of thought that peace was a chance, and the Palestinians still kind of sort of thought that peace was a chance, and that's why Oslo took him about. That's why the redeployment in Hebron happened, where most of the city was turned over to Arabs, which it is to this day. It's still like 80-20 split, Arabs and Jews. So no, I mean, this idea that just because Netanyahu wanted something, he could speak it into existence is not true. He lost his elections afterwards when Ehud Barak came in, and he tried to do peace as well. And it was the failure of Ehud Barak doing peace, and then it was the subsequent failure of Arafat to agree to any actual terms after the failures of Camp David, after the unwillingness to accept the Clinton parameters, after the Taba Summit's disastrous thing, because Arafat always wanted to wait till the next day and wait till the next prime minister and wait for the next assassination, wait for whatever. And then when the second intifada happens and he's chilling in fucking, what is he, in his mansion in fucking Ramallah, just watching the violence erupt, they do nothing to push for peace ever. And then eventually he fucking dies of AIDS or whatever the fuck happened to him. And then here we are today. And then after the second intifada, Israel's like, well, fuck this. We're never doing peace, I guess, because you've got fucking videos of Arabs in Ramallah tearing a fucking Israeli dude's head off and holding it out of a fucking window. Like, yeah, no shit, that shit is fucked at that point.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if you want, you can find an infinite number of excuses on both sides for who sabotaged peace. But the reality is, when push came to shove, when push came to shove, there was good faith Israeli negotiation and delegation at Camp David and at the Taba Summit, and it was Arafat who literally drew the ire of the rest of the Arab world. Bandar, the ambassador from fucking Saudi Arabia. There's a whole fucking 2-hour talk on this. Everybody in the Arab world looked at Arafat like he was fucking crazy. That this guy wouldn't accept what would have basically been a normalization of the 67 borders and some final negotiation on the Palestinian refugee issue and on what would happen with East Jerusalem. And Arafat flew around in a fucking plane for 2 weeks, ignoring everything until Barack was basically lost his next election. And there's like, oh, well, let's see what the next guy wants. And that's been the story of the Palestinians ever since.
We'll talk about no
random shit.
No, that's fine.
What happened.
We'll talk about Ehud Barak right now because a lot of that was not true. And then going back to what you said about here's the difference with Netanyahu, right? When you said that Nasser said that we're going to destroy them or blah blah blah. Here's the big difference. When these Arabs said the things that they said it in public in front of everybody. What I'm talking about with Ben Gurion saying that he's never going to agree, he's going to always expand and create a state of Israel and go ahead and take all the Arab land. He did that in private. And when Benjamin Netanyahu, when he said what he said, and the West Bank saying that I sabotage the Oslo Accords and they'll never have a two-state solution, he said that in private.
Was saying that
hold on.
Private. That
let me
was
just
to
finish.
Shore up his political.
Let me finish what I'm saying. The difference is this. He said this to his son, not expecting those letters to become public. And then Netanyahu said that stuff to those people in the West Bank, not expecting that to be public. So what they say in private is what they really want. The politicians, you're talking about Nasser saying, oh, they're going to destroy them. They're going to destroy them. That's fine. That's political posturing. He's saying it in front of everybody. That it is what it is. But what these guys said in private was their real intention. So I believe them because that's what they said in private, not expecting to be recorded. So that's different. Then also with the 6-Day War, remember, the Israelis started that
Why
one.
would they do Oslo?
Israelis started that war.
Why did they do Oslo 1 at all then?
Because he didn't think that Yitzhak Rabin will be assassinated by a Likud party member? He couldn't foresee that?
No, why did Israel Israel agree? If Israel's always wanted to expand and always wanted to take all the territory, why would they even do Oslo 1?
Well, I'm referring to Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Gurion in particular.
So then the other
With
half
my argument.
of Israel doesn't want to do it. So it's just some Israeli leadership that wants to expand and not the other part of Israeli leadership.
Well, I know for a fact Ben Gurion and Netanyahu, we know what they said to their private counterparts.
Wait, so
what their
you believe
intentions
that
were.
Rabin and Barak, they legitimately did want peace with Palestinians? Then why didn't the peace happen? If Arafat was there negotiating the other end the whole time.
Here's the thing: I don't have access to their private stuff, so I don't know. But what I will say with Yitzhak Rabin is he came the closest to actually doing something, even though he didn't concede barely anything, and they killed him for even conceding a little bit.
But there was no deal to concede to. Arafat didn't lay out anything ever in particular that he wanted for any final agreement.
The plan was
always happy to kick the can down the road.
The plan was always a two-state solution and rights of self-determination. That was always the plan. They were working towards it. That was the plan.
True. Even the majority of people, I don't know today, but historically don't even agree on wanting a two-state solution. That's like a Western concept of a plan.
That's why Clinton was facilitating it. Yes, you're right. It is a Western plan. That's why Clinton was in the middle of brokering the Oslo Accords. It was Clinton's idea to bring them together and do this. Now, with that said, whether it's a two-state solution or a one-state solution, the point is this: what Arafat wanted was a Palestinian sovereignty and rights of self-determination. That's the bottom line. And I would argue that the Oslo Accords,
right of return to Israel proper, infinite right of return for all millions of refugees.
That never got put on paper, so we don't know. We don't know. But I know
that's my argument. Nothing got put on paper with Arafat. Nothing was put on paper
because they wouldn't. Because the Israelis would not agree to that, dude.
So he didn't put it on paper to show them rejecting it? Why would you not do that?
Because again, the Israelis had all the leverage, they had all the power. Clinton brought them together so they can go ahead and make some kind of peace.
You put something on paper so that you can go to the international community and go, "Hey, this is what we would accept," and Israel turned it down.
The Israelis never accept anything in the international community. They break international law every single day, bro. They literally break international law every single day.
They literally did. They accepted Resolution 181. They accepted the petition. You're going to say it's unfair. That's fine. But Israel accepted. Israel will accept things. You're just saying that they're doing it in bad faith, but we can't ever prove that because Arabs are always constantly ready to make war with them regardless. So, I mean, what?
I mean, I proved the bad faith with Ben Gurion's letters and Netanyahu getting this guy killed.
That's not proving it. That's trying to establish a counterfactual that there's no possible way. Show me the Arab letters. By the way, you can't because none of their archives are even available for us to go through. I can't go through Cairo's archives to see, what that leadership was talking about. I can't go through Syrian Damascus fucking archives or fucking archives in Beirut or archives in what the fuck is the name of the Jordanian capital?
That's fine. We're in an impasse.
I can't even visit. Well, no, wait, hold on. But I'm just saying that you're going through and you're cherry picking single lines, single statements or whatever out of Ben Gurion to try to prove that the whole Jewish project was going to be a massive backstep, even though Ben Gurion didn't even know he would have been the first prime minister, even though Ben Gurion would have no idea how politically successful he'd be in the future, and even though by your own words, somebody like Rabin could exist who would genuinely want peace with the Arabs. So that disproves it right there that Israel would have always been on some expansionist pathway. Meanwhile, on the Arab side, there is no deal on the table that Israel has walked away from. There are deals that Arafat walked away from.
Okay, so again, we're talking about a huge time span. You're going from Ben Gurion, the first prime minister,
because you brought up Ben Gurion quotes.
Because I'm saying that there were prime ministers that were in power that obviously had no intention of ever giving the Palestinians anything. And we have proof of this with Netanyahu and with Ben-Gurion. I don't have proof for Yitzhak Rabin not want to do any type of peace. So I got to go off of what he did.
The Jews accepted 181. That's what they did. They accepted 181, right? They did accept it, right? You're saying they would have accepted it in the future, but they did accept it, right?
You're talking about the Oslo Accords?
No. In 47, 48, they accepted Resolution 181. They would have accepted that partition plan.
That partition plan I told you before. Well, again, Ben-Gurion was in power during that time.
And he would have accepted, the Jews accepted that partition plan. It was the Arabs that refused it. You can say it was unfair or whatever.
It was unfair. It was unfair. Why would they accept it?
But the Jews accepted it. And the Arabs didn't. And the Arabs didn't put a counter proposal. The Arabs didn't counter with anything because despite what you guys want to say in the West now, there was zero place for any kind of Jewish state in that land. It's not like they said, hold on, well, 55%, I know they're going to say it's 100 years, 55% is unfair. We wanted it to be 22%. No, there was 0% would have been acceptable. That's why there was no counter proposal ever. And that's why on the heels of 181, when that proposal was issued and the Jews accepted it, the Palestinians went to war immediately. They were like, fuck this, civil war, we're kicking them all out. If they would have won that war, they wouldn't have left them with Jaffa, or they wouldn't have left them with, 10% or 1% or whatever. They would have expelled all of them.
Well, the thing is, again, is that at the end of the day, they came in, they were killing them, they were stealing their land, they were doing a whole bunch of bullshit, and then they said, oh yeah, let's go ahead and negotiate. What if somebody came to your house and took 50% and said, yeah, let's negotiate? You'd be like, no, get the fuck out. And you'd want them to get the fuck out of there.
What if they wanted 50% after the bank repos my house because I failed to pay my mortgage? Well, at that point, it's not really my house anymore. The Arabs that lived in the Levant didn't own that. It was the Ottoman Empire territory. And the Ottoman Empire had collapsed after World War I. It wasn't all their territory. They didn't buy it. They never paid for it. They didn't have any deeds showing ownership.
Well, it wasn't the Israelis
it was
either.
AFK landowners.
It didn't belong to the Israelis either.
Land. That's where they moved people
they only own 6%. They only own 6%.
Yeah, and the Arabs only had deeds to show for like 10 or 11%.
Well, they still own more, even if we're going to go off that number.
Fine, but they didn't own the 100% or whatever that you seem to think that they did. Or
well, they were there first. They were there first, Destiny. These colonial guys came from Eastern Europe. Like, it's that simple.
Wait, what?
Like, it was their house.
They were there.
It was their house.
They lost the war. They lost. Like if they would have invaded and like the territories of the prior caliphates expanded and receded depending upon how their conquest was going. That's how it worked. And they lost the war. They lost that country. Their rights to the land belonged to the British. It was the British mandate for Palestine, and it was up to the British to decide what they wanted to do with it. They made promises to the Jews. Again, the Arabs lived there too.
Remember, the debate is. It's not about who won the war, who lost the war. I'm not disputing the fact that they lost the war. I'm saying that the Israelis are a bigger obstacle to peace because
I know one thing I could say. Damn it, Britain. Damn it, my guys, man. It's y'all fault. It's y'all fault. No one thing, man. Look, I don't like to point fingers, but
it's a minority. They only own 6% of the land.
Hey, man.
Why the hell would you agree to something like that?
Like that's not even agree, but that means you're not that you're still the obstacle to peace. Then
that the Palestinians would take it when they were just a minority. They only own 6% of the land. Why the hell would you agree to something like that? Like
that's not even agree, but that means you're not that you're still the obstacle to peace. Then put a counter proposal. This is the thing that hurts the Arabs the most, the Palestinians the most, is there's not a single time in all of history. I can at least point to bullshit Jewish plans and say, oh, well, look, the Jews would have at least accepted that, even though it's bullshit. The Palestinians cannot point to a single plan where they go, look, we were going to accept that. Look,
I told you Oslo Accords. I told you Oslo was the closest. Oslo was the closest, even though it was bullshit.
Not a peace plan. It was a framework to move them in that direction.
Yes.
But there are no peace plans that the Jews walked away from that were left on the table by the Palestinians, because the Palestinians were always under the delusion that they could expel every single Jew, and they could never do it. And by the time they lost like their 12th war, they were like, okay, well, can we go back to like the agreement we had on our 5th war and then go back to that? But by then you're fucked.
Dude, the Israelis are such an obstacle to peace that the Oslo Accords, which was the closest thing, a framework, again, I agree with you. It was a framework towards some type of peace. The Israelis are such an obstacle, they killed one of their own to stop the fucking peace deal.
They killed one of their own.
Yes.
Hafez in Syria was worried about being assassinated by one of his own. That's why they didn't even make peace with Israel forever, because they were worried about killing by their own. Sadat had already been killed by their own. The king of Jordan had been killed by a Palestinian in Jerusalem.
We're not talking about these countries. We're talking about Israel.
Hold on.
We're talking about Israel.
Arafat was worried about being killed by one of his own as well. All of these people were worried about being killed by one of their own. It's a fucking hectic region. If you start making peace with your enemies, everybody's worried about getting killed.
Sure, but here's the difference. Israel claims to be a democracy, to be the only democracy in the Middle East.
And that's why you have leaders like Rabin who died because they made that sacrifice for peace. Ehud Barak knew that he faced the same risk, and he was worried about getting assassinated too.
And that's why he gave a bullshit deal. And that's why he gave a bullshit deal. And we'll talk about Rock next.
But then when I ask you, well, what was the good deal that Arafat left on the table? You have nothing. There's nothing you can point to. There's nothing at all.
I just told you. What? Okay. Again, let's go through this. Oslo Accords.
So what was the deal that Arafat left on the table?
He recognized them as Israelis. He recognized them. It denounced violence.
This is a part of the Oslo One. He didn't even denounce violence.
Yes, he did. In Oslo One, he denounced violence. 100%.
Yeah, they said it. They said that. But Oslo One was not. If you want to point to Oslo One as an example, then the Jews accepted that.
All right, man. This guy is like, bro, he's such a contraire that even when his opponent give him the facts, he's like, dog, you're such a contraire. You'll say, no, that's not true. And when they prove it to be like, well, okay, it's true, but I'm like, dog, come on now. I mean, this is a terrible debating tactic of the left that a lot of leftists pick up from Destiny is that, you know what, I'll say that you're a liar. You're going to prove me wrong. And then I'm just going to move on as if I just never called you a liar. I'm just going to skip past that part. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it here, man. Went a bit over time, but hey, man, it was fun. All right, guys, go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video if you haven't already. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do this every night. And I will see you guys, well, probably around, hopefully around like 2, 3 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to try to shoot for that time. But all right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow, man. This is Set with Set Media. Peace. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except 2 problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.